6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And of course, you hear the crash of utensils in the background.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
He's done. He's done. Oh God, that's disgusting. It's like chewing while you walk. It's like he shoved it all down his throat before we started. Oh my
Dang.
God. I hate to force somebody to do that.
Oh no.
I feel like I've really imposed upon our dear engineer Aristides.
Oh no. No, I'm
Yes.
just running late as we all are. So
Yes,
that's all right.
yes. He walked his dogs. He
Yep.
walked his dogs, and our man Aaron Tice is with us, and he's both these gentlemen are more than capable of introducing themselves, and because we always have new listeners, they're going to go through a little bit of self-introduction. We are going to see that. Okay, we need people to respond. First off, the good news is we've got live connection. We've got excellent connection. Anyone who's wondering about the photograph in thumbnail of live stream, that is my sister and I. It is National Sister Day today. Our poor dear friend Sammy and Isaac Romero, I refer to them in the singular because they're twins. They have 7 sisters, and so, they're totally fucking fucked. Anyhow, El Mimo says we sound good, or at least I sound good. He can't figure out which one is my sister and which one's me. I'm the one with machine gun. We were both cross dressers,
Oh,
so
okay.
she would dress us
How
up.
old? How old is this picture?
Oh God, that was when we were in grade school. Oh my God.
Oh, so you were already into it back then.
Yeah,
Dang.
yeah, yes, self
Yeah.
defense. But hey, I told you our
That's,
mother. You look. Do you think you can learn to retract your testicles to protect yourself from body blows when you're like 14 or 16? You have to be pre-adolescent so that you can still do that. Okay, it's like they have to start training you in these things young. Whenever you're learning something that's a real martial art, it otherwise it doesn't work. Otherwise, to tell you the truth, you might be a lethal amateur, but you're really just an amateur. Even like these mixed martial artists, they could probably kill your average person quite easily, probably with a single blow. But they're not true martial artists in the classical sense because they're not basically adopted as orphans and raised in a fucking monastery where that's their entire life, what they eat and breathe. They got into it as basically like a hobby, and it may turn into something that is very full time for them. Some might consider it all consuming for some of them, and in some of them it will destroy their lives, brain injuries and the like. But if you were trained from when you were very young, your chances of getting those brain injuries would be much slimmer. It's so Vicky Johnson says I sound good. Okay, so Vicky, I love you. Mwah! Big kiss to you. El Nemo is a wonderful person. I give him hugs. Hearts to both of you. Now we're going to test the sound of both these men before I let them on the stage. But first, while I know that people can hear me, David Fitzsimon says loud and clear from Atlantic City. Okay, tell you what, let me go over to the online broadcasting studio. Shit. Okay. So let's hear both of. Okay, good. There's some hissing in the background from one of these gentlemen, and it's registering. It's registering on the online broadcasting software, so that means that we'll likely hear them. Is that crickets? It's whatever it is. It's
Yeah, it might be. I'm sitting outside.
no,
It
good.
might be-
No,
it's
no.
probably
We
the
love the
crickets,
fucking
yeah.
crickets. We love the fucking
Okay,
crickets.
okay.
They're helping to confirm the fact that the desktop audio is working. So I want both these gentlemen to introduce themselves. I have every confidence now people will be able to hear them. So I'll just give the admonishment first off. The admonishment being that as soon as we start transmission, we are automatically hit by bots that give us downvotes to prevent us from getting on searches. And this is done by the enemy, and we are considered an enemy transmission. And as far as your government is concerned, they are in a state of war. You have a deep state beyond that, and the deep state is my enemy because I'm a public informant, and they consider this an enemy transmission in time of war. Make no fucking mistake about it. By listening to this transmission, if they had not propagandized themselves into a corner, if they had not painted themselves into a corner, they would have the capability, technically, to arrest you just for listening to this transmission. But they painted themselves into a corner by propagandizing that they won World War II and that the war is over. Since they did that, And by the way, it is not over. I've gone in depth into this in the book. Read the Roswell Deception. The war is still on with the Third Reich, which is still extant and never died. And it's a breakaway civilization. And so, since I am broadcasting on what the deep state feels is on the enemy's behalf, listening to this would make you guilty of treason if they care to admit the situation. Technically, they could do that in a state of emergency if they reestablished it. But bear in mind, the mistake that they made during World War II was they never declared martial law. So because they never did that, they can't do that unless they go back to admitting that a state of war is on. But all the technicalities of that aside, read the Roswell Deception and you'll get the info you need. Aside from
that's interesting.
Well, thank you.
That explains a lot about the last 20 years or so. They've always threatened martial law to create a state of fear, but they've never enacted it.
Yes.
So they can't. Okay, this makes sense. Thank you for that tidbit. That's brilliant.
Thank you, sir. See, and anybody heard him? Let us know. And we're gonna have both these men start talking soon enough, and I'm sure you'll all be able to hear both of them. So what I want from everyone is your upvotes. So based on the admonition that I gave, we need all your upvotes from every IP address you've got. So that means your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone, your PC, everything you got that might have a different IP address, a computer in a different room, hit an upvote, because that's what gets us back on searches. And YouTube operates like that, very inefficiently on a popularity aggregate. So whoever's popular gets further distribution, and the only way anybody will hear of us will be by your help. It's your war. You got to fight it. So again, for anybody who's curious, I'm already getting some questions in email. Again, my sister and I are in the photograph, and this is from grade school. We are in the we're actually in the schoolyard. And back in those days, you could bring a fully loaded automatic weapon in a drum magazine, by which I could have wiped out the entire school, into a San Francisco schoolyard, and nobody really questioned you. Matter of fact, they probably were afraid to question me. That was our parents taking the photograph, so probably they thought it was a costume. Probably people thought it was a costume. And so showing this because it's Sister Day, and my sister would cross-dress just as I did. And so you'll notice that she has her earring on the right side. So that shows that she was already gay. So she was already making claims to being outwardly gay, and the ring was on the right side, the earring, to let people know that, to let the world know that. And in San Francisco, people knew that. All right. My love to you all. One more check on to the chat, and we're going to ask these two gentlemen to start talking before I go mute for about 10 minutes. And let's go back to live stream. Give me a second here to... here we are. Vicky Johnson says, love you too. Yes, let me give her a lips kiss for that. In the interim, both you gentlemen, start introducing yourselves. Speak for a few minutes, and then I'll go mute. I want everybody who hears them to let us know how they sound. We want to know what the quality of their voices are, if you can hear them well or not. Okay? All right.
I guess I'll start. My name's Aaron. I've been on the show occasionally. I'm friends with Peter Moon, who brought me to Douglas's Transmissions, to brought us to this evening, and happy to be a part of the family.
Wonderful.
All right. Good morning, Vietnam.
Hey, I love that.
Right. Can you hear me there?
Yeah.
All right.
It'd be perfect if you were more coked out and sounded a bit more exuberant. Yeah.
Well, help a brother out here. This is our. Just kidding. This is Aristides, and I'm also came this way via Peter Moon, who is in Romania right now, and we are filling in for him while he has a new adventure, maybe playing Romanian roulette with the Bulgarian Bozos. Did he go camping yet?
Oh shit!
He messaged me today. Let's see. Through WhatsApp, he said, "Hello from the Sphinx. Incredible trip in caps. Let Douglas know that the schedule for tonight is challenging, but I will try hard to give him some time."
Fabulous.
So it sounds like he's having a great time, and I guess he was at the Sphinx today or yesterday or something to that effect.
Right,
Well,
right. And before I go mute, I want all of you to know that T-Tank Barry, who is here in my California, says all three of us sound loud and clear. So if he can hear both of you guys from the East Coast in California loud and clear, we're doing great. Vicki Johnson gives us 3 thumbs up, indicating she hears all three of us clearly. I gave her a lips kiss, as well as City of the Silent gave a lips kiss to City of the Silent. Don't want poor El Nemo to think I gave him that. And but he says they sound fine. So El Nemo confirms both of you gentlemen sound okay. We've got good numbers for the opening hour. And so both these gentlemen are mature. They're adults, and God knows they both fathered children. So they're, unlike some of the others that we've had on this program who haven't been through that process of maturation, I have every confidence that they will hold the stage well. And Vicki Johnson gives kisses back. Mwah, love you, honey. All right, gonna go mute for about 10 minutes. Grab myself a liquid Coke, rejoin these gentlemen, and all right, but you guys have got this.
All right.
Yeah. So Aristides, I was curious. When you read Peter's works, you can't help but get interested in the occult, and he has some awesome insight into it, especially his interactions with people like Marjorie Cameron and etc. through all his books. I was curious what your study was of the occult. Was it previous to Peter or after you found Peter's works, and what were your favorite divings into it?
Well, I think I really just came into the awareness by his work. I can't say I was studying the occult prior to that. So I think it gave a, more of a comprehensive, because a lot of people, I think most normies out there, they hear the occult, they're like, what's that?
Yeah.
Is that Satanists? I don't know. Sounds evil, and that, I mean, really that it's just been a lot of the secret, teachings, goings on throughout history. And, I mean, it's a part of this world, and it's been so, maligned, and it doesn't have to be a bad thing, it can be. And I think there are forces out there certainly do their best to hijack it for bad purposes. But I mean, I think you could be a good occultist,
Sure. No, that makes sense. Yeah. I was just curious if you'd studied, it seems like you kind of channeled through his work. So if you read, I think it was Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, I think he talked about the Book of the Law with Aleister Crowley, and I think it was through his friend Ken, maybe it was Ken, I believe he kind of arrived at some sort of formula to understand that secret work. It was interesting, but no, I was just curious. So that answers that question. What is your current reading list like? What are you currently diving into, so to speak?
Well, I have to admit, I got Douglas's books. I do possess the Roswell Deception. I haven't got into it yet. I think, maybe that needs to be next. Although I think with tuning into the transmission very regularly, of kind of getting the cliff notes all along the way, I mean, definitely there's a lot of background info that I'm sure, because we're always saying, well, there's more in the book, but, I don't like to miss the transmission. So I'm probably spending more time doing that these days. It's just in this kind of world where, everything's streaming content and it's like you're scrolling through stuff, you're listening and sometimes doing both at the same time. And it's like, it's almost tough to stop. You'd have to make a concerted effort to kind of unplug and go find a quiet spot and crack open the book. And thing with the books, I mean, they'll be there, it's a static thing. And it just seems there's so much just coming,
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter. It's hard to sit down and read. I hear that loud and clear. You'll enjoy the book, The Roswell Deception.
Okay, you have read through it.
Yeah, it's something. you already know the overall story of it. What was interesting to me was the detail that went into it, because Peter really stacked the details chronologically, and you as an engineer, you'll appreciate how he presented it, palatable and like in stackable information. But what the details that were really incredible was the fact that it was mostly germ warfare and our current state of the world and what we've been through for the last few years. Like it was very enlightening as to it's nothing new.
Yeah.
And so that part of it was overwhelmingly enlightening, but all the little stories in it were quite something. So I think you'll greatly appreciate it, even though you do know the overall story.
Yeah. I mean, kind of flipped through here. Hate to say, I just flipped through and looked at the pictures. But even the picture, I mean, I think people just have just no idea that this, of course, because they've done such a good job hiding this aspect of, World War II. It's like, oh, well, people shot at each other and we dropped the bomb and we beat them. It's like, and just no idea just how scared shitless they could have been at just the ease that they could, just float these things up into the current and really fuck our day up,
Well, it's funny, they're still propagandizing it, and that's the biggest red flag, with the movie Oppenheimer and Douglas's recent explanation of why he said "I am become death." It makes so much more sense now. Like, really, they felt doomed because they knew they were losing, and they were just trying to inflict as much damage as they could. So it actually makes that phrase so much more understandable and relatable.
Well, good thing for their incompetence sometimes.
Good thing for their incompetence. But out of all of that work, did you ever purchase the Kindle of Vampirology from Douglas that Peter
no, I ordered both. I ordered I have the paper book of that.
Okay.
I just ordered them both on Amazon. I don't even have a Kindle. I should.
I have a Kindle. I'm a old school. Like I like to have the paper book, but I do have Kindle typically for duplicates or things that I can't get a paperback version of. But the Vampirology was enlightening. It's very textbook like, so it's difficult sometimes to sit down and read. I think I made it through 40 or 50% of it, but it was extremely enlightening. I mean, it's like a casework. It's very much like a medical journal. It's very interesting as well. I don't know if you dove into that at all.
No, not really. I kind of thumbed through them. In fact, I pulled them off the shelf right now so that maybe I can start absorbing the energy to dive in.
Well, I think as far as a nice, easy read, obviously for a lot of people, the Roswell Deception is not an easy read just because it's breaking every barrier in your mind. But with your open mind and the understanding you already have of the story, the Roswell Deception will be an easy read for you. You'll plow through it. I think the Vampirology will be a little bit like touch and go, and you'll pick it up and put it down a little bit more frequently, if you know what I mean.
Well, I mean, I got accustomed to the way Peter kind of formats his presentation.
Yeah,
he does a good job.
Yes. He makes things easily digestible for the most part.
Yeah.
But what are some topics that fascinate you these days? After all this, you've been researching a long time. So I'm really curious as to what makes you tick and what makes you click the next link or buy the next book.
Well, the never-ending pursuit of truth and getting out from under the deceptions, I guess.
Okay.
But I mean, relative to these days now, this whole, I think I've been taking this opportunity, because of course they've had these UFO hearings. Everybody's, they've admitted UFOs are real. And, I'm just taking every opportunity I can to kind of drop the little seeds that guys, aliens are just a cover for stuff that they've been doing a long time. And they didn't want you to know for a long time, going all the way back to World War II.
Yeah.
And so it's, now's the time to clue people in.
Yeah, they've left it alone for a long time, and then they kind of ramped up to kind of get everybody on board quick, and it was like,
and
wow,
I think
it really surprised me.
I know, and I saw some of the speculation is, well, why are they, ramping up the agenda? Like, what's going to happen that they're laying cover for? Of course, there's always these speculations, but
yeah,
people, of course, and then you have your, 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, fans, and they're, oh, it's because they're coming back. It's,
yeah,
we can hope. I mean, so something's going to go down. It's
Well, it's going down, right? I mean,
right. Yeah, it's been going down.
We've got Barbie and Oppenheimer at the movies, yet one bank after another, whether it's electronic currency or hard money, are going under, being repurchased at pennies on the dollar. I mean, the actual financial backbone of the world is shifting hands at the largest percentages it's ever done so. Now and in the last decade, maybe 15 years, but everybody's more worried about the box office numbers and a YouTuber fighting an MMA guy. I mean, it's happening now. There's massive transfer of power, which is money. Who knows what's happening behind all that even?
Gosh. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're doing their very best to keep people distracted. But I mean, as far as, this, the alien / not alien stuff. I mean, there's people, I kind of scan through different channels and chats and people interested in this type of stuff. And they're like, there's people saying, people in Europe, and they're like, I'm seeing these craft every night, and it's really hopping up there. It's like,
yeah.
So, and, so maybe there's increased activity, and that's why they're rolling that out now. It's like getting everybody, it's those aliens they were talking about in the hearing, It's like,
well, if you want, in a business world, right, you always want the third party option as far as the bad guy. It's if people can't handle it, like, think about being the government, and if you want immunity in nations that you have somewhat protected rights for the people, and you can blame something on the aliens, an unknown third party that nobody's ever seen. I mean, it's like parenting, right? If you're a parent, it's like you have a perfect scapegoat. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
You create the perfect scapegoat.
Yeah, no accountability,
Yeah.
Right, It's like, we've not been working, on secret craft at all. It's the aliens. Those damn aliens again.
So I want to ask you then, as research tends to pile up, and if you are filtering through things, and I kind of experience this myself, the more you filter through, the more you understand a little bit more of the truth, the more you realize fewer and fewer people actually know anything. And of those people, fewer and fewer are willing to talk, especially since it shuts them down and limits their quality of life. And fewer and fewer of those people maintain talking.
Yeah.
And then once you get to the point where you realize, like, okay, well, I want to work on myself a little bit. So you do the self-help thing, and then you realize the entire self-help genre is basically a cult to basically keep people where they're at and create a massive amount of income. I mean, do you find yourself seeking less and less knowledge because there's so few people disseminating truthful items? Is it almost like self-deprecating at that point, do you think?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I think it takes some time, and you got to develop some discernment. You first start, and you start reaching for anything that's like, an alternative explanation or conspiracy theory, if you will. But then,
yes,
what you have to realize is they know people are going to do that. So the first one or two or several levels of that stuff, it's kind of like, they say, like, when you die, and they're like, no, don't go to that light, it's a trap. It's like, it's kind of like that. You wake up, and you're like, and you're kind of grabbing at anything. And they said they've got these, these people out there, pushing kind of bogus, versions or half bogus versions of stuff just to keep you spun out. And I think a lot of people never kind of, you have to keep going. It's not like, you can't just start digesting everything and then giving it an equal truth and thinking that, well, all I did is a couple clicks, a couple books, and that's it. So they've got, it's several levels of stuff, and you have to get past all these, and you realize half these guys are some kind of, agent or something.
or they control that position at a certain point,
right.
Allow it. And if you stay in the shallow end of the pool, you're typically allowed to just kind of like, splash around there for a bit. It's when you start making bigger and bigger waves that you get noticed. But yeah, that was a good point. Like, they know you're going to reach out for the first alternative explanation. And if it's flashy, you're going to grab at it, and then you're either going to accept it as your truth, or you're going to dive deeper for a deeper version of it,
Yeah, I think, so many people are reaching out for that stuff, and I see it all. I see it all the time. These people out there, they make fun of, like, your boomer relative finally woke up and now he's sending you all this stuff, and it's like, oh God. I'm like that. Like, I hate, how do you break it to them like that's just a psyop? It's just like, it's a process.
It is a process, and it's difficult, and it's like a roller coaster. You go up and you go down, and and it can be extremely negative. So to keep a quality of life is tricky with it. But you seem to be balancing it quite well. It's impressive.
Yeah. It takes some time. It's disheartening at first. You're like, being lied to, and then realize, you think you found the truth, and you're being lied to again, and it takes it takes a lot to develop, a sense of calmness and all that.
I think it's easier. What was hard? It's easier to convince people that, like, Satanists to a point have a lot of control and they're a little bit infiltrated everywhere than it is to convince people that Japan won World War II. I think that one is it's a really big step. It's a fundamental truth that's crammed down our throats from the time we go to school, and it's like that one really shakes people. They're like, and people turn off right there.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. People, everybody accepts the existence of, Satanists, quote unquote, but, few people really understand the fine, the nuances of things that Douglas has explained, really. And they think, anything that's not Christian, well, that's Satanist, it's like, but he did explain it well that, that the demons and all this, or they're still part of the, what did he say? The Christian, the real evil is not within that. What's the word? That kind of that. Why am I struggling here? It's. Gosh, you must have heard it. The real evil is outside of that whole, angel demon sort of Christian sphere. I'm not finding the right word, but
paradigm in that paradigm.
I'm forgetting exactly how he put it very well. And it's just kind of the cycle, the recycle. Did you catch that part of the transit? It's like basically it's like the demons are like the recyclers of souls in the but they're not, they're here because you're here, and they don't, they're not trying to eliminate you. They wouldn't be here if you were here, versus the real evil, say the anti-gods, which would be more than happy for you to be completely gone. So you try to explain to, that to people, it's going to get a little tricky, because they think, well, there's God and there's the devil, and if you worship the devil, you're a Satanist, it's like, and it's just very, but they've never been, really had a better version explained to them. But I think, Douglas explains it did explain it very well, all that.
Well, his ability to explain things, but there's so many campaigns to shut down truth anyway. So coming from a religious, cultish like upbringing, even the people that were exposing the truth, or allowed to expose a portion of the truth back in the day, let's say 30, 40 years ago, they would put a fear upon the religious people that even reading about Satanism would open you up to the dangers of it. So they actually, and by doing that, you cripple people, because they can't learn about the enemy. How can you fight an enemy you know nothing about? But they basically scared everybody from pulling a book off the shelf and learning about the enemy or how they operate. So there's many layers of protection for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Because I don't know, fortunately, a lot of that, the religious world isn't really about informing you to the greatest degree. It's just about keeping you.
It's about the 10. It's about the 10% is what it's about.
Right, and you would know more than I would, but yeah, right. Why would they tell you all this stuff that we've learned from Douglas? It just could kind of bust up their game, I guess.
Yeah. The need for religion is like an overall moral compass, I think. When I was really bitter about the religious upbringing I had before I kind of worked through a lot of that, I was kind of happy at the downfall of religion and where things were in the world, where because most religions are toppling. I mean, they're consolidating the Catholic churches in the U.S. and they're moving priests hither thither, and church goers are limited more so than ever, and things are declining in that nature. Children are not wanting to go; they don't go. And that kind of, for that point of time, made me rather happy. But once I saw the opposite of that, you realize like there's no moral compass for most people. Most people don't do the right thing because doing the right thing is good.
Interesting. I just got back. Please continue. It's something about the moral compass. Most people don't have it, and therefore, go on.
Yeah, it was just when I was bitter about coming out of a bad religious upbringing, I was kind of happy to see religion crumble and topple. But once I came out of that bitter stage, I saw what replaced religion, and it's a moral vacuum. And most people need that moral compass. They need to be told what's right and wrong. People don't do right because they should all the time. And so when you see the opposite of what religion is, a good guidelines for the average person. It's not for everybody. It's just a good. It's like the bumpers in bowling. It just keeps the people in the middle lines from going off into the gutters, so to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, profound insight, and yes, when you said. What I heard was that sometimes people without that moral compass, some sense of right and wrong, they won't do the right thing because it's good. By that, aside from perhaps what I got out of that, because I got in just at that point, the first thing I thought of was that it simply looked... It wouldn't look cool to do good. That's the first thing I thought. Is that what you meant? Or?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's a lot of we're told to look at the elites in Hollywood and this and that, and these people, they give to charity on camera, but in reality, it's like an S corporation under the trust that owned by the company that gets cycled back into their own money anyway. So it's all about perception.
Yes.
When and everybody goes to Africa to do, charitable work, and everybody wants to adopt African children. But in America, we have children starving, and in America, we have homeless in every city. And there's so many things you can do right in your local network that would be so impactful, just because you could, but people don't. So there is a lot of need, and people don't do it because they just don't want to, I guess, is kind of what I've observed.
We'll go a bit more into that. I think it's important. I do want you to know numbers are very good for the opening hour, and I want both you gentlemen to continue for a few more moments here. I'm going to, maybe you might hear some sound. Okay, good. So that didn't pop up sound. So what I'm doing is just pulling up another screen so that I can see how the show is progressing from one window as opposed to the live streaming production window. I'm viewing it as an actual reviewer as opposed to the producer. So it's important for me to get these different screens up. Also taking a look in the live stream while I'm doing that. And Sheeple60 says, hi. So hello in return. Okay, so I'm going to take care of just a few more little odds and ends here. Return back with these gentlemen in full force in just a few minutes, but they're on a very important topic of discussion. And I noticed in the emails I already had some questions, again, because of the machine gun in the school environment. And I do want people to understand something, that in the days before basically Columbine. In the days before Columbine, which this was definitely before Columbine, you had children that were in the more rural areas of America. And in the East Coast, both of you gentlemen may have been witness to something like this, maybe not. But in the East Coast in the old days, they used to have kids that would, they had shooting lessons in school. And obviously this was not full auto. These were hunting rifles, but kids, yeah, kids were allowed to bring their hunting rifles home because they were usually had to be purchased by their parents. So their parents would they'd go on the bus carrying a hunting rifle for that particular school lesson, and they were being trained in safety and the rest of this. Now, this is probably all completely stopped, along with driving school in cities. I mean, by the time that I went to John O'Connell Vocational Institute, which it's important to emphasize the precise location and establishment, because that's not a high school. But by the time I went to a high school level academic facility, and they were supposed to be training us in drivers training, what they used to call driver training. That used to be means they took you in a car with an adult, and you would go driving in a car with an adult accompanying you. All that was completely gone by the time that I went to school. It was, what we had was driver's education, quote unquote, where all you learned was which signs mean what, certain rules of the road. You'd watch a bunch of stupid driver safety films where you got to see people torn asunder and supposedly scare you straight from driving drunk, etc. But there was no getting in a car to teach you how to drive. It's just awful.
I did have that.
I
had the driver's ed. We didn't bring hunting rifles to school. I guess we weren't rural enough, but we did. The phys ed teacher ran the driver's ed. You had to sign up.
But you got time in a car behind the wheel. Yeah. See, we didn't get any of that. It was.
Yeah, but you're older than me.
Did you both experience the horrible quality of character of most phys ed teachers back then?
Well, not just quality of character, quality of their physique. I mean, the one thing that
horrendous.
Yeah, my gang brother Beaver noticed about gym teachers. He said, "What's with gym teachers? They're all fat, slovenly assholes who sit down, and command you to do all this physical shit while they it's disgusting. One, two. And John O'Connell, I remember walking up the stairs. There was this. He was a substitute, and so the substitute said, "Oh, I need to get to room whatever." And I said, "Well, they're repairing the elevators because they were tearing the whole school apart to get the asbestos out before they demolished the entire facility anyway, because of the scandal that was involved with Gary Hambright, the guy that I turned in for maintaining all the child porn there on San Francisco Unified School District property." But before then, they were rehabilitating the facility by taking all the asbestos out. So we had guys in moon suits, hazmat suits, with all this plastic protecting themselves, and we were just breathing the shit in that they were tearing out of the walls. And but when it came to the stupid substitute coming in, because while they were doing that, the elevators were out, and then he said, "I need to get to room whatever," and I said, "Oh, that's on the 3rd or 4th, may have been the 5th floor." So I said, "Here, follow me," and I took him up the stairs, and he was dying, and I said, "What do you normally teach?" And he said, "Oh, PE, physical education." And I'm like, holy fucking shit. But anyhow, so Vicky Johnson says, "Weird because we are nearly the same age, DDD, and we got to drive. I earned a waiver. That meant I didn't have to drive for the state to get a license." Damn, Vicky! I envy you. Oh my God. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing that, darling. I mean, I'm not going to ask how you earned that waiver, honey. But I'm going to entertain fantasies that I'll fondle myself over later after the show. But in terms of the fact that the students in your area got to drive, I mean, it's remember, not that I'm excusing this, we should have had that, but San Francisco, of course, is the most congested city in the United States next to New York City. And it's where they come to film all of the car chases. So this is probably the most dangerous place to drive in the world. And so you could almost understand why they didn't do that here. But it doesn't defend it, and we should have had it.
Yeah.
And
on a side note, not to segue from that, but with the Columbine tag point, if you remember, the Matrix movie was delayed for release for quite a while because of the Columbine shooting, tied in with Neo's scene with the long black trench coat and the machine guns. And so I'll never forget that. Like, it was a major deal back then, and you have to wonder, like, why did that happen around the same time, and why were the costumes similar, and what was the significance of that? I mean, that was a very interesting combination of events, in my opinion.
Well, definitely the first thing that comes to my mind was that there was an action figure that was released around the same time, and at least two different action figures in which the characters that they were portraying were kind of like Todd McFarlane. For anyone who's familiar with comic book industry, Todd McFarlane was a real big deal back in the day. He was like an independent illustrator who came up with a single comic line that got purchased up by the big boys eventually, but it was called Spawn, and he did some fairly sick and twisted stuff for his day that they had to actually tone down for the film that was released on Spawn, which I think was a tremendous failure. Anyway, but in terms of some of the characters, they were trench coat wearing and were bearing machine guns, teenagers. And so there were around that time various kinds of inspired kinds of action figures being released, and just the simple trench coat and machine gun ensemble got them banned. And just as someone who has who's attracted to the forbidden, I managed to get one of those action figures, quote unquote illegally, basically, and because it was supposed to be banned, etc. And so it was just but aside from things like that, it was just there's nothing outstanding about it other than the fact that it had trench coat and a machine gun. But with what was going on with the Matrix, consider that compared to what happened with the Manchurian Candidate. See, the Manchurian Candidate situation is far more ominous, because what happened with John F. Kennedy was he had actually done a home film in which he and I think his wife was in it. And I know this is a fact. This is not urban legend. He actually portrayed his own assassination, in which he asked his Secret Service men to pretend they were killing him. And this was like, quote unquote, a home film. And because he was the president, he could do this. The White House was his property. The Secret Service are basically his servants, like butlers. They do have to do what he says to a limited extent. And in those days, they thought it was all might have been play acting. But he was convinced he was going to be killed by his own government, his own. And he, because at the time that he made it into the presidency, he had been familiar with what had happened to Truman, which we do outline in detail in the Roswell Deception, how the Marine Corps tried to kill Truman. And so John F. Kennedy, who had served in World War II, and Truman had served in World War I, these were both officers who did not trust their own men, and every reason not to. So Kennedy did this little home film in which he dies. He pretends to die being killed by a Secret Serviceman. And this is a fact. And then they released the Manchurian Candidate about the president being the target of a communist brainwashed assassin. And they were so disturbed at the contents and the potential for how this would be interpreted that they presented it to Kennedy, who gave it the go-ahead to be released. And then when it was released, Kennedy was killed, and they withdrew the film. So it became hidden in the safe, the family safe of who was that guy who was in there, Frank Sinatra. It got hidden in Frank Sinatra's family safe for like 20 or 30 years, and then they were able to finally get the estate after his death to bring it out and re-release it. So the original, understand this is the original, black and white, do not go for any substitutes. There were remakes of it that, are never like the original. So so go for the original in black and white, and when you watch it... I have that movie. I didn't realize it was held back that many years. Yeah, it was... Wow. Yeah, because it only showed for like a few... It was released and had a blockbuster release, was a tremendous success, became part of America's urban legend, popular culture matrix, and then Kennedy got killed within weeks of its being released, and then it was withdrawn, and I mean completely withdrawn. I mean, like, all copies destroyed, except for those that were in the safe of Frank Sinatra. And
Wow.
so then the Frank Sinatra estate later on was talked into, once he died, then the Frank Sinatra estate was talked into letting it go, and that's how we are able to access it today. So by all means, everybody do take advantage of that, and it's required viewing. So
What is the name of it?
The Manchurian Candidate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I think Denzel Washington remade it. I didn't watch either, but I love old movies, and I do have it. I mean, Frank Sinatra was great in Guys and Dolls. I thought that was a great old movie with Marlon Brando.
yes.
Yeah, some of the classier times of Hollywood.
No, it's so true. They don't make them like that anymore. I mean, Hollywood was always sleazy as hell, but at least they were able to put up a good front. And in those days, the actors and actresses, everyone thought they were, like, literally reputation-wise. By that I mean not like they were good people or something like that. That's not really what counted. People weren't really looking to them as moral exemplars. People just recognized them. They were like a brand. And then when you watch the Looney Tunes cartoons, they would have caricatures of these actors and actresses, and you recognize them immediately if you grew up in that era, or even if you grew up generations later, because they were just, you grew up watching them. You grew up watching them on, your television when you came home from school, or family sat around for Christmas. So you knew these people and recognized them in the Looney Tunes cartoons or Hanna-Barbera cartoons when they were presented, but mostly it was the Looney Tunes for whatever reason. But when it came to, nowadays, nobody knows them. None of the younger generations. It's very sad. The only people who know them, gay people know them. Gay people are obsessed with old glam queens and the old actors because they were pioneers for the gay culture. And so the gays own them. The gays basically take them as their own and basically present them as a point of pride. Okay,
here's a question. Talking about JFK, and obviously, he kind of knew it was coming. So how similar were the circumstances of RFK being killed to that? Like, was this a similar sort of deal, or?
It's like, take a look at Bruce Lee and his son. I mean, Bruce Lee and his son were both killed, and there's no way to present this as accidents. They both died violently. I mean, incredibly violently. And this is like, basically, they had enemies. And when it came to JFK and RFK, first off, their father was a gangster. For some reason, nobody understands this or remembers it, but the founding father of the Kennedy dynasty was he was a gangster. He was a bootlegger. And so this is how he made what the equivalent today would be billions of dollars. And when you bring up JFK and RFK, here, Aristides, and by the way, I hope you don't mind, I couldn't fit your full name in the limits of the letters in tonight's title. You're limited to 100 letters. So because of that, I gave you the name ዄRISTO, which is nothing but a compliment. That is the Greek word for the best. It's the elite of the elite. It means that you're a nobleman of high regard. ዄRISTO.
I'll take it.
Yeah, so there you are. So that's how I referenced you. And of course, in case Aaron never noticed, he's got the double A. In case you didn't notice, Aaron, you should start using that. You can look that up. It's an ancient Nordic letter. It actually is a double A. If you type two A's beside each other, you'll notice that they're structurally different from that letter. That is a letter where two A's are combined, and it's Old Norse. So that actually covers the two A's in your first name. So I looked that letter up. You can use that from now on. When it comes to what ÄRISTO or Aristides is actually betraying here, is he's betraying that he's a conspiracy amateur. So if he were actually a bit more, shall we say, historically literate, and believe me, every American these days, it's hard to, most Americans are e-historite, meaning historically illiterate. Then he'd also bring up Joe. So let's start with Joe, the Forgotten Kennedy. Joe was the first man who said, Joseph Kennedy said, "I'm going to be the first Irish American president of the United States." And this was known, and it was public, and it was out there. And in those days, do not forget, people, just how different our world is today from that world back then. That world back then, if you had gone back in a time machine, any of you who are younger than me had gone back in a time machine to those days, you would fucking die. You wouldn't know what to do. You would be put in jail. Most of you would be looked on as freaks, criminals. You would behave in manners that would be considered just you wouldn't be acceptable in society. And so understand that in those days, an Irish Catholic American saying, "I want to be president of the United States," would be the equivalent to it would have been like a black African American saying that, or in this day and age, some well, at this point in age, it's hard to imagine anybody who's so radical as to be let's just say the extreme neo-Nazi right or something, who wore a full uniform saying, "I want to be president." It would be that kind of reaction. First off, when John F. Kennedy became president, he could not visit the Pope. He had to send his wife to visit the Pope because the Americans already looked at that as being disgraceful. To the average American, John Fitzgerald Kennedy deserved to die. Before he was killed, the newspapers would have regular opinion columns in which people claimed somebody has to kill this son of a bitch. That was every day. People would be saying that.
The part that nobody talks about, Douglas, I think you and I have discussed it, and this is the part that it's hard to make tangible. But he was working towards ending segregation, and back then the CIA were the good old boys, mostly members of the KKK. Is that factual?
There's elements of that nobody really cared enough to kill him over that. Then again, it could be a contributing factor. It was one of those things where, let's just put it this way, everybody wanted Kennedy dead. It was, like I said, it was daily opinion columns in the newspaper. Until Kennedy was shot, he was the most hated man on earth. Just your average American said how they looked on him the way, even worse than white Americans looked at Obama when he became president. People just don't get it. The Irish
I didn't know that. I thought he was beloved. They make it look like JFK was beloved.
God! Once he was shot, don't forget, the people who killed him had the greatest interest in promoting that myth so that they could just cover their tracks and just say, "Oh my God, everybody cry. Oh my God, he was so young, Johnny. We hardly knew you. Oh my God." And then everybody began... Yeah, all that is just a propaganda cover-up for all their slime tracks. This poor bastard, when he was elected, you think people reacted badly when Obama or Trump was elected. When Kennedy was elected, people thought it was the end of the world. The Irish were considered white niggers. The guy was Roman Catholic. Most Americans were convinced he got us involved in Vietnam because, for people who don't know, Vietnam was a French colony. The French are historically Catholic. The ruling elite in Vietnam had all converted to Catholicism. And so this is why you had monks burning themselves. If anybody remembers the old Buddhist monks burning themselves in Vietnam in protest, they were burning themselves in protest because they were ruled by a Roman Catholic elite. And so they considered themselves under the occupation of a foreign church. So people thought Kennedy got us involved in Vietnam because the Pope told him to defend Vietnam as a Catholic nation where a Catholic elite ruled the country. They thought he was there to defend Roman Catholicism. So that's why people were literally writing in opinion columns, "This guy brought us into a war for the Pope. This son of a bitch needs to die. Somebody has to kill this son of a bitch." And this was in print, on a daily basis. Wow. So people hated this guy. And so with that in mind, when his older brother Joe had made it known he wanted to run for president, he, of course, like all presidents in those days, don't forget, in order to become president, you had to be in the military. If you weren't in the military, you couldn't become president because the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States. There's no point in your being president if you haven't been in the military. For those of you who don't know, Richard Nixon served in World War II in combat. For those of you
Yeah.
who don't know, this was a guy who was in the Pacific Theater on the front lines. So when it comes to George Bush Sr., he was the youngest naval aviator that the United States Navy ever had. And he was shot down and was almost eaten alive by Japanese who were rowing out on a boat and had no logistical supply lines. So American prisoners were food to them, and they were rowing out to eat him. This is why Bush Sr., when he was later on at a dinner with the Japanese elite when he was president, and he was sitting next to the emperor, and or emperor was at the head of the table, and he was sitting on the sides, facing across from other Japanese, and one of them said, "Oh, hey, we almost got you. We were rowing on that boat to retrieve you and eat you when that submarine, American submarine, rose up out of the sea, and we had to retreat because they started machine gunning at us." And and then George Bush Sr. threw up on the lap of the emperor or the Japanese prime minister.
That's a crazy story. I've heard that story before. It's so crazy.
Yeah. Yes. And AIW Kotz. I have no idea how to pronounce that. He says first Catholic too. For president, yes. And but for Joe Kennedy, what had happened with Joe Kennedy was that he was ushered into. At one point, because he was volunteering in the military to prove himself and to ultimately run for president, he was volunteering for dangerous missions. So he wound up on a bombing mission that was going to experiment. It had experimental drone capacity, primitive drone bombs that they were going to release and radio control to their targets. And this was experimental technology. And so this was a top secret mission. And he was called directly into the office of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And so when he was called into the office, everybody saw him go into the office of FDR. And in that office, FDR told him, "You nigger son of a bitch. You nigger piece of shit. To think you can ever become president, you aren't coming back from this mission alive. I'm going to make sure you fucking die. And I want you to know I killed you." And when Kennedy walked out of that office, Joe Kennedy, everybody said he looked white as a ghost. His head was sunken in. He looked like his eyes were sunken in. He looked like he was a dead man walking, like somebody approaching death row. They all said he looked like he was already dead. And when they walked into the office to look at FDR, he was cackling maniacally like the Joker, just grinning from ear to ear and saying, "What a piece of shit nigger to think he could ever be president." And he told everybody, "I'm going to kill him." And I told him so. And so then when John F. Kennedy got on that plane and they took off for their mission, then Roosevelt pulled the button and all the drones blew up.
Wow.
And so that's Joe Kennedy, the forgotten Kennedy. So when you take a look at that, and then you take a look at John F. Kennedy, and then you take a look at Robert, the people really behind all three of the murders is the Roosevelt dynasty. So
yeah, it does make sense, because whatever flaws the Kennedy family had, obviously the father was a piece of work, but the succeeding generations seem to be the people's champions of sorts, and just always dying. just always dying.
Yeah. So the Roosevelt dynasty has been after their ass. You're talking about just different kinds of mafias. If you want to look at your deep state, deep politics, your government is run like a third world. If anybody thinks that this is a government by assassination, now I brought this up once, is that people don't understand that they'll when they talk about pre-war Japan, which, people won't get this history anymore either, because of course Japan won the war and then basically the Americans had to erase it all. For people who just don't get it, think about VJ Day, Victory Over Japan Day. The Americans used to have that fucking VJ Day thing that would be on the digital board in New York that would go over VJ Day, and the Japanese made them stop. So the Americans never did that again on VJ Day. They used to talk about the sailor grabbing that woman and kissing her and shit. My dad always said that she should have pressed charges against him for all that crap, because the sailor had grabbed a stranger. He had grabbed a complete stranger and was just basically sexually assaulting her on the street during VJ Day, and that became like a famous photograph. So when it came to the World War II and the propaganda behind that, when it came to what was I going to say about Kennedy and all the rest of that? But people used to teach the history of Japan in America, and they'd say pre-war Japan was a government by assassination, and what they were pointing out, of course, was that very often politicians who were going into bizarre directions that were considered un-Japanese, just basically. It's hard to describe. Japan has an enormous amount of just social nuances. So there were certain politicians who, if they were just too experimental in their social orientation, basically the army would or the police would kill them. And
Jesus.
So the Americans were trying to point this out as, yes, Japan was a government by assassination. But when it came to America, it's no different when you take a look at, as I pointed out one time, and then, while a lot of times while I discuss these things, Peter Moon will just look this shit up. He'll get online and just start looking it up and verify and validate everything I say. And when it came to, say, for instance, the 60s, of course, my personal hero, Richard Oakes the Mohawk, was assassinated, and he was trying to establish an independent representative nation for all Indian tribes on the U.S. mainland on Alcatraz. It would be his version of Taiwan. In other words, an island government established for Native Americans that would represent them, that would be independent of the United States. And it may not ever be internationally recognized, but would nevertheless be basically a kind of alternative representation for Native Americans. If the Americans or the United Nations did not legally recognize it, it would still be there. It's like Taiwan. And in that sense, Richard Oakes the Mohawk was, of course, assassinated and taken out. There were multiple attempts on his life, and he was killed by a convicted child molester who was then hailed as a national American hero and released to go back to work with the YMCA. And his fetish was American Indian children, and he would rape American Indian children. So in terms of Richard Oakes the Mohawk, at the time that, to show why he was such a threat, at the time that he occupied Alcatraz with hundreds of Native Americans, thousands eventually, and they were trying to do this, the Soviet, the Japanese, and the Communist Chinese navies parked ships outside of the maritime borders, outside of the nautical limit of the maritime borders of the United States, outside of our territorial waters. But they parked them very close to the United States, and they said they were going to come in and intervene if the U.S. sent the military in to remove these Indians. That's how the Indians were able to maintain their presence on Alcatraz for so long. The military was not going to move in and remove them because that would have been cause for international incident. So then what Nixon did was he pointed out the fact that Harry Truman, and people can look this up, don't take my word for it, Harry Truman had instituted an order. Because he lost World War II, he figured he had to do something to regain his manhood or overcompensate or something. He instituted an order for the termination of all Native American tribes. That's a standing order that, by the way, people can look this up. So Harry Truman said, I want a termination of all Native American Indian tribes. We are going to kill them all for good. So Nixon pointed out that was still a standing order, had never been withdrawn. And so Nixon sent in not the military, but he sent in all the police forces he could. He rounded up all the special forces, SWAT teams, all the FBI, SOGs, they're called SOGs, Special Operations Groups. These are SWAT teams for the FBI. He rounded up county sheriffs that were armed for riot control, but lethally, etc. And he deployed the equivalent of a military expedition force, but it was all police. And that was how he legally evaded the Japanese and Chinese and Russian navies from intervening. But then he sent them in there to pull all the Indians out by force, kill all who resisted. So what my point being that you had Richard Oakes the Mohawk assassinated. You had George Lincoln Rockwell. George Rockwell, who was the neo-Nazi commander, Commander Rockwell, and he was a war hero and an attorney, and he had been a military attorney, and he had seen combat in World War II, and he was assassinated. You had Malcolm X assassinated. You had Martin Luther King Jr. assassinated. These are heavy-duty political figures. All of these figures are of international impact. These aren't just... For those of you who don't know, Malcolm X's dream was that, like the American Revolution, he really wanted to emulate the American slave owners, the founding fathers, not in terms of slave ownership or property rights or some stupid shit like that, but he wanted to emulate their operational methodology, which was to operate as an insurgency funded by foreign interests. So, as I pointed out repeatedly in the past several episodes, the American Revolution was funded as a French insurgency, and that the French backed it up with conventional armies in the field, and if it weren't for the French, there wouldn't be a United States. So the French are the true founding fathers of America. So what Malcolm X was seeking was support from African leaders, and he wanted African leaders to help give birth to the first black African American nation in North America on the continent. The first black republic in the world was Haiti on the island of Haiti, but he wanted one on the North American continent. He felt he could get support from African leaders, so he was getting guns smuggled from African countries, and various African kings and dictators were willing to help him, and this is what made him such a threat. So for anybody who doesn't know Malcolm X and they think he was just some guy who was talking shit, you don't understand what a threat this man represented to the system. And so he was like considered a black George Washington. And so they offed his ass, and then so when you add the Kennedy brothers to it, I mean America, and to top it all off, finally Nixon.
That speaks to he was part of the Nation of Islam until they threw him out. So that means the American government had infiltrated the Nation of Islam to not back Malcolm X. So they had their hands in everything. They would have to.
No, it's true. That's absolutely true. This is what the black followers of the militant movement known as New Africa, the concept of a New Africa in America, they would tell you that. They would be the first to tell you that. And there's examples that were brought up concerning the black community, concerning just who fingered him, etc. I mean, the Americans infiltrated these groups just like they infiltrated the neo-Nazi groups later, after Commander Rockwell was offed. When Commander Rockwell was in charge, the neo-Nazi group was incorruptible. And just so people understand this, there are photographs, you can look this up, of Commander Rockwell sitting in the same gatherings as the Nation of Islam with all these blacks. So Commander Rockwell and his neo-Nazis were cooperating with the Nation of Islam and the black separatists because they both want the same thing, separate black and white nations. So the white neo-Nazis under Commander Rockwell were cooperating with the blacks, considered them their best friends, brothers in struggle. And they had this cross-racial representation that is completely antithetical to whatever propaganda bullshit you've been told about neo-Nazis being racist.
That's incredible. Yeah. I've never heard this. That's incredible.
Yeah, no, wow. And again, so people can look this up, and that's why they said this son of a bitch has to die, and they killed him.
Yeah.
And so this is true in so many of these cases, but when it came to Nixon, finally what was George Wallace was running for president, and George Wallace was this Southern Dixiecrat, old Confederate who wanted to be president, and his idea was like, if not a secession of the South, more of a reestablishment of pre-Reconstruction laws and assurance of separation of the races. He was one of the men who advocated separate but equal, and that was, at least how he promoted it. So he was running for president, and then this guy was basically brainwashed to assassinate him. And the guy who almost took him out crippled him for life, and that, for whatever reason, killed his political career. I mean, you've got people like, this is how crazy Americans are. I mean, everybody remembers Franklin Delano Roosevelt now as a polio cripple. By the way, I use that term against him as offensively as possible personally. I mean it very personally toward him. I don't mean to insult anybody who's challenged by a disability. But and people don't even like that term anymore. The politically correct term is differently abled. People who are differently abled, I don't mean to insult them, but Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a piece of shit. And so this guy was a cripple as far as I'm concerned. But nobody, back when he was president, nobody knew that. Nowadays, when they build statues of him, they'll put him in a fucking wheelchair because they're trying to emphasize that. But when he was president, nobody knew he was in a wheelchair. Nobody in the public. That's why I said when he won his fourth presidency, his son, who was in the Marine Corps, was holding him up from behind like a sock puppet, and he completely fainted on stage. His eyes rolled up into his head. He collapsed, and his son was literally holding him up bodily, completely unconscious, while he was behind that podium. And everybody was just cheering like a bunch of brainwashed zombies. And if anybody caught it, nobody dared to talk about it. And so it was always like that. These Americans live in a matrix that's just like the Soviet Union or communist China. They just don't know it. So all that being said, my point about George Wallace was when this guy killed George Wallace, the guy who gave the order for this guy to kill George Wallace, or try to kill him, then wound up crippling him, was Richard Nixon. So Richard Nixon was from this old school of government by assassination. And he said, this guy can't be president for his own reasons. Nixon was the man who, of course, established the so-called Southern strategy, where he's one of the men who pioneered republicanizing the South, was Richard Nixon. He said, I want the South, and this guy, if he wins, he's going to maintain this Dixiecrat South, but I want to republicanize the South. And so he considered George Wallace to be a personal rival, and so he gave the order to kill him, but the crippling was just as good in terms of damaging the man's viability for president in the eyes of the American people who are out of their fucking minds. And for people who say, I don't want people to misinterpret what I'm saying. It's not that, in this situation, of course, obviously George Wallace is someone whose political ideology I do not share. But what I'm pointing out is that, so people might say, well, how does this wind up? Does that make Richard Nixon a good person? Or is this the point that I'm trying to make is that George Wallace was obviously a dangerous man. His politics were reactionary and retroactive. But when it comes to Richard Nixon and his operating the way he did, I don't condemn him for that either. I'm just pointing out to people the reality of your politics is not what you think. People are out there killing each other to get in power. And they're killing each other on the basis of dynastic feuds, like the Roosevelts versus the Kennedys. They're killing each other on the basis of a system that is third world at the level in which we operate. So for anybody who feels America is somehow a different system that is somehow exceptional to either the totalitarian states or the third world, or
it's not.
Yeah, thank you.
Not.
Yeah, it's
so. I'm curious about Nixon and Jackie Gleason. It's almost like they were ahead of their time, because currently the push for the alien hoax, as we shall call it currently, like Nixon seemed to push that alien hoax with Gleason, because their friendship really catapulted the whole alien agenda conspiracy theory genre, so to speak. What was that all about?
Basically, what happened with, just so people understand this, and again, to emphasize this, as Aaron and Aristides and I covered in our last episode, before tonight's episode or the episode before that, we spoke briefly of the latest congressional hearings where you have these military men who are coming forth and talking about their UFO experiences, I do want people to understand that actually on reviewing this, I do want people to know that majority of these military guys, as I said, no doubt they're put forth by the military just so the military can exploit what they're saying and promote the alien agenda, that there's this universe out there that's just teeming with life and it's just seething with life, and they're visiting us all the time because we're a fucking mecca. And even William Shatner, of all people, came out and said, this was fucking crazy. You think an advanced civilization that can travel for thousands of light years is going to come here and just hide? You know, please. But the alien agenda is insane and obviously a hoax. But I do want people to understand most of what I've heard these guys saying is absolutely true. That when these guys are talking about being on an aircraft carrier or their warship is suddenly surrounded by hundreds of UFOs, or rather USOs, unidentified submersible objects arising out of the sea, these guys are telling the truth. I've told people before about Ivan Sanderson and his modern day pursuit of what he called invisible residents, which he published this book that is republished under various subtitles. It always has the same title, Invisible Residents, but the subtitle will change for whatever reason with different publications. When he died, they ransacked his home and stole everything. The government came in and we're talking about a British expatriate who lived in Belize, basically what used to be British Honduras, and his estate was completely ransacked. This guy had his own television show about jungle, being in the jungles and the kind of explorations that he did. He was active in World War II. He was a naval intelligence officer for the British, or affiliated with naval intelligence. And so he knew what he was talking about, and he became focused on the Bermuda Triangle because of ships and planes disappearing there during World War II. And he said, we have a third enemy. He said it's basically, aside from the Axis and the communists, he's felt the Allies also had a hostile undersea civilization. And this is all true. As I said before, the Empire of Mu, which the Japanese spoke of at length, is the Dragon Emperor of the Sea. This is a post-singularity civilization. And so what these guys saw on these warships, what Bill Cooper saw when he saw an unidentified submersible object, these people are telling the truth. This does exist. The other guy who was talking about, say, for instance, a UFO showed up in the middle of the Persian Gulf and parked there for weeks and fucked all our radar up, and whoever encountered it in a military plane, we couldn't do anything to it. This is the 1,000-year Reich in exile. This is the breakaway civilization. So I've explained to people the context for these various sightings. The military agenda is simply to confuse you, present them in a fragmented fashion so there's no narrative, and then present to you their narrative, their contra-narrative, which is contrary to reality, which is that there are aliens. Now, before I return to our point, Aaron's point, I do want people to understand that what I said years and years ago, I told people this for decades, and they're finally coming out and admitting it to the point where you can look it up yourself. Every solar system they see is unfit for human life. They're finding all these exoplanets, and none of the solar systems, none of them, are like ours. Ours is completely mechanical, like a clock. It is like we have an Earth in a perfect Goldilocks zone. We've got large gas giants that absorb all the incoming bolides from the Oort cloud that provides water into the inner system. These asteroids, as they're called, that would sunder the Earth completely if they weren't gravitically absorbed into the gas giants of Jupiter in particular, but Saturn as well. All of this makes us a protected little nature enclave that is in this perfect environment that does not exist anywhere else. We're looking at all the telescopes and all these exoplanets. All the solar systems are chaotic. They're shaped like atoms where there's different rotations for all of the different planets, like they're protons or nuclei or something, and that life simply cannot exist on any of these in some, or evolve. It can't evolve in a natural form. So it's, just to point this out, the military knows this. They knew this years ago. That's how I knew it. So everybody just concentrating on that, what our man Aaron is bringing up about the latest when he's talking about. So, what was your point again about bringing this up?
So, well, as you know, I like older things, but the beginning of a lot of the beginning. Well, when you talk about Phil Schneider's and all the people that brought aliens to the forefront for this generation of conspiracy-minded people, Nixon and Jackie Gleason
there we
had
are.
a
Thank
friendship
you.
and a camaraderie based around this subject that supposedly secrets were shared between the president and himself.
So to put that into context, so what happened, and just so everybody knows, I'm a little older than Aaron, I think. I was born in 66. I am older than you.
A little bit, yeah. You got a couple years on me, not much, but you still look better than me.
Oh, yeah, you're very kind. Very kind. So when it comes to Jackie Gleason, just so everybody knows, Jackie Gleason was this fun man about town actor who was in a series called The Honeymooners and was a popular staple. He was like somebody everybody knew at the time. And certainly I grew up loving The Honeymooners. And of course, he was this average, regular working guy who was consistently, chronically threatening his wife with physical abuse, but never carried it out. Never carried it out. That's the important point. The important point was he was constantly threatening her, but he never carried it out. But the point was that when he loved golf. This is a very important point. So he loved golf, and so that's like this fucking requirement for the elite. I have no idea why. It's just like became like the elite. It's like if you don't play golf, you ain't shit. So you have to play golf. It doesn't matter if you're any good. Doesn't matter. It's like what they do, and so it's probably this way they can still play God with a stupid caddy carrying everything for them. And, that way you can, have that feeling of importance that you have when ordering somebody else about or something. But just to give people a hint about Japan, in Japan, every executive elite signs up for the golf club and they pay thousands and thousands of dollars to be part of these elite golf clubs that have almost zero attendance. It's like if you ever went to Japan and went to these golf clubs where they have like empty golf courses and these kind of like golf, I don't know what you'd call them. It's like a target practice range, except they're using golf clubs and shit. It's like nobody's going to these places and they're almost always empty, but they maintain themselves because they get millions of dollars from all of these people who are paying to be part of it just so they can say they're part of this elite golf club, and that's how they're recognized and how they network, but none of them go to play golf. That's Japan. Here in America, they actually meet and they actually go do this stupid thing. And when it comes to by the way, for those of you who don't know, that's why you see the Japanese guys aren't used to playing golf. That's why if you see the footage of Trump when he's with the Japanese Prime Minister, the Japanese Prime Minister's not used to walking around on a golf course. And so he actually trips and falls into a sand trap. So you actually see that on the footage, because this guy's never been on a golf course before. And so, he's walking with Trump. And Trump doesn't notice, by the way. True to form, Trump had no idea that guy was missing. He kept talking and kept walking. And so, by the way, Marky Milk is saying golf driving range. That's the name of those, like, mechanical target practice ranges for golf. But anyhow, so the point about Jackie Gleason was he played golf with all the presidents. Every single one of the presidents, while Jackie Gleason was alive, took him to Area 51. For whatever reason, I don't know why, people will hear, it was Harry Truman. Oh, it was Richard Nixon. Oh, it was, no, all of them did. It was like a thing with him. It was like, because he was known to be interested in the paranormal, he had a huge library on parapsychology and the paranormal phenomena. And so it was well known what he wanted, and so what he would get would be whoever became president. It was like the thing to do. Like one of the things the presidents would do is, I'll take Jackie Gleason to Area 51 and take him on a tour. And so all the presidents until Jackie Gleason died would take him at one time during their administration, because they would golf with him regularly. At one point, they would take him on a trip to Area 51 and show him the Japanese bodies. And so he would actually see the pickled Japanese bodies, and they would just say, hey, there you go. And the reason they did this is because all the presidents knew he would talk. And so the whole point was to show him the Japanese bodies and, the presidents. Now, in all fairness, the presidents themselves may have thought those were aliens. Probably did. Even those who had been in the military might have thought that. Maybe they didn't. Probably, I would credit Harry Truman and Eisenhower and Nixon probably knew they were Japanese bodies, but just showed them to, Jackie and let Gleason draw his own conclusions. It's like, they're not going to say they're guilty of war crimes. So they're just going to say, oh, hey, look, and by the side, other than that, take them out towards some of the other stuff. But yeah, Jackie Gleason would come back and talk and say, yeah, I saw, these bodies and I saw they looked, certainly didn't look human to me. And then he'd say like, I saw these craft. And so the presidents at that time, Jackie Gleason was like a controlled leak. And it wasn't that he was some shill for the government per se. It was simply that he was a good way to get the word out that the military-industrial complex wanted out there. And it was like a non-threatening way to spread the word and the kind of word they wanted. And that was at a time, ultimately it's gonna... the human brain is capable of so many rationalizations that it buggers belief. But at some point soon, any rational mind of a young person is going to realize there's no aliens out there. Simply because of what we keep seeing. We keep seeing more and more of the universe, and they can no longer hide that fact. They're just going to because honestly, with everything we're able to sense and see at this point, and the fact that we don't hear, if there was alien life out there, it would just be like, the universe would be a cacophony of sound. We couldn't even keep it out. Our biggest problem in life would be it jamming all of our communication signals. We couldn't talk to each other because there'd be so much interference from incoming alien bullshit. And we would grow up thinking of this as, oh, the fucking aliens, why don't they just shut up? This would be like an enormous problem with us. We would be trying to overcome it in terms of our communications with each other. But there's nothing. There is nothing out there. And so at some point the rationalizations just aren't going to hold up because they keep coming up with more, and the more they come up with them, the stupider they get. But
yeah, definitely.
But
thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, you would think if there were all these aliens out there, there'd be a lot more episodes of them just like, rolling up in public. Just like, it'd be like, there'd be no hiding it.
Thank you. But the U.S. government is so desperate to maintain the hoax that, as I said, ÄRISTO, of course, has listened to all 12 hours, and I believe our man, Aaron TICE has too, of the interview I did with the Bulgarian bozo. So I do cover the fact that they experimented with creating a golem type of life form, a social hive life form, because it had to be such to tolerate the congestion of the comparative cramped space of the massive lacunae, the cavities they created in the earth with their underground nuclear testing. And when they created these creatures, as I said, that were radiovorous, fed off radiation, or at least the plant life did in those macro terraria. These are meaning massive terrestrial, terrarium-like environments, like a vivarium for your pet lizard. It's up there keeping all of these plants that truly feed off radiation, which many plants do. Bananas, for instance, which you get good radiation. You get potassium, you get the solar radiation absorbed by the banana. It's completely harmless. But this is a radiovorous plant in many ways. It feeds off solar radiation. But there are plants that have mutated to feed off nuclear radiation, which of course saturated these massive cavities the government created, and they created life that could exist in those radioactive jungles, phosphorescent. As I said, very just repulsive looking, fairly amphibious appearing, basically clawed feet that are webbed, kind of a kind of a frog-footed, claw-footed, chicken-like appendage that constitutes their feet. These things, these creatures exist extraordinarily close to each other in highly compressed spaces, but otherwise look hideously human. Yet in some ways can be taller in some cases. And this is what people saw in Las Vegas. So people were in Las Vegas when at night they suddenly saw these creatures. Well, this is where all of these creatures exist, is right there in the Nevada desert, where they conducted all the underground nuclear testing. So they released a few of them to run amok in Las Vegas. If I said Los Angeles, I meant to say Las Vegas in the Nevada desert. So Las Vegas is where you had these sightings of quote-unquote aliens lately. So the U.S. government was sending in their drones, fly around, give the people the UFO effect, land a couple of the disc drones. Disc drones are easy to land. And then they get the, these creatures to run around. These are real, quite real. And people said, it's not human. It's not human. You heard the calls. If anybody's heard the calls, these people are desperate. They're scared. They're truly frightened. The police respond. What did you see? And the police say, God, these people can't be committing a hoax. They're terrified. So, yeah, they saw, yes, the government created life forms that, basically were responsible for the Dulce massacre. And, of course, they spit like...
okay.
Yeah,
there's the Phil Schneider intersection. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And, of course, the Dulce massacre was where these life forms were erupting under where they were trying to maintain them, certain levels that they're not supposed to go beyond. And then these guys got hit by... They're like spitting snakes, or the kind of spitting lizards that people have seen where the venom can go for... multiple feet in terms of a stream that they spit, and these people were eaten alive by acid, and of course the survivors lost fingers, and some of them of course died, and these traumatized people were later on just taken by the government and said, you can talk about it, but you got to say it was lasers. And if the people had any kind of resistance, all they needed to do was put them through the machine, as I told people before. People like Richard Allen Miller have gone through the so-called scanning machine that really fries their frontal lobe, and they go through enough years of that, and after that you're worthless. Anyhow, Knife Fight 420 says, regarding the Indian tech support, there is a 99 point, a lot of nines there, % chance they are scammers. I would request a chargeback through your bank and never speak to them again. I profoundly appreciate what you're saying. And believe me, I know you're right. I mean, forget the 99.999. It's 100% chance. 100% chance. For those of you who don't know, just to review the story ever so briefly, the other day, last month or the month before, totally stressed out, at a time when I was like half asleep. Basically what happened was just hit the stupid Skype by mistake while it was re-uploading, and because it was renewing. Skype every once in a while will I forget what they call it. They basically give you the latest and greatest Skype, and so they basically, you have to press a button to let it reload. And when the Skype was doing that, which suspiciously, it was already suspicious because it had been doing that for several days in a row. It was just updating every day, or every time I turned on the fucking computer. And so when it was doing that, there was one time when while it was still reloading, somehow I hit it by accident and it fucked it all up, and after that it wouldn't start at all. So when I called up Microsoft, it's a official Microsoft number, but it took you to a bunch of, basically an Osama bin Laden style terrorist network of a bunch of people who spoke broken Urdu, and it wasn't Hindi because the accent is different. The accent of Asian Indian, it's Officer Apu. This was more like Osama bin Laden as opposed to Officer Apu. Granted, Osama bin Laden was originally Lebanese, but you get my point. At any rate, so there were a bunch of Pakistanis, and almost certainly not Asian Indian, but they of course, demanded $300 and did not fix the Skype. So it was just a complete. But this is they're officially affiliated with Microsoft. It's like So it's But the crazy thing was, when they went to my computer, everything they were using was a Microsoft template that had the exact same template as Skype. So you could see it's like, they have the same formatting, that little window screen, and you could see it's distinctively Skype, Microsoft looking. And so they were using all the shit. They were obviously knew what they were doing and still didn't do it. It was like a plumber. And this happens. I mean, like when my landlady, her family hired plumbers during the toilet apocalypse, as I called it, and the toilet just was like for years wasting their water, which I wasn't paying for. It's their water, but I kept telling them, it's flushing, and they didn't believe me. But when they finally brought in a plumber to fix it, stupid white guy asshole comes in, just like you got these Pakistani assholes. Then this guy was a white asshole. He came in, he said, yeah, I could do it. And he came in with the landlord's brother. So the brother is waiting outside, and he shouldn't have been. Not that it mattered anyway. The motherfucker comes into my home. He just pretends to do something and then ran out, got into his van, and took off like he had just killed someone. It would be as if he had just killed me and left the body there and was trying to get away as fast as possible. And so when he ran off, I told the brother, hey, the toilet's still flushing. And he says, what? And anyhow, so then later we had to call, the plumber again. This time it was a Mexican guy. And he said, oh, he didn't put in the rubber ringer, the little rubber ringer that would have stopped this. And so my landlady said, why didn't he do that? And, then the Mexican guy suddenly can't speak English and then left. And it's like, because I guess, honor among thieves or something. They all cover for each other, even if they're different companies. It's like, if he told you that, it'd be like the company secret or something, or the industry secret, the trade secret. But the point is, these are people who just rip you off every chance they get. And it's like, there's no other reason to rip you off other than they're going to force you to call them again, because you're forced to call them again. So it's like, that's how these guys were. They came in and they insinuated that, the problem will stop, Skype will reload if we clean all these viruses, but we need $300. And so at that time I gave them everything I had on the card. So yeah, knife fight is right. Maybe I should pursue that, and we'll see what happens. Maybe if I find time, I'll try and do that. It's going to be an odd month, so we'll see if I get to that point. But yeah, it was outrageous. It was outrageous. And the only reason I made rent that month was thanks to my listeners. And so I do emphasize to everyone, it's things are okay right now, semi-stable, but definitely, as always, contributions are needed towards the end of the month, because I'll need to spend a lot of money on refilling my Gerolsteiner water supply. My water in this hellhole is not potable. We'll get into that a little later again. Elements of, not that anything new is developed. I've always been drinking bottled water for a long time now, because the water here is not potable. But my cosmetologist V brought up something that was an excellent point. I hadn't dwelt on it, probably because I didn't want to think about it. But, the Bronte sisters, Emily Bronte and all the authoresses, they all died young, because the forensics behind it, they established this later, was that they all lived near a cemetery, and they were all drinking cadaver water. All the runoff from the cemetery's dead bodies was getting into the water, and that shit is just noxious. It's like
terrible.
Yeah, so they were all drinking water that was polluted by dead bodies, and they all died early because of that. And V pointed out, it's cadaver water coming out of my pipes. And I realized she's probably right, because we are built on top of a cemetery. Again, just to emphasize this to people, because people just don't get it. We have these little fucking buggies that go by my home as they take tourists on a tour of San Francisco. And they have an audio cassette in them that tells the tourists where to turn, and tells them to watch out because the lights change radically or something. Just tells them to be careful, but also tells them the history of what they're seeing as they drive by. And when those little buggies drive by my home, they quite audibly will tell the tourists that the homes in this residential area were built on top of a Russian cemetery. This is why it was called Russian Hill. So we have dead bodies under all of the homes in this various, in this community, unknown to most of the landlords at this point. As the older landlords have died off, the vast majority of the basements are connected by tunnel systems that they're unaware of, that were here from the old Barbary Coast days when this was like whorehouses and gambling dens and for the 49ers and the Russian settlers who were trying to come here for gold. There is an old Wild Wild West episode where the federal agents in that series are abducted and they think they're in Russia, but it turns out they're in Russian Hill in San Francisco. So
yikes.
Yeah. Anyhow, Knife Fight 420 says if they ever come up again, the collective team Dietrich should be able to handle them. I will help for free. Thank you, Knife Fight 420. Profoundly appreciate it. I appreciate the offer, the sentiment behind that. Yeah, when it comes to the bodies, see, in all fairness, obviously there's quite a bit about my landlady that's indefensible, but in all fairness, if she were to try to repair the plumbing and the air circulation ducts, which are all boarded shut, for reasons I've explained before, the people upstairs have all that good shit. We have nothing down below. There was no ventilation for the kitchen. There was no... we can't turn on the heat because we'd all die of carbon monoxide like we gassed ourselves in a car. This was, of course, how they killed the Jews in the trucks on the mobile killing units, was they backed up the carbon monoxide into the trucks they loaded them in. We would die like that, meaning, when my family was alive. Of course, I'm the only one here now. If I turned on the heat, that's how I would die. And the reason it's all boarded up was when I asked my old Chinese landlords about it, they said, to keep the dead from coming up further. And they meant, the bodies down below and the dead. And just so people know, if she tried to fix all that, the landlady would have to tear the building down. Then she'd have to rebuild it from the ground up. And by the time they exposed what was beneath, all the bodies, etc., then the government would have to move in, because the government would then say, it's like an Indian burial ground. They'd have to say, well, the bodies have to be transferred, etc. They know they're there. But so long as nobody touches them now, this is all built up over generations, then the government doesn't care. But if they get exposed, then it becomes an issue, and they have to say we have to relocate them, etc., because it becomes a historical issue. Then it's like historical bodies and shit. And so then at that point, it's over. I mean, there's nothing you can do. The government takes over, and it's the next 20 years, right? I mean, so she can't do anything about it. But at this point, probably after this many years, there is probably at some point where the bodies disintegrating have gotten into the pipes. So that explains so much about... Now, theoretically, San Francisco has the cleanest water, some of the best drinking water in the world, because we get our water from the Hetchy Hetchy Reservoir. So on average, San Francisco has excellent drinking water, like a model for the world. This is different. This place on Russian Hill, it's a hellhole. So you've got this even though we're in one of the more expensive neighborhoods in San Francisco, theoretically, I'm only here due to rent control is the only reason I can live here. So we probably got cadaver water. I can't drink that. And just because, if anybody thinks, oh God, you're a vampire, no, it's not like that. I drink blood of living people. It's not like, dead bodies just make me sick like they would you. So, understand, that when it comes to the situation, it's just dire. So I have to reload up on water later in the month. So I do want people to know that money will be needed towards that. One of the things that I had a discussion with V about, considering the bodies, because we were talking about the electric blanket. I gave her the details for ordering the quality electric blanket. Now, Clarice Claudette sent me an electric blanket. I want to thank her. It died almost immediately. We'll try and do what we can do. She bought it from Kohl's. There's almost no place I can return it to in the Greater Bay Area except by traveling outside of the city and county of San Francisco. If my gang brother doesn't help me do that, I can't get her money back. When it comes to our lovely Brooke Gibson, she sent this electric blanket, which, despite being the worst I've ever had in terms of so many inconveniences, it's gonna last a long time. So it's holding me until the quality Brookstone gets here, definitely, because it can't die because it doesn't have a digital clock. It can eventually die, but not likely anytime soon. But anything with the digital timers on it, they're going to die. And unfortunately, some of the higher quality ones have that. But the dead, they fuck with the electricity. And so when I was talking to Vi about it, she brought up an interesting point. She's been part of several occult and mystical societies. She was actually, for a short period of time in her life, early on, was taken as a child. She was taken to some of these, like, churches in San Francisco. There's one left in San Francisco that's based on the old spiritists. And so she was actually slain in the spirit at least a few times in childhood, where she fell down on the floor, unable to move. And she realized that what was going on was, in their ecstatic state, many of these people were allowing whatever to enter them. And so she ultimately severed from that religious environment. But she was bringing up what some of these other mystical communities that she became a part of and these occult schools that she attended. And she paid good money to attend a psychic university in San Francisco. There used to be one called Amron that was within walking distance of me that was there for generations before it closed. But in her case, she had attended some different communities, and apparently they call it the K-Force. And what they're referring to is, Peter Moon talks about Qigong tirelessly. So when it comes to Qigong, think of the opposite of that, Shigung, the death force. This is what permeates this crypt. And so Vi was talking about it, that I could probably tolerate it because, of course, of the Peacock Angel incident and my possession by a fragment of the Peacock Angel. Potentially even my vampiroid genetics probably helps to a greater extent, probably enormously to a degree. But definitely, she understood everything that I was talking about over the years about the draining of the life energy of people who live here. And so when, and she pointed out that a lot of these people who go into the ghost hunting hobby, where they're going into haunted houses and all that, and I was pointing out Ed and Elizabeth Warren and how they were claiming to be exorcists, and they were trying to talk people into going into this activity and help to popularize it so that everybody was buying infrared glasses and going into abandoned homes and trying to record dead people's voices and shit. And she was pointing out, of course, that it really it disintegrates the mind, that the death force, the what I would call the Shigung, what she calls the K-Force. She says these people who do this, they go record the dead people's voices, they go into this, that slowly disintegrates the mind, and that because the dead are just leeching. Every time you're going in there and engaging in this bullshit, the dead are just taking everything they can from you because they're desperate and they're clinging. And she says, and so it's just want people to understand that I have to get out of here eventually.
Without protection, they'll leech your life force, your actual essence.
Oh yeah, and given long enough time, and this is why, certainly this would be one of the worst places. The interesting thing, while I was with her I've pointed this out before. I don't know if you guys have caught this. I talked about it with Peter Moon in the past. Where I go to see Vi now, the salon, which is owned, of course, by a Vietnamese and Chinese woman. But it used to be the occult bookstore Fields Books, which was there forever. It was one of the most well-known occult bookstores in San Francisco, in the world. It had a worldwide reputation, and so Fields Bookstores was open there for generations. And it is now the salon where I go to see Vi. So while she had me on the massage table just yesterday, it was Saturday. Yeah, it was yesterday. When she had me on the massage table early in the morning, and this big ass noise happens, like right in the, like it was right in the room with us, and she jumped back and was like, "That was close," and that was such a strange thing to say, like it was an incoming bombardment or something. That's something someone would say, like if there was regular shelling involved, and then, one of the explosions was close, and you said, that was a close one? It was like that. And then the funny thing was, it didn't trigger anything in me at all. No combat response. No, I just lay there limp as I didn't care. I didn't give a shit. And then this smell of pot just overwhelmed. Now, by the way, pot's legal in San Francisco. and you can smoke it, but those two Asian ladies wouldn't allow anyone to be smoking that shit in there, so it began to permeate the room. So yeah, just another haunting, and we're heading towards we're heading towards Chinese Ghost Month. So I do want everyone to know when Peter Moon returns, the day he returns is what Americans or Westerners perceive as Japanese Halloween. So it's the Japanese Spirit Festival, their Lantern Festival, Lanterns for the Dead. So that'll be for 3 days as soon as Peter Moon comes back. Then immediately after that, it's Chinese Ghost Month. So after that, for an entire 30 days, the entire lunar month, you have the Chinese believe that the negative dead will walk the earth. So just bear that in mind.
Interesting.
Asian Lunar New Year is a day for the relations who you actually like, the positive dead come back. So Asian Lunar New Year is when benevolent spirits come back to visit and you commune with them. Very similar to Celtic Lunar New Year. The Celtic New Year is what became Halloween. And the only reason people think that there's this kind of trick-or-treats or this kind of fun aspect of Halloween is because to the Celts, the dead coming back at that time when the veil between the worlds was very thin was positive. So there's this. That's why Halloween is not viewed with so much foreboding as it is a fun thing. But with the Asian Lunar New Year would be the version of that. But this in around this time of year, and it changes every year because of the lunar months being different from the solar calendar. This will be the month that for 30 days, the dead that you never like, relatives that were real assholes, come back. And
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, or people that you never knew and people who never knew anyone because they're just such assholes. They all come back. So yeah, I'll be spending most of my time at the estates because activity here will probably ramp up.
Oh sure, it's gonna be a ghostly affair at your place.
Yeah. Oh God, when Laura Lee Solomon forced herself upon me, the first night I moved heaven and earth to put her in a hotel room. She was a bigger woman, older, not physically very attractive, poor dear. And but then she forced herself upon me here one night, and she saw a ghost. No shit. And it was a big bearded white man walking through the wall in a football jersey, complete with the shoulder pads. And a number. Well, I don't remember the number. She remembered the number because she saw it, and I guess somebody who sees a white guy walking through the wall with a big Viking beard and football shoulder pads and shit is never going to forget the number they see. And so she remembered the number, and she related that to Robert Lacey, who was a professional baseball player with the Oakland A's. And Robert Lacey was a fan of mine for a while, and whole different story behind that. But anyhow, Robert Lacey knew who the football player was. He gave her the identity. He said, "Oh, that number," wow. And he and that description. He knew who it was, and so he actually told her who it was who walked through my wall. So what connection he may have had with this neighborhood, I have no idea. But he was a San Franciscan, played with the San Francisco 49ers, so it would make sense. Whoever it was, I don't remember the name Lacey said. I don't remember the number, Anyhow, so what I'm going to do is take a short break for just a few minutes. I'll be right back in about 3 to 4 minutes. But you guys have got this, right?
Oh, of course.
Excellent. Okay, I'll be right back. You're with us, Aristides?
Okay, I'm here. No, okay. I'm here.
Yeah, that was awesome information. Like, I'm always amazed at how much can come to the surface, and I think we are a little bit underinformed as far as the amount of assassinations that took place to put the people in power that are in power.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that was a little more than I knew about the Kennedys. I got to admit, I'm not a huge Kennedy researcher, but wow, certainly covered a lot since then.
Yeah. Well, it's just they've just died so unceremoniously, so regularly throughout, I mean, my parents and my own lifetime. It's kind of sad. I mean, they just have like a very long history of fame, acclaim, and just extreme tragedy. It's just, a very sordid tale for the family. You know, they seem to be losing. If it's a what do you call it, a Hatfield-McCoy feud, they're definitely on the losing end of it. I mean, I don't see them coming out on top.
No, sure, and
skirmishes, so to speak.
And maybe that's why RFK Jr. is telling a different line there. It's the Kennedy insurance policy.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to buy it.
Yeah, I got to tell you, like, his voice issue, I can't even listen to him talk. Like, his voice issue is so extreme.
Well, I mean, it's Douglas. Yeah, there's that, and then Douglas has gone off on him, and I don't know. I think he's. I don't know what did I like him. I think he's like Trump for the Democrats. I think.
Yeah, you know, if I were him, I would just want to stay alive. You know, like.
Yeah.
Let me make a living and stay alive. You know?
If Kennedy wants to stay alive, he should stay out of politics.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, is he running for anything though? I don't even.
I think he's trying to. He's saying he's going to run. I don't know. I think they're all. All of them are puppeteered in there, even the rogues. You know, so if he's the rogue, you know, for Democrats and.
Well, it's like Ross Perot, right? Like it's the controlled opposition. Like, let's split the vote. You know,
exactly. Yeah, it's going to be so confused. Nobody's going to know who to vote for, and
right,
right. But but no, I think it was interesting how much he said, because, like you said, everybody loves Kennedy, but at the time he was so hated, and I think so. Of all these people they killed, the ones that were really dangerous, you never hear much about them. You know, we talked about George Rockwell and Malcolm X, but then there's certain ones that they love to, assassinate him and then elevate him to like a pedestal as a convenient, thing, deity to kind of worship, and of course, but that can never speak out again because they're dead, So it's like,
Well, I was shocked by the Malcolm X situation because I've been studying Muhammad Ali, and I always felt as a young man, I was like, wow, he was really unpatriotic, because he wouldn't go into the draft. And, as a middle-aged man now, I'm like in awe that he could put his earnings, his title, his career on hold because he didn't want to kill people because he was told to. But anyway, he was adopted by the Nation of Islam because he could sell the program better than anybody on earth. He was the most famous person on earth for many, many years. I mean, every nation recognized Muhammad Ali, and he was almost best friends with Malcolm X for the time that they were both in the Nation of Islam. But when Malcolm X fell out of favor with the nation, like they basically just snubbed him and turned their back on him, and Muhammad Ali stopped contact as well because he was still in that program. And I think his brother said, looking back, Muhammad Ali probably stayed safe all those years in a very troubled America because the Nation of Islam was basically doing, protective services at all the fights for him. I mean, he was a very prominent African-American success story, but he had a lot of muscle behind it. But the only way they would turn their back on Malcolm X, who was doing what he was doing, is if they had pretty much American government infiltration causing them to do that, because otherwise they would have been aligned in their views and beliefs.
Yeah. Wow. No, I thought it was, what I found fascinating was kind of when he got into the story of George Rockwell and basically like white separatists and black separatists being allies.
Yeah, like they wanted their own thing.
They both. It kind of draws parallels to like the World War II situation. Like the Reich working with the Zionists, and nobody can quite understand it, but like they kind of wanted the same thing. Not really, in a way, and kind of I don't know, like the enemy of your enemy is your friend, or
yeah, that's the phrase that comes to mind. That's it's so enigmatic, and then when you get to those points in the stories, like the frustrating part, especially I'm sure as an engineer, you know, myself as someone who's read a lot, it gets very frustrating because the substance of the stories drifts away, because at that point now there's no longer any real concrete anything. It's just, here's what happened. It's beyond all basis of like reality until this point of our lives, you know. Like, how the hell did this come about, and where did all these factions wind up today?
Right. I don't know. They drive so hard, you know, they basically try to boil everything down to left versus right. But, you know, I guess it's getting into like third position politics, and then it would just be too confusing, too hard for them to control. And they try to keep that picture, you know, picture out of the equation.
Well, he's disgraced in many ways now, but Jesse Ventura was the wrestler who won I think it was the governorship of Minnesota. And back in the day, I read his book, and, you know, I learned a couple points that stayed with me. And one of the things he pointed out was that when Abraham Lincoln was elected president, he was a third party candidate. And we were a very young nation at the time, small numbers compared to now. And comparatively speaking, if we had grown as we were growing, we should be a 15-party system, not a 2-party system where the third party splits the one party's vote. And I thought that was a really interesting observation that not many people talk about. I mean, really, we have 1.5 parties typically. And they all switch sides back and forth based on convenience or, you know, dollars penetrated, or whatever you want to call it. So.
I mean, if we had a situation like that, it might actually be like, you know, a real democracy. But now they just kind of say that word, and they just, you know. Yeah.
So it's extremely frustrating.
Jesse Ventura. It's funny. I'm trying to think. Some stories I've heard about him. Somebody I know met him, and I'm trying to remember what they said. They say he's quite a character.
Yeah, he seems like quite a character. I mean, he did that. Douglas has talked about him before, where I think he did that conspiracy TV show, but the assistant, they actually had the assistant kind of take him out. You know, he thought she was sweet on him, but in reality, she was a double agent, and she was with somebody else to disgrace him. And you know, so his whole career has been fraught with disgrace, so to speak. It's kind of a sad story to be kind of depressing.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess if whoever was a threat, they kind of made sure to scoot him out of the picture.
Yeah, but he didn't live in. It was interesting. He wasn't supposed to win the election in Minnesota. So he tells a story of how he had so many death threats. He moved out of the governor's mansion.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
And come to find out, it probably saved him and his wife's life, because the governor's mansion was still plumbed with lead pipes. And so, like, he found that out after the fact, but he probably would have gotten lead poisoning had he stayed there. And he ended up not running for a second term because his wife had a nervous breakdown because of all the stress that his governorship caused anyway. So a lot of and this is why, you know, I respect people who go the hard road, like, you know, Peter being shut out of all mainstream media and Douglas being shunned by mainstream media. I mean, these guys keep telling their story, and they keep pushing, and it doesn't make their lives any better. It doesn't pay the bills. So it's like, it's very honorable. It's very impressive.
Yeah. But it's funny. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to win. That's got to really bugger him up, you know, when somebody that wasn't supposed to win.
Well, yeah, because I mean, in wrestling, he learned how to create a soundbite. You know what I mean? He learned how to advertise. So he paid hardly anything for his TV spots, but he just had such a compelling message that when people heard it, they connected with it almost instantly, which is a skill you get in wrestling. And so on a budget, probably 1/50th of the other campaigners, he actually grabbed everybody with his tiny message and resonated with them and won an election he wasn't supposed to, and ruffled a lot of feathers, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, too bad something like that can't happen for president, but I think they just make it too impossible for anybody to, you know, any outsider to you get a guy like him come in, like you said, just very charismatic, no budget, but just like, oh, wow, people would be so excited just to have something that wasn't, the same old crap, which a lot of people thought Trump was. But then, after some years of disappointment, hopefully some of them are waking up, and it's just like a different flavor of crap, maybe. But
yeah, it's all the same, really. It's two wings of the same bird.
Yeah, well, Douglas kind of says, "Oh no, it's not the really."
He just got back. What did I say?
Yeah, I know. Where we talk about some politics and what was it, Jesse Ventura, and kind of outsider candidates and.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, that's the different flavors. Our same flavor. The politicians.
Yeah. It's all poo, so to speak. But a quick segue. Your friend, I think it's V, being slain in the spirit. So to go back to evangelical history, the Pentecostal movement was actually pretty much started in Los Angeles with I think it was Joseph Seymour. He was an African American follower of Joseph Parham. Parham was segueing off someone else's power and influence in the Elijah prophecy con scheme. And I say that lovingly because it's an art form, but
got it.
So what you described was what was happening. So the Azusa Street revival, which the Black roots of Pentecostalism refer to as their holy grail, is the Azusa Street revival, that everybody was being slain in the spirit, and there were worship services 3 times a day, and it went on for weeks and months and years. So Joseph Seymour oversaw that as like the number one guy under Joseph Parham. However, what they don't tell you is the overwhelming majority of the people at these services were occult people. They were witches, Wiccans, practitioners, what have you. And William Seymour wrote to Joseph Parham, and Joseph Parham was in prison in Texas at the time for having sex with an underage male. And he was asking, so these are the leaders of the Pentecostal movement. So William Seymour is asking him, literally, now this is a guy who's leading a religious movement, and he's asking, how do we know that the works of the Spirit are of God or of the devil? Because they didn't know. Because basically it was, as you just described, Douglas, opening themselves up to whatever power it was. Yeah. And so it wasn't some holy thing where people were healed or miracles were happening. It was literally just something happening that nobody knew what it was. It was a bunch of chaos, and the two leaders had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. So that's the story of the beginning of the Pentecostal movement. And if you say that in an average group of religious people, you're gonna get some flack, but that's the reality.
Oh, they'll lynch you. They'll lynch you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's that's incredible, and I profoundly appreciate your sharing that. And of course, as well as spiritism, or it can be called spiritism or spiritualism, but I prefer the term spiritism because spiritualism is so vague and so generic that could be anything. So spiritism, which was this pseudo-religious movement, which started in the right after World War I, when in Western civilization, so many people had lost so much. People don't understand, as bad as World War II was, World War I was just 60,000 men dying a day charging into machine gun fire. It was just horrific. And nobody came back the same after that. And the people at home weren't the same either because they'd lost so many children. So author Conan Doyle, who had written so much popular culture that profoundly impacted the world, like the Sherlock Holmes stories that my mother loved, and one of the things she learned English by was, among The Little Prince and other works, was the Sherlock Holmes stories. So Arthur Conan Doyle became a spiritist because he had lost a son in World War I, and that's why his hero, I think his name was Haggard, the hero who was the explorer in Africa, then he's portrayed by Sean Connery in that horrible film, the League of Extraordinary.
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. And just understand that was by this horrible individual named Mark Mignola, who created that concept where he just stole, quite openly, because they're all public property now. They're all what you call public domain. He just stole all these public domain figures and integrated them into his comic book. And he's the same guy who gave us Hellboy, and, just a real piece of shit, and just profound Office of War Information propagandist. And he produced that concept. And when they made it into a film, they take what could be a good idea and they just turn it into something horrible. It's like unwatchable. But to its credit, perhaps even some credit to Mark Mignola in at least realizing the fact, at least Captain Nemo is rendered like the original character, an Asian Indian. So for those of you who don't know, Captain Nemo was Asian Indian in the original Jules Verne novel. However, just so people understand this, and to understand how much of a piece of shit Mark Mignola is, Jules Verne rendered his character of Captain Nemo, the name means no man, means it's an alias because the captain never wants to be identified. He's operating as a resistance fighter against the British Empire. The original Captain Nemo is Asian Indian. He's operating out of the seas, as far away from his homeland as possible to strike at the English Empire on the high seas. And he is a Christian in the original Jules Verne novels, which Mark Mignola turned him into, and this is represented in the film. He's turned into a worshipper of Kali, the cult of death. So that shows you what a piece of shit Mark Mignola is. It shows you what but anyhow, that's what Mark Mignola, he did that with all of them. He just perverted all of them into his own satanic agenda. Literally satanic. I want people to understand when I use this term, I don't use this loosely like other people might. People might say something they dislike is satanic. When I say something is satanic, consider my background. I know what I'm talking about. It's not a term that I use casually.
It's more poignant.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like this woman who was, on this show a few times in the past. People may not remember her, Deanna Fraser, and she was just this very unassuming character who was on a few times, was not the best public speaker in the world, had some issues, had spent some time in prison for what she said. Her story never made much sense, but I'm not lying. She relayed this publicly and on record, had something to do with underage children having sex. So she wound up in prison. We're not talking jail time here. We're talking solid prison time this woman had. She's been on this program. And ironically enough, she was Ukrainian. And she had sent me some stuff, like some wonderful knitting that she did. When you're in prison, you get to learn that stuff. I
was taking a sip of water. I spit it out laughing as you said that.
Sorry. And so she sent me some wonderful little pamphlets on Ukraine that were published ages ago, that were back in the day. And but anyhow, the whole thing about her was that when Brooke Gibson and I both noticed her Facebook timeline, this is not the case now, but for a period of time thereon, she had a literal satanic sigil. And this had nothing to do with the heavy metal rock, where you just have, the classic inverted Star of Baphomet or something recognizable to the public. This was like an actual arcane sigil was up on her timeline. So it's amazing. It's just amazing what happens to people and what you find out about them as time goes on. As a matter of fact, Keith Call, a man who hopefully at some point will download Skype, he's been forced to learn more about computers since COVID. Poor bastard contracted COVID. I mean, I love him dearly. I should say, dear friend of mine. Keith Call. Anyhow, he contracted COVID, never got, hopefully it's changing now, and hopefully he's slowly getting them back, but forever he couldn't get his taste sensation back, his smell sensation back. But this guy was like, some people preach moral Christian ethics. I mean, he truly lives it. This is a person who deserves all credit for that. This was the guy who I've mentioned in the past on air, and he himself has talked about it on air, has gone to Roswell repeated times, and just is into outing a lot of these hoaxes, which is how he got connected with myself. And he met the individual who was Tom Cruise portrays in the film A Few Good Men, the JAG, the Judge Advocate General, the military attorney for the United States Marine Corps, who is portrayed in that film by Tom Cruise. And of course, I always have to look the guy's name up because for whatever reason, I never retain the guy's name. I'll see if I can find it. If I can't, it's no big deal for the moment. Though I always like to point it out because he's a good man, and he basically was listening to Keith Call describe everything that I've described about Roswell. And we're talking about the attorney who was portrayed by Tom Cruise in the movie A Few Good Men. And when he heard everything Keith Call had to tell him about what I said about Roswell, he said that he agreed with everything that I presented. So this is an individual who actually was, believe it or not, for those of you who don't know, the man who is portrayed by Tom Cruise in the film A Good Few Men is the same attorney who was sent to investigate Roswell. So that's and most people don't know that. So let me see if I can find the guy's name in the drafts here. No, it would just be under Keith Call. So okay, gotta look for that for a second here. But aside from that, I'm also getting some questions now that I'm opening my email and looking through these different files of mine. I noticed that the people are asking some questions. They want to know about my eyes. Okay, so basically, so everybody knows that's called Kawasaki syndrome. My eyes turn blood red. That's not it's not contact lenses. That is, my eyes turn blood red at various times, and that's Kawasaki syndrome. People can look that up. And in baseline humans, that can be lethal. It can lead to like other conditions that basically are a weakness of the heart or something like that. In my case, there's no collateral damage because of my vampiroid genetics, and is how I inherited it. Baseline humans can also get it. It's almost exclusively Japanese. In fact, it's an ethnic disease. It would be similar to people who are, how would I say it? Like blacks get sickle cell anemia. There are certain diseases that are specific to ethnic Jews. So when it comes to this, however, for me, it's not a disease because I'm asymptomatic. One of the things that they were trying to find out when they sent in that young lady to have sex with me after the blood transfusion was whether the Kawasaki syndrome would transfer through my sperm into a child. I did find that out later from Michael Aquino. That was one of the things that Dr. John Henry Hagman wanted to find out. And whether it did or not, I do not know. The young lady, we believe, might be my daughter. I don't know if she manifested or not. I've never physically met her. I've spoken to her a few times on the phone. People who know the story know that she was having dreams that I was raping her in the astral, that I was sexually trying to assault her. The biggest problem would be that if I physically rendezvoused with her, I'm certain she would probably accuse me of rape, at which point I would be guilty of rape incest. The weird thing about it was around the time that I was trying to rendezvous with her, and all of this could have come down, when that fell through, and I decided that she's just too impacted by potential programming. She was obviously born to a woman who was basically trapped in the system of the U.S. government, where they were basically exploiting this young girl that was sent in to have sex with me at Letterman Army Medical Center. Obviously, she was born to her and therefore born basically into captivity. So I can't trust how she would behave if I were to rendezvous with her independently. And as soon as, this whole thing fell through where I decided I just couldn't safely rendezvous with her, just try and keep an eye on her from afar. Then what happened was that if you look this up, you'll find it. Some guy got arrested named Douglas Dietrich for incest rape. Like they had a slot to fill.
Wow. Wow.
And it was he's old. He's like really old. Just white trash trailer park looking guy. And but it's like they had a slot to fill.
Yeah.
So
that speaks to our current world being a matrix, right?
Yeah. In a sense. Now I don't want people to take that too far. When you brought up what you did earlier, of course, it's definitely I think relevant. I think it's relevant, but it's definitely one of those things that are how would I say it? The fact that they delayed it before it was even released gives it less impact than, say, for instance, what I said about the Manchurian Candidate. But it's
Sure,
definitely, I'm glad
sure.
to know about it. By the way, Peter Moon's going to join us now, so let's bring him on.
Oh, nice.
And with you gentlemen, and it says missed call, but he should be merging. Okay, here we are. Peter Moon is now with us, dear man. Thank you so much for joining us. And Aaron Tice and Aristides, they're both with us. And please say hi to both of them, and whoever you're with, introduce them and take the stage.
Hello. Hello to Aaron and hello to Ari.
Hello.
I think.
Hey, Peter.
I think it's 6 o'clock here. Wow, I'm a little concerned about. You can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
No, you can hear me there. Can you hear me from right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, because I need to stand back from the computer. I was hoping. I got up early. I can't sleep. I got a big day ahead.
Wow.
And I can't sleep because there's a lot of excitement. I was thinking maybe I'd be talking to you during breakfast and getting people to chime in, but I don't know if that's going to work. We have, let me see, 10 of us here in Buchez. We're in the Hotel Pistera. Pistera means cave. We're going to be exploring the cave this morning, and then going up to the Sphinx in the afternoon, having to get back by the last tram comes back at 4:30, so we won't stay too long up there. I don't know what to say. It's been just an incredible trip. Now, when I last spoke to you, we had featured Nicole, and what did you think? She was very pleased. She wants to come back. She's not with me anymore. I had invited her to come with us. I would have provided for her all along the way, but she's gone back to Bucharest and Suceava.
Okay.
What did you think of her?
Oh, great. Wonderful human being. Just, of course, impressed in the most positive sense. And just so glad she was able to join us. And hopefully she'll get Skype downloaded and be able to speak with us more regularly, even from China. Though this is the part that she missed in my communications. When I was asking her, do you feel safe there? I meant, did she feel safe from the communist Chinese superstate, as opposed, I didn't mean if she felt safe from crime on the street, but that's how she took it and said, oh, of course it's safe. Yeah, the cameras everywhere, and basically emphasized the super surveillance state being in effect. But what I really meant was the government, and you noticed it when I brought up the Roswell Deception, the book, and I was asking her about it, that basically, she pretty much alluded to the fact that she was pretty much afraid to share that with anybody in China. Didn't know how that would be responded to, and it's probably the safest bet. Yeah, it's hard to tell how they would respond. So I'm just glad that she, did what she did with us, and
It's like sharing cotton candy with a caveman.
Yeah. And by the way, thanks to ÄRISTO for putting a hyperlink to our show up. God knows I forgot to do that earlier, so I'll try and do that later. And but now that that's up, Peter, tell us about. So you sound like you're in a cave. You sound like you're being held hostage, and that you and all the other people are waiting for a big day tomorrow while they all ask for the ransom. What's going on?
Why? Because I sound distant?
Just a little echoey. It sounds kind of like you're in a dungeon. It just kind of like also because you're.
I'm in a hallway. I'm in the hallway of my room.
Okay.
And there's not a lot of space in this room. It's a decent room. It's a nice room. I'd like it better if there was only one bed.
Mm-hmm.
The second bed, I don't have any in the second bed. Everybody else is doubled up because, as you know, JoJo and Chad didn't make it, so
right.
I get a room by myself.
But you're in near the Sphinx because JoJo and Chad insisted on visiting the Sphinx. So how did that turn out, or is that the big day tomorrow? Is you're all rendezvous?
That's today. That's today.
Okay, great.
It's going to turn out great because we had met Stephanie's friends and students, Brian and Deb from Las Vegas, and they are like, true functionaries of the law of time and the Mayan construct that Jose Argüelles put together, which changes the consciousness of time. And they were like, we were sharing dreams over dinner last night, and it got really neat because it starts activating the dreams. It starts activating the whole energy. And what I think the most exciting thing right now is I remember back in 2013 when we had this gathering at the Cotizo Hotel. It was August 10th, I think. Oh, what the hell? Who knows what it was? August. It was the biorhythm. And we had my Bulgarian friends, my many Romanian friends. Nicole showed up I didn't know she was coming. Showed up there too.
Wow.
Then we saw all these people there, and it was, all because I generated all this interest. It was the biorhythm 2013, the 10-year biorhythm. That was, I think, the day, I don't remember if it was the day before, the day, I think it was the day I met Paula.
Mm-hmm.
It was the day I met
Wow.
Paula, and it was like, that was like a big change. It was like, it's incredible. And all these people were like, and Eva was singing Bulgarian folk songs, and then my friend Maria would sing Romanian folk songs, and it was just very celebratory. And then this new age magician showed up that had nothing to do with me or what we were doing, and they had another crowd of people come into that hotel, which I've never seen anybody there doing anything like that. And it was just an incredible evening, and I realized I'm getting people to come. Romanians are coming to our event, and it's like I was recruiting in excess. Many people couldn't. One of my dear friends who I have helped so much with Qigong, Alex, and she's just a real dear soul, and she wanted to come so bad. You could just see it in her eyes. I was so touched, but she can't make it because I invited her boyfriend too. It was. So a lot of people couldn't make it, but there are very key ones that are. And I finally got a guitar player. He was performing for Atlanticon. I only met him a few days ago, but so he's going to come with a party of friends. And so it's just like I'm realizing it's going to be a very dynamic occurrence there. And I'm basically coming with Americans. And okay, one guy's Canadian, not much different. He's from BC. Not before Christ, but British Columbia. And he's an energy worker. I'm really looking forward to meeting him. And then there's two guys from Sweden. So but now I'm piling in the Romanians because, and we'll have 2 Bulgarians there, but we're piling in the Romanians because they just bring so much energy. What's really, I guess, the most exciting, well, there's so many exciting things. One of them was like, I was with David's sister last night, and she's asking me about dreams and telling me about her dreams, and it's like they're learning so much about David from me, his 2 sisters. Mm-hmm. And this was another amazing thing. The last day of Atlanticron, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning, and the job of Serene, the director of Atlanticron, is to get everybody off the effing island pronto. Now it's going to take half the day to get them off, just in terms of boat. It's just got to export everybody off the island and to wherever they're going, to their cars mostly. And so I'm 6 o'clock and I'm walking to do my, to the tent where I talk to you at, and I'm going to do my morning drink and do my qigong. And I'm thinking, like, I just, can't wait till the middle of the day, till I'm in Chernavoda in a hotel relaxing.
Yeah.
But then Atlanticron continued. Next thing I know, Heather sneaks up on me, and she asked me to do her chart because she heard I, had done this girl's chart. Really helped her.
Yeah.
And I don't do charts. And I'm actually kind of getting better, or maybe perhaps even good at it. And she said she'd never given her information. I started looking at her chart, and it was just amazing. And what the most significant thing about it, from my perspective, and from her perspective, and for certain that people will be interested, is that I pointed out to her, and I can't even repeat the details. Perhaps it's too personal, but basically, the biggest beneficiary of David's technology is her.
Wow, how is this?
Well, it's hard to explain, but that's what the chart says.
Okay, interesting.
If you look at it from a pragmatic angle, she was burned when she was a baby, so she has a lot of scar tissue.
Yeah.
Nothing like Dr. Troughton.
Understood.
No, she's a pretty girl.
Just so people understand, Dr. Tao Tran is my psychiatrist who was terribly burned by napalm to the point where her entire body is scarred to the point where her bones are calcified and some of them are visible through her skin. This young lady that Peter Moon is speaking about actually looks like an attractive blonde in a photograph of her. You'd never guess she had been through this, but she's left severely sensitive, hypersensitive to touch.
You can see it. You can see her scars when
close up, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, but still, she's just one of the most amazing personalities and people you'll ever want to meet, and busy and just an incredible teacher, and we work incredibly well together. During the Dream Workshop at Atlanticron, and now it's parlaying into some of today's activities, but also, it's just, and then, but, so in other words, when I say beneficiary, one of the issues is when you have something bad happen to you, like that, it's very difficult to reconcile. Just like, you could have the same argument about your life. Why were you born into this, shit pan?
Thank you.
With your grandfather, and then not the presidio, but the tenderloin.
Thank you.
No, nobody deserves that.
Thank you.
So anyway, it's like you want to reconcile it. You want to, okay, why was the deck shuffled this way? And once you figure that out, you can kind of be at peace with whatever suffering or misery you've endured. Once you're at peace, it's one thing to have the suffering. It's another thing to be at peace with it. And she's made tremendous progress in her own life. And she told me about this when I met her. But it's like constant struggle. She had been, and she seems good.
Great.
Things seem to be getting better and better for her. She's Capricorn, they rise to the top. But the point is what's coming, appears to be coming online with David's stuff, she will be the biggest beneficiary. We all will be.
Great.
But she in particular. And then, she sort of talks abstractly, because I don't even have to qualify that. This is, David is very abstract. But she kind of made a point that the stuff isn't ready to come online yet.
Right.
But it will be in the future. And there's a lot of momentum for us to be doing something at Chuckavina, not this year, but next year. She's not coming with me. And not only that, but she made an interesting comment to me after I made an interesting comment to her, is that one of my friends, the first time this has ever happened, I have this connection with this, very beautiful woman that I had met 13 years ago. She showed up.
Oh, good.
And she showed up, and she stands up and introduces to me. So, of course, she's 13 years older, She was about 24 when I met her, and she says, she's telling me her name. I said, yeah, I remember you. I remember blah, 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 all these details about her, which I suppose maybe impressed her. I don't know. And the long and short of it, she's invited me to come to Romania for 6 months. The reason 6 months is because you can't stay any longer legally. And nobody's ever invited me like that before.
Wow.
She's half Romanian, half American. She grew up till she was 14, and then they moved to LA. And like her parents were both killed in an auto crash.
Oh, wow.
And she's kind of set herself up, so she says she's retired. She's only in her mid-30s. Kind of woman you'd like to marry.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Yeah, but anyway, she invited me to come stay, and well, that's not something I can do. I know I will take her up on at least 3 weeks of it. But there's dynamics. And when I told Heather that, she says, oh, we're going to come, we're planning to come to Romania for 3 months. Now, I said, why? Why would they come to Romania for 3 months? She said, oh, to learn the language. Now, David already speaks the language impeccably.
Mm-hmm.
She used to speak it pretty well back when I met her. She kind of lost it.
Yeah.
I mean, she knows the basics of, how are you, good morning, good afternoon. But it doesn't take you that far when you're trying to listen to somebody. So it seems like there's an impetus to all of us being in Romania.
Yeah.
It seems that way, and something manifests. And then, because this woman that I met is a high-level functionary. When I say that, she gets things done. She moves things. Don't know how familiar she is with my work, if at all, in terms of having read anything I've read. So I gave her your book. I only have 3 books of yours.
Wow. Okay.
And I gave one to my friend Theodore Vesely, the Freemason.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Which he just appreciated so much.
Wonderful.
So much. And he gave me his book on feng shui, which he just finished. And I gave one to this woman, Susie. And she said she'd read it, because she was talking about Pearl Harbor and how outrageous it, because she has, some properties in Honolulu.
Uh-huh.
And she said how outrageous it is that they give tours of Pearl Harbor. She said, who would want to go on a tour of that?
They're mostly Japanese.
and I'll have to ask her about that. And on oil leaking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just why we might want to do the tour. And I said, well, I'll fill you in on the truth about that later. There's a whole lot more. And then I ended up giving her the book, because it was it just seemed appropriate, and she said she'd read it. I don't know if she's a reader. I really don't know. But I, told her I'll send her some of my other books when I get back. I'll airmail them to her. And then I just decided this morning I'm going to give your book, my third copy, to David's sister.
Okay.
From Australia. She's in Australia.
Wonderful. Okay.
Because it's hard to get it there. And I was telling her in a nutshell. See, she's super intelligent, like David.
Yeah.
Super intelligent, and she was doing programs with, teaching people how to wire and program, and it was like strawberry pie, they called it, and then some sort of conversation last night went into AI, and I started to tell her in a real quick nutshell about the computer at the Presidio and you, and the downloading of the, you, and it's talking about the art elect, trying to use, the gender pronouns properly.
Thank you.
Of G.
Yeah. How did she handle that?
Non-judgmental. Listen.
Okay.
Non-judgmental.
Great.
Yeah. So it's like she's so smart. David's the same way. He'll just listen to something.
Right.
He sat there and listened to Preston Nichols one night talk, and I said, does anything he said correlate with anything technically speaking? He goes, no, it doesn't.
Wow.
But he just listened. He didn't judge. He just wanted to hear what he said. And maybe he picked up something, probably. He's very smart.
Yeah.
He might be listening and for some maybe aspect, and he's the type of person that might not tell you what he picked up.
That's right. And just so people know, I would take that to be a sign of wisdom. There's intelligence and there's wisdom, and for David Lewis Anderson to be able to simply listen and absorb is a sign of wisdom, which is, in a sense, above intelligence. Go on.
Exactly. So I had decided this morning that I will give her the book.
Thank you.
Which she'll be very happy with.
Yeah.
And she's also invited me to Australia, which is very nice. Don't know if I could make it down there. But if I do spend any serious time in Romania, it's not going to interfere with my work with you.
Thank you.
At all. Because it's just not.
Yeah.
Where it would interfere with is just the day-to-day operation of Sky Books, which cannot be done remotely.
Yeah.
It can only be done remotely if I had the right person in place. And that's possible too. But when Mercury goes retrograde at the end of this month, that's a time when you figure things out. You talk about things, you negotiate things, you work out the issues. And it's a great time to do that. And I have to get my implant put in October.
Mm-hmm.
So,
explain to people that this is a dental work being performed, so they don't assume you're...
It's not like Jordan Peterson. It's not like Jordan Peterson.
Thank you.
So the August 12th biorhythm has taken over. It's like, as Stephanie South said to me, she says, all you have to do is show up. And in effect, I have. The wingman came into my presence. Somebody's knocking.
Well, I thought you were knocking on wood, thanking for the fact that the wingman, your guardian angel, showed up, just so people understand something that our dear...
Maybe I'm talking too loud to the next room. I'm disturbing them.
Maybe, yeah.
So,
take your time.
or maybe they just banged into the door.
We have been talking about hauntings. Go on. Yeah.
So anyway, I don't think it's a haunting. So anyway, I got lost there. What was I saying?
Oh, you were talking about after your tooth implant. The.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, yes. Which sent us all guffawing. Yes. And so help us here, Aaron, Aristides, Peter Moon's train of thought. We were talking about this lovely young lady, Jordan Peterson, Dr. David Lewis Anderson, and the man you were going to give the book to, the sister in Australia. And that's the time.
Yeah, you were just talking about after your dental implant, your plans, and so forth.
Well, yeah, and then I'll, think maybe there's an opportunity to do something after that time. But that is, anyway, it's not so important. But one thing she clued me in on Australia.
Yeah.
She became a citizen of Australia.
Okay.
And she explained to me that when you're a foreign national, you have to pay like $20,000 just to get your taxes done right.
Jesus fucking Christ! That's probably more than the taxes.
And I think, see, the thing is, if you do it wrong, you get fined heavily.
Fuck them. They're knocking on your door again, right?
Apparently.
Okay.
I guess I could say, if I could.
Yeah, please.
Regarding David Anderson, and that is one impression that I do remember from meeting him when we met him as a group. Yeah. That when it kind of broke into more casual conversations and people were talking with him, like he did seem to like just really genuinely want to intently listen to what various people had to say. Like he valued like different aspects of the human experience. Like, he wasn't one of these guys that just came in there to talk to you and just too important to really care what you had to say. Like he genuinely was interested in what anybody would have to say to him.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
And basically, it's hard to keep my train of thought when I'm trying to move across the room, etc.
No worries. Understood. And so.
Oh no, I was talking about taxes. It's like it's basically, so there's only a few people who do these taxes who are expert at it. So in other words, then you get taxed so badly that it's easier to give up your citizenship. You do get I think the first $150,000 is like tax free when you report income. Like if I were to make $150,000 in Romania, and I think if I was living there 6 months out of the year plus, I'd get $150,000 free.
Wow.
Of course, first you have to generate the revenue, which is the hard part.
Yeah.
And the next hardest part is keeping. So it's very difficult to maintain that without getting fined. Plus, you have to pay taxes in the country that you're in. So it's and then yes, a certain Romanian had talked to me about the same thing. It's equally challenging. It's harder to, I guess what you'd say, dodge the tax man than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Unless you're just dealing in pure cryptocurrency. You don't report to anybody.
That's right. But then, of course, that shows up after a while. I mean, when you're dealing with certain things, they do find it suspect if you haven't paid your taxes in a while, believe me. So it's best.
Well, I knew a guy who never paid taxes. He didn't believe in it. And he had a bank account. I've talked about him before, not in that context. He was the guy I helped with Qigong, and he wouldn't do the exercises. But he just ignored it. He just had his own bank account. He didn't have Social Security, so I'm not buying into that. He made a lot of money doing water systems for people's houses and maybe businesses. He was part owner in a company, and it was just like he just didn't agree with it. And he seemed to have a lot of money because he was fixing up his basement when he died. I mean, just really, really expensively done. He was having other people do it. So
he must have.
True.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
He was underground. He was he believed in an underground economy. He'd use a bank, but he just, I guess the IRS has better things to do.
Right. Or it can. If he were brought to their attention, they probably would have pursued it, depending. But he must have been expecting to live a while if he had his basement being worked on. But you were
It was
bright.
for his brother. It was for his brother.
Oh, I see. So what was he ultimately dying of? You told him, of course, that
Throat cancer, because it had to do with his, self-expression. I think he really felt guilty that, he didn't help his mother, and he was taking her to my teacher, taking her for ozone therapy. And I told him on the way home from Qigong, I said, you've done more for your mother than most people will ever do for anybody. And he really appreciated that, but she was old, and she's like, this is old. So, it's not like he should feel guilty about not helping her. He was helping her. It just wasn't successful enough. And he did a lot of drugs, and I think he was still happy and willing to do them. I didn't really talk to him about them that much. And the main problem in all of it, he wouldn't take care of the cancer, the tumor. He wouldn't take care of it. He wouldn't get it cut out.
Why?
Well, the fact that he's holistic is kind of one reason.
Okay.
He had his own ozone machine, but he just wouldn't take care of it. One of his friends, his dear friends, I don't know if he's a dear friend, but he was a friend. We came home to his house, and he took me inside to make me a smoothie or show me something, and it was Yom Kippur, and we got a call from, somebody that's, Stephen Angel had died. Stephen Angel was a chiropractor, very well known, had a lot of friends, and he had a condition, I don't remember what it was. I think it was a gallbladder, and he wouldn't take care of it. He was ignoring the doctor. People told him to take care of it. Holistic people that told him to take care of it.
Right.
But he ended up dying of malnutrition. Just died.
Oh.
It's like, he's young. I'm young.
It's funny. That there was this one vegan influencer on I guess Instagram or one of these new social media venues, and they're new to me. But at any rate, she wound up quote unquote basically dying of starvation. I'm wondering if that might have happened to our dear friend Brendan Zogit, being a militant vegan like he was. Anyhow, go on. So
has he died yet, Brendan?
I don't know. I assume him to be such because he doesn't seem to have ever returned from his vacation. I sent him 2 messages to his private messenger, and somebody opened them, and I thought potentially that's the person whoever killed him and stole the cell phone. But I may try to give him an actual call sometime soon. But I'm not his keeper, and I respect the fact that sometimes he's one of those kinds of people who just drops out for a while. But I'll try and follow up with it. But yeah, because I have so many people who just drop around me, I usually assume, sometimes if after a while, if they don't maintain contact when you expect them to, like was his case, then I assume they bought it because that's what happens to a lot of people around me. They just die. Certainly, back in the days when I was working security and mercenary contracts. But anyhow, back to your story. And so we'll all keep him in mind. Let's all keep Brendan Zogi in thought and prayer. And, hopefully he returns. Our man, the Real Tech Geek, thinks he'll be back by September. He has this kind of psychic feeling about that. So we'll see what happens.
Well, the one thing I would say about what's going on now is that all cylinders seem to be firing on my venture.
Yeah,
and this is very nice, and I'm going to meet with Paula's brother too. That's going to be fun. It's all very positive. Everything's very positive, but extremely positive.
Excellent.
And I also had an interesting dream. That was a couple nights ago with Robert De Niro, and Robert De Niro was holding a whip, and he looked very sadistic in the dream. And course, he represents robbing.
Yeah.
Represents Hollywood.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm like in his target range.
Yeah.
And he's got his, I'm in his field of victimhood.
Yeah.
And I just reversed the energy, and now the whip was in my hand.
Cool.
Of course, I didn't employ it on him.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just discarded it and walked down to a neighborhood and saw a house full of Satanists. And they were very, and I don't mean to limit their capability of influence, but they were very rinky-dink.
Yeah. Cool.
The rinky-dink Satanists. But nevertheless, they were capable of causing mayhem and harm.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do.
Yes.
So it's not like, okay. And then I warned myself. I got out of that neighborhood, and then I saw my daughter, whose name is Sky and represents my company, Sky Books, and I warned her, got her out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody else I helped get out of the way. And then I began flying through the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said, it's dangerous, you shouldn't do that. I just kept flying. It was a very good dream.
Cool.
It's like, it might mean a pivot with regards to media. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
There have been indications of that, just from people I've met here. But so everything's good. The only thing that hasn't cropped up in this trip is the underpinnings of Radu Cinemar's work and what he represents. Any of that scenario has not.
That doesn't surprise me. For some reason, that doesn't surprise me. I think that, in a sense, you're moving beyond that now.
Well, I don't know if that's the right way to put it, though, because he represents the energy that's underneath all this. Mm-hmm. And he has exposed it, expounded on it better than anyone else. This is undeniable. Mm-hmm. He has offered a rich legacy of this country. Mm-hmm. My adventure is sort of independent or in between, and I've also noticed in times when David Anderson has receded into the background, Radu Cinemar has fired up, and vice versa.
Right. By the way, Aaron TICE, if you can say goodnight to Peter Moon before you take off for the gentle evening.
I wanted to ask Aaron if he has any questions before I go or he goes.
I'm glad you're having an awesome time. We've had fun filling your shoes, large shoes to fill, but we're doing our best, and we're glad you're having a worthwhile adventure. It's exciting. It's awesome.
Well, thank you. I'll look forward to talking to you when I come back, and I hope you can, join in at least from time to time when I get back and talk about relevant things. I not now, but I'll be happy to hear what you talked about.
Yeah, and the Robert De Niro dream, I'll send you an email about that. That's interesting. There's some deeper connotation there.
I'm sure. Thank you. So I guess you have to go to bed. Say hi to the family.
Yeah. I will. Yeah, we have an early dentist appointment for Emery, and it's morning comes early these days. So I'll say goodnight to you all.
Well,
and
Aaron, Heather told me that in Arizona, she didn't believe it at first, but she does it. You wake up at 3:45 a.m. and you start your day. You work till about 11. You have a siesta, and you get back going in the evening.
Good way to do it.
Hot.
Yeah.
Interesting.
A good way to do it. Yeah.
Well, share our love with your family. Go on, Peter.
Yeah. Thank you all, and have a wonderful night.
Yeah. Aristides?
Okay. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah. If Harry has any questions.
Oh, no, I just appreciate the update. Not sure.
Oh, I mean, we're fine with you going on, Peter. Believe me.
Yeah.
Feel free. Honestly, I'm just glad nobody's knocking at your door again. You seem to have found
It was the room next door.
Okay, that's what was going on.
And I might have been. My voice is loud and penetrating, so.
No worries. Join the club on that. Yes.
Yeah. So, what the heck?
Oh, such is life. Don't worry about it. You seem to have.
No, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, today is the sync. So it's quite possible that something could churn up today.
Yeah.
There's see whatever's going on there is still going on. Whatever accuracy, there is definitely a hidden component to what's going on in Romania.
Always.
And I had also learned. Did I tell you about the ambassador's son that died?
No, tell us about this.
Well, this goes a few years back. The ambassador of the United States had a son who went to Choclovina Cave and was had a video crew, and he was trying to document the the phenomena that occurs around there, such as orbs and stuff. I really don't know what phenomena he was going after, but I never even looked at it from that perspective, and was ostensibly trying to exploit it. And he fell to his death in the top of the cave, and my friend, and I didn't know this, he might have mentioned it to me, but he didn't mention it was the ambassador's son. German found his body. They didn't know what happened to him. German found his body. And to me, this is like, what's it like, somebody, like that poor guy, Alex, what was his name? Studer, who, kept going after Michael Aquino, trying to, stalk Michael Aquino.
Yeah.
And this isn't the same thing because he wasn't trying to stalk, but he's kind of, oh, look at all this neat stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the hell he's doing because my brother-in-law hadn't heard of it either.
Yeah.
And he's, in the general area. He didn't know about it.
Wow.
So, and I don't know if this was the same ambassador who had visited the hotel where I go to, and his wife was reading my books, and then they went to Sarmisegetuza, and she complained the fact that there were no bathrooms there, so they put up a bunch of outhouses. And then they got rid of those outhouses, and they put up better ones, plastic ones instead of,
woodenly
crafted ones that really were not very
Thank heaven. Yes. Communist engineering. Go on.
No, it wasn't communist engineering. It was it was beautiful wood.
Okay.
But it's just not now they've got like porta potties that are like plastic and hygienic.
Okay. There we are.
The wood was not.
Okay.
You could sit down, but it just wasn't hygienic. Yeah. And in any case, so I don't know if that was the same ambassador. But what this tells you is just like people stalk your work and try to do it.
Yeah.
This guy's, stalking my work and trying to hit it from his own angle.
Right.
Not choosing to interface with me in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. Not that he's obligated to do that, but it might behoove him to pay some respect.
Well, he's dead now, right? This is the guy who died, right?
Yeah, might behoove him. It might be in his best interest. It doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah.
What he does, yeah. But he's getting.
Well, he got in over his head. Is what he got in.
Well, this is the thing. Yeah. This is the thing. The energies of this place are very powerful, and you don't go in. This is not a place for Tony Robbins to come in.
Yeah.
Given the Solomonari seminar and out of remote view, and it's I've had to hold my tongue many times when I hear people talking about him or other people that are in their own right despicable, but are very much admired by people because people just, watch what's out there and try to put one and one together. And, if they haven't, and I have, it doesn't, I'm not obligated to tell them. When I do, it doesn't really do any good because, I'm gonna watch their YouTubes anyway.
Yeah.
I think it's good that Jordan Peterson was implanted, they might say, because now, but what are they saying in those implants? I want to know. this is unfortunately, and of course people don't necessarily have the same information or the same views or the same perspective that I have, and it doesn't help. But one of actually a guy who my daughter and I both like very much, he's really developing, and he actually is using some Tony Robbins program to help people with PTSD, like very quickly. And I didn't say a word to him about Tony.
Right.
But it sounds like it's really helping people, and he's really doing good with it. So I didn't say anything.
Okay.
Of course, I don't really know that much about it, and unfortunately he's not going to be with us. But it's nice to see that he's, making progress in whatever he's doing, which I can't even explain. He's just doing a lot of different things. And a lot of these people have their hands in IT, which they're very good at. That seems to be much of the youth is working in IT, in information technologies.
Right.
So it's very, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the elements of Radu surface today when we go to the Sphinx.
Okay.
I wouldn't be. I'm just looking up there, and you know what? It's a nice day. It was not nice yesterday. It was not nice the day before. It's not nice tomorrow. But we have a beautiful day up here in the Wej Mountains. It was cool yesterday. So it's good. It's good that I picked this day to go. Everything has worked out. I know I was talking about the wingman when I got
that was it. Yes. Yeah.
The wingman, because the wingman showed up and made our drive less expensive by, instead of driving us straight to the mountains, he drove us through Bucharest where we could pick up our friends. Cut the price down.
Yes.
Not a big deal, but it's nice. And we were just differently, just a lot of little things happen. I was put in a, apartment so I didn't have to pay, which I was happy to pay, but I didn't do that. All these, and they kind of just happen of their own accord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It might not have hurt that I gave the camp director's daughter a very nice wedding gift. She's getting married next month. But I don't even know if he knew. The first I've mentioned it to anybody.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows?
Well, things work out for you, and besides, like you said, you're kind of a celebrity there, so it doesn't surprise me that.
Kind of, because I have to explain to many people who I am, and I've decided I should write a book for Romanians about who I am and what I'm doing. That might be very easy, and just make it free and accessible, and have it translated into Romanian, which wouldn't be that difficult. Give an overview, a compendium, Peter Moon in Romanian. I'd like to meet with my publisher. He's been invited to come to Transylvania, but I don't know if he will. He'd like to. So who knows? But everything, it's like every day keeps getting better and better. And I was like talking with my friend last night, because I've arranged for another one of Sky's friends and my friends to drive with her up to Transylvania, because she can't do the whole thing with us, but she's gonna be there, and and all these people are being introduced to the camp. This guy, I wanted him there because he's from the region. In fact, the town he comes from is where they do their shopping at. So I want him to know about it. I want to connect people, and it's so things that happen are so spontaneous, and it's just and I they wouldn't let me off the phone last night. We were talking. It was just exciting to see, and this sort of sets the whole template for the next year. like instead of January, you plan out your year. Well, this is what happens after this. It's like, okay, kind of gives me a guidepost. And you know, when I get back on that plane, I'm going to be rereading that book about the Yazidi.
Ah, yes.
I haven't had time to get back to it, and it certainly made the plane ride go pleasant and quick.
Excellent.
Last time, I don't expect to be with Clara on the way back. She'll hang out a few days. She's an amazing woman.
Yes.
Amazing with all of her knowledge about healing, and my Dutch friend Fatima, she's got a lot of dowsing abilities and stuff. She's supposed to douse today up at the Sphinx.
Ah.
So we had a lot of interesting and capable people. So I don't really have much more to say. I should probably start focusing on, you know, getting my Qigong workout done and,
okay.
you know, getting ready for breakfast and whatnot. But this is a dream workshop, and that makes everybody listening part of my dream. That's the thing, when you start talking, kind of being in the dream, you start occupying the space of the dreamer.
Mm-hmm.
And everything okay with you?
Yes, thank you very much for asking. I appreciate that profoundly. Things are going quite well. You know, definitely asking people, as always, for financial support simply because the time is coming up eventually towards the end of the month when I'll need it, and was telling them I needed to restock on my supplies of water because V was pointing out to me something that has become, you know, once she said it, I could never unsee it, and it became obvious. One of the reasons that the pipes are producing such unpotable water that is so obviously tainted is the bodies under the house, she feels, have decayed to the point where basically, like the Bronte sisters who lived south of a cemetery that was, and basically all died early because they were drinking cadaver water from polluted well stream that had the runoff from the cemetery, that basically the bodies have basically gotten into the pipes and have produced the kind of tap water that otherwise in San Francisco, which is famous for quality water. It's one reason why this particular residence, the water is unpotable. Otherwise, everybody in San Francisco, we get our water from the Hetchy Hetchy Reservoir, and it's one of the purest and, you know, sources in the world. But here we probably on Russian Hill are tainted by the cadaver water from the original cemetery that the houses are built over at this point. So that's she made me realize just the horror of what I'm really dealing with. So I was telling everybody.
Maybe you should call in the Baruka plumbers.
Yeah.
You know, the stuff about the Baruka men you
Yeah.
were talking about was so. It's, you know, has anybody ever tried to do a movie about them or anything?
I think foreigners may have tried to do a documentary on them. There are probably people could look up some documentaries about them on YouTube. They'd have to know how to spell it and what to look for. But in Japan, as I said, they're very much a forbidden topic. Nobody speaks of them, and if a person were to bring them up with your average Japanese person, they would turn around and walk away and never speak to you again. If you were telephonically speaking to them and brought the subject up, broached the topic, they would hang up on you and never speak to you again. It's one of these topics that is just forbidden. And so definitely, however, it's a very real social fact. I'm one of the few people who would talk about them because, of course, I'm so different. I'm, you know, because my mother was half Japanese, half Chinese, and, you know, I don't feel bound by some of those taboos the way somebody who was raised alone in those cultures would. So I just have the ability to, I try to bridge as many cultures as possible. And so for people who are looking them up, it would be spelled in the romanization, Buraku, which is Buraku. It you know, just means in Japan like a small town, like a hamlet. Like we would use it to backwater, like So Barukamin would be like the people of those towns or villages, the backwooders. Burakumin, Burakuman, and so there we have that. And so Peter, aside from all of that, you're definitely sounding good. Sounds like you're excited, and I'm just so happy for you. Just excited for you. Excited with you to be able to rendezvous with these people and enjoy yourself the way you're enjoying yourself. It's incredible. And you're going to be going back to Romania again. You thought that this might be your last trip, but things have really changed in that department.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But what I would posit or state to you, I think so much of this time stuff.
Yeah.
Because it seems to me that there's an element of David that doesn't know what's going to happen, and there's an element of him that does. And what does know that's going to happen is not necessarily ready for prime time in regards to 3D eventualities.
Yeah.
But that there's something happening. And interestingly enough, it could relate to the phenomena that happened at Choclavina Cave 2,000 years ago when massive horde of people disappeared.
Wow.
And the assumption on my part being what I've led to, he said that reaction occurred 200 or 2,000 years ago. At first I voted for 200, but that was just a psychological rooting or intuition. Mm-hmm. But the more I learned about it, I said it's 2,000 years ago. That's when Emperor Traian invaded Dasha, his home heritage land of his home heritage, which he knew. He invaded it, and the Dacians many of them just disappeared.
Wow.
Especially in the Choclavina area. This isn't really well-known history. It's known by the locals. And if that's the case, the implication is that they moved in time. 噚RISTO talks about this with the Trojan civilization and with the Mayan civilization. There was great disappearances of people.
Yeah.
I don't know the historical corroboration of it. Don't really care.
No, it definitely happened with the Mayans. Great disappearance. Go on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm being handed threads that are being given to me. For whatever reason, this is what comes up.
Yeah.
And history doesn't always tell you the truth anyway. But the thing is that if that's the case, the implication is it's just like in Christianity 2,000 years ago. They were making the sign of the Vesica Pisces, kind of like the nudge, nudge, wink, wink was, the joy is in another world, not in this one. And of course that was used to abuse and is justification for no bathing, no enjoyment, no pleasure here in this world.
Right.
Which just, ruined everything.
That's right. Viewing the material world as intrinsically and inherently evil, a horrible philosophy. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
Thank you.
I was really on the border of talking to Nicole and maybe some other people about the relationship of Christianity with your mother and the royal tribe, but I couldn't go there because it became too complicated to go into that.
I see.
Avenue.
Understood.
I did talk about the vampire thing with Nicole. She's very open. She's like David. She should just listen.
Right.
And because she can correlate stuff with evil, she's a very high intelligence quotient.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, when I said intelligence quotient, I wonder if that was part of my dream last night, IQ. I can't remember my dreams last night, and I didn't even care because I said real life is more interesting.
Yes.
But yeah, IQ, something to do with IQ. However, I want to know if you had any questions.
Oh, well, I think that you've answered all of them before they were asked. You pretty much articulated how things are going there and the updates on everybody, and everybody's copacetic, and really excited to know that David's wife is finally, asking you to do a chart, and that what you're reading comes up good for her concerning David's technology. So altogether,
it does. It draws. I'm going to look deeper into it.
Yeah.
It draws, the whole experience has drawn us closer, and they consider me part of their family, which they kind of always have, but it becomes more expressive.
Yes.
And that's but it's a rather unique family. Because as I said, David's somebody who isn't in my life that often, but as I say, I look back when he came into my life 25, 24 years ago, whatever it was, he's still there.
Yeah.
Most of my friends from that time period are long gone.
Yes.
So there's something to say about his stick-to-itiveness. Heather's somebody I generally see every year. And not always, sometimes not, but so it's like, you have these building up of relationships over years and a charitable foundation, which according to my dreams is to play a huge role in the future, the World Genesis Foundation. And I will probably be doing local dream workshops under the banner of the World Genesis Foundation in my neighborhood, general neighborhood, because I can get a rental hall there for free. I won't have to be like Jonathan Shalimar. Like cancel bands. I won't lose any money. Yeah, but it's about getting people to activate their dreams. I wouldn't even feel comfortable about selling books at the event because it's nonprofit. I don't want to give the appearance that I'm,
exploiting it.
Revenue for myself.
Yeah.
I can get away with it.
Yes.
But that's not, I don't want to give the appearance. Just like I'm not charging money for the people going on this trip. It's expensive enough to fly here. And the hotel, they're paying $200 to rent the camp.
Yeah.
And the money I'm giving the camp is going to be far in excess of what he would expect or get normally. But that's fine. Makes him very happy. And it's affordable, and I can bring in other people who don't have to pay. The Romanians.
Yeah.
The Bulgarians had to pay. But that was only because they volunteered to be part of the group. They volunteered to be part of the group. So it was part of the equation.
Yes.
But yeah, it's like to export this dreaming idea, and I'm still learning about the Mayan aspect of it, because my friends are teaching me. My new friends are teaching me how it works. They're teaching us all how it works. So this will go into, this is basically to jumpstart the consciousness to think of time in a different way, in a more positive way, that will lead to bigger and better things, and perhaps it will lead us out of this fixed view of the way we look at this dimension.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. We can hope.
So,
and
that's about it. I want to encourage people to donate to Douglas. He does need your support. There's much work to do left on the book. I look forward to working with it when I get back.
Yeah.
And
well, in a sense, you're working with it now because you're, still reading the book on the Yazidi when you're on the plane flights to and fro. So,
Oh yeah. Clara was also talking.
Yeah.
And I think Fatima said it too. How how we have such different personalities, you and I, and how she says it just makes for such an interesting, forum. Yes. In other words, we're very vastly different people, but it's kind of like I don't feel that different when I talk to you. Do you know what I mean?
Understood. Neither do I. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we all have to be the same?
Yeah. Yeah, I think other people might see striking contrasting differences that stand out to them, but they don't get in the way of the communications that you and I have. In general, you and I communicate very smoothly. So we're blessed in that regard.
Yeah, we have a common purpose. You know, we're doing work.
Yes.
And it just, yeah. So anyway, that's great. But they said they really enjoy and appreciate the contrast. They say it's very good, I guess what you call copy, but we're not talking about copy in a media sense. It's whatever content. It's very good content, I guess.
Yes. Yes.
So great. Okay, thank you for helping hold the stage, Jerry, and
Sure.
You know, maybe we can get you over here next year.
Maybe.
Yeah,
All right.
that'd be neat. As an engineer, I'm sure he could appreciate some things that others would not even notice. So that would be great. Yeah. And
Glad you could join us, Peter.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
We love you dearly. Take care. Bye for now. Okay, that's Peter Moon, our wonderful human being, skybooks.usa.com. And also, Peter got some contributions already from that wonderful lady in Hawaii, who I believe you know. I'll maintain her anonymity for now. And from JP, our dear friend who I call Jack Parsons, affectionately. Yeah, so there we are. He just left for now. He doubt that he heard that, but nevertheless, it's on record. Well, we had 25 United States dollars from JP, a wonderful individual who's been trying to send such every month, and deeply appreciate it. Profoundly helpful. I'm going to take a look at the communication from the lovely lady in Hawaii, see if she wants to be named at all. And I'm going to assume she does not unless she says otherwise. She says, keep up the good work. Blessings. If I have your permission to name you, let me know. Otherwise, she's simply for now that dear lady in Hawaii who has sent us 30 United States dollars. Goddess bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And with that, turn back to our good friend Aristides. And how are you doing with your schedule? How's things look for tomorrow? Are you able to stay with us a little while longer, I hope?
Yeah, a little while longer.
Okay, wonderful. That would be great. And I'll try and bring some people on, maybe to bounce off with us for a little bit till I get my head out of my ass and get ready to dive into a full-fledged monologue. And I definitely want to thank everyone for the numbers we're maintaining. El Nemo says, stay safe, Peter. Vril618 brought up the fact that Peter, El Nemo thought that Peter sounded a little weary. Of course, to me, I'd be, when you travel, it's wearisome. It wears on you. Anyhow, but Vril618 brought up that Peter before Qigong is like us before coffee. It's a quite good way of saying it. It's true. It's true. He's used to, of course, what he does, and it helps him. He points out the fact that he gave this advice to a lot of people that he's convinced it would have helped. And I think that some people who have followed his advice, it has helped. But yeah, it's a real difficult discipline. I mean, your average person, like the guy you mentioned with throat cancer, if you had to spend your day moving slowly and breathing for a good part of the day, most people would just choose to die early. It's just a lot easier, Let's kick back, do some, like Peter mentioned about the guy, some narcotics, some escapism, some, it's not that big a deal. Just slide out a little easier. The discipline, it's like, it's a hard choice. It's like when you spend a lot of time running and jogging, you live longer, but a good deal of that time is spent jogging, right? So it's kind of like, trade-off. You might feel better during the time that you're alive, maybe. I personally would think that jogging is kind of a version of hell on earth to me, but I think, it just depends on who we are. So, how about you, Aristides? Much into exercise?
Not intensely. There's dog walking. I wish I did a lot more.
I understand they're about to make that an Olympic sport. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh man, it's our man Aristides. He's got it down.
Yeah. try to do a little bit of strength stuff, just basic things, so become a complete flabby piece of crap. But as far as Peter doing that stuff, no, I think that's like kind of one of the drawbacks of modern life. Like nobody just really has time to meditate or do your whatever it is, your breathing, your exercises, your martial arts or what have you. So I think that's a big part of what's missing. Everybody's just so driven. Go to work, consume. And nobody takes a step back to do things like that.
Yeah, no, it's it's definitely difficult. So tell us a bit about what else comes to your mind. There must be some things that could start us back on something that I thought of, and maybe we can bring this up with Aaron Tice next time he joins us, which will be Wednesday, which will be here before any of us fucking know it. Honestly, if you have my kind of schedule, people would understand what I'm talking about. I mean, basically, literally, I'm up for 2 days and sleep for 2 days, except, of course, for the holidays that are often in my world, because I do celebrate the cultural holidays of the Japanese and the Chinese, as well as those of the West. And so this is to my benefit. Obviously, there is an ulterior motive as well, time at the estates. And not every time I go to the estates is necessarily a holiday, just so people understand. I do have responsibilities teaching the so-called Blood Boys. By the way, I'm happy to point out the fact that this was brought up in a recent article on longevity about the Blood Boys, transfusion affiliates of the various Silicon Valley moguls. So they mention them in passing, but they do use that term, Blood Boy, and they do use the term transfusion affiliate. If not, they just go straight to Blood Boy, because that stood out to me that they would use that. That's vernacular among the Silicon Valley elite. So the fact that they have brought that up is impressive to me. So I'll see if I can put a link to that article in the chat room later. I put a link to Mr. Iglesias, and Iglesias was the individual I was trying to think of while I was talking to Aaron and Aristides about the friend who wound up working at Wheaton College, where our dear Mr. Keith Call worked for so many years. Now, of course, they're cutting down because after COVID, everybody, the economy imploded, and they're just getting rid of everybody, especially librarians. And that's essentially what our man Keith Call is, an archivist. He's basically a librarian for the school. He works in the Billy Graham building of Wheaton College, named after Billy Graham, because he was, of course, a graduate of that seminary. And he wound up funding that wing, that building, so it could be named after his egomaniacal ass, and it wound up being the working place for Keith Call for many years. And then they had to process him out because, it's a library, and these days they're trying to automate everything and just leave everything unattended. They're bringing back automated cafes and shit. I mean, how romantic is that? So it's a hell of unemployment, and I told Keith Call what I thought he should do. In the interim, I did find that letter I was looking for in which he was talking about this individual. So here's what it says. Douglas, greetings. No need for a response, but I wanted to inform you about a lunch I enjoyed with a new Wheaton College staff member, David Iglesias. And he included the Wikipedia entry. He is a former JAG, Judge Advocate General, attorney at the Pentagon, and district attorney for the state of New Mexico. If you've ever seen the film A Few Good Men, the Tom Cruise character is based on him. Also, he accompanied the late Representative Steve Schiff when he investigated Roswell in the late 1990s. I told Iglesias about your information regarding Colonel Aquino and Roswell. Instead of eye-rolling or evasion, a la Illinois MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, which literally, physically kicked Keith Call out of their facility when he dared to show them a copy of the Roswell Deception on disc, and they made him remove it from their disc player and physically threw him out of the building. Anyhow, he says, unlike their reaction, he listened very carefully and quietly stated that makes perfect sense. This is the Tom Cruise caricatured or portrayed individual from A Few Good Men, who was actually sent to investigate Roswell with a state representative for New Mexico and Arizona. And anyhow, he says, a few minutes later, he said, and the more I think about it, the more sense it makes. So one inevitably recalls the famous declaration in A Few Good Men, you can't handle the truth. Indeed. These are the words written by Keith Cole, not myself. It ends with warmly K. So there you are. So he said, that makes perfect sense. And the more I think about it, the more sense it makes. Now, bear in mind, this man has more information on Roswell than anybody on Earth outside of myself and, people who were there. And so this is like, this is the one of the final words you're going to get that makes sense. And this is the conclusion that they drew. With that, I want people to know that's the link I put into the chat, and therefore access it at your convenience, and you'll know the kind of man who basically knows what Douglas Dietrich is saying to be true. So there you have it. That we bring us back to where I'll try and bring on some connections to see if we can bounce off of some other people here. Let's see who's available. And in the interim, at least they'll be able to jump on later if they find time to jump on. And aside from all of that, how are things going otherwise, Aristides? When you think of anything else that comes to mind, feel free to bring it up. Otherwise, I'll take us in a direction, like I said, that we could go into when Aaron comes back with us, back to the Death Force, sort of. Some thoughts came to mind with that. But whatever comes to your mind, go ahead and bring it up.
Okay. Wow. Well, we covered a lot of stuff, both with you and when you were gone. I think this whole this UFO disclosure thing is just a great time to bring up to people, which I've been using as an opportunity, to bring up the fact that it's just a cover for things like Roswell deception and basically all earthly activities, and that it's not aliens at all. And I think that's just a good message to get to people, because it's just out there now. You even see dumb stuff on like Instagram. It's like, oh no, the government admitted aliens exist, and it's like, no, people. It's like, yeah, that's fake, and they're covering for stuff that's not aliens. And I think even if the truth about World War II is a little too much for them, at least just to put that into their heads, it's like maybe it's not aliens at all. Did you ever think of that?
Thank you.
Now's the time.
Yeah, of course, it gets further confusing for them when you try to bring up the phenomenon of relic populations. And you try to tell them that, look, there are survivors of the mass extinctions whose civilizations reached technological highs, and that some survivors from those mass extinctions remain, and of course, these other planets within our solar system were once in the habitable zone, Venus and Mars at different times. So a few others have a lot of water on them, more water than in all of our oceans combined, at least on the surface of the world, the surface that's covered with oceans. In other words, just so people understand the complexity of what I'm saying, if that sounds a bit confusing, the surface of the Earth is covered mostly by ocean, but that's not all the oceans. The majority of ocean water is actually in subterranean caverns, and emerges or subducts, cycles with our surface in terms of that which goes through the tectonic plates. So there is a convection of the tectonic plates where there is an interaction between a subterranean water system with the water that we see on the surface of the Earth. If our planet were the size of a globe, the oceans would cover only like a puddle surface of that globe, meaning that they would cover all the areas on the globe that you see, but they would be relatively shallow on that globe. They'd nevertheless, they're very deep to us. What's miles and miles deep to us is like on the puddle surface, so to speak, in the depressions that are deep enough to hold water. The water is there on the surface of our world. The majority of our surface is water, ocean water at that. And but there's more water than you see, and it's underground. So that being said, then we also have to deal with the fact that there are planets that have as much water as on Earth. In that sense, if we count all the water on Earth that's underground and all the water that's on the surface, there's planets with at least as much water as we see on the surface of the Earth. Well, they're moons technically, but the reality is it's a matter of definition. And in the ancient days, our moon was considered a world, and we need to really redefine what a world is as opposed to a moon, because they managed to fuck up the definition so much with what they did recently with the concept of dwarf planets, and demoting Pluto from a planet to a Kuiperoid object, that we need to hit the definition all over again. And there are astronomers who agree with me, believe me. And I'm in the school of thought that we need to start counting some of these moons as basically planets, and upgrade our moon to a planetary status, because our world is really a binary planet. Planet Earth is really a binary planet because our moon is so large compared to our Earth and without it, life would be impossible on Earth, because it causes the tides that oxygenate our waters and make life possible. Again, this complex clock-like mechanism in our solar system is mirrored nowhere else in any general sense. There's no general pattern of this in the galaxy. All we're seeing are hyperchaotic systems that do not reflect ours at all. We thought in the past, logically, to a degree, that our solar system was a model for all other solar systems, that they must have evolved the way our solar system did. We find out now that's not the case. So when our solar system is structured in such a way as to make life possible, then we have to come to grips with the fact that other planets in the past have been in different positions. As our solar system has evolved over time, planets have changed places. Gradually, mind you. Sometimes catastrophes have happened. Scientists are convinced that we have a second planet within Earth that crashed into our Earth violently, cataclysmically, to create our moon, which proportionately compared to our planet is larger than any other moon in the solar system. So technically, to call it a moon is ridiculous. We are a binary planet. We're a twin planet, and without that twin, our moon, classically referred to as Selena Diana, or in Asian Indian, Chandra, or Selena Diana in person, the personification of our moon. Your birthday cakes are based on the worship of Diana, the goddess of the moon. I won't go too deep into that, but basically, it was meant to represent, being mooned by Diana, Diana's full moon, and then you're seeing, basically eating her ass is basically what you're eating on your birthday is, I don't know, just be glad that it's sweet. Other than that,
wow. Okay. So what about the take that the moon came from elsewhere and just kind of got parked there?
That's old. Those are old theories. I don't think that anymore.
Yeah.
Who's
that? Who's that?
Hey, what is this? This sounds like Brooke Gibson. Yeah, are you possessed by Brooke Gibson? This is like,
no.
Yeah, I'm kidding. By the way,
no, not at all. No, I mean this is topic. I like. I mean,
it's a legitimate question.
Physics stuff.
Yeah.
I like space and physics stuff. I kind of been about physics as well.
Yeah. Well, you're an engineer. You're an engineer.
Yeah,
of
but
course.
I mean that's practical applications. But I do like, I always kind of did well with physics. Studied some extra physics. And space stuff, astrophysics a little bit. So,
Yeah.
but you know, so I mean, yeah, I mean, I know that's not a conventional thing, but
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of oddities about the moon.
Yeah. No, it's very odd. No, I mean, as an engineer, you probably have known all kinds of things about the moon. There's very odd things about it. That it's like symmetrically perfect in ways that don't make any sense, almost like it was mechanically created, so balanced with our world as it is. Yeah, I mean, you can bring some of this up. I mean, feel free to.
Well, I mean, it's very, very, very strange. Yeah, of course, the size the orbit it has, the you know, what are supposed craters on the moon, they're actually not concave, they're convex. You know, they're like, you know, huge, but it's basically shallow. It's like nothing. It's like, you know, it's not a deep pocket. You know, it's just like a scar. Like, you know, things didn't create a crater. That, you know, it's like very, I don't know. Supposedly, I don't know. They say what it rings like it's hollow.
Yeah,
I've heard all kind of.
I mean, I mean, nowadays I don't know if they dismiss that now or what. The people used to say that used to be taken as a fact that it rings like it's hollow. Maybe they've tried to rationalize that or explain that away. But it's definitely yeah. No, the moon is a magnificent, shall we say, anomaly. Anyhow, I don't know if I tried to call Troy Bellamy. Let me give him a try. In the meantime, you and I will speak for at least a few more minutes before I take another short break.
You're right about the solar systems. How it's unique. Most of them are not like this. So it's a very unique situation. Mm-hmm. Most of them would be very inhospitable. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Most of the planets are too close to their stars, and that's how we see them. And you might say, anyhow, just anybody can look this up. Troy Bellamy has joined us, so I did see that you were active, and and so I pray I'm not waking you up. So it must be very late where you're at, about 12:30, 12:45, about a quarter to 1 in the morning. How are you?
I'm great, my friend. How are you?
Oh, much the better for speaking with you. Thank you so much. Let me introduce you to Aristides. Aristides is an engineer. And Aristides, this is Troy Bellamy, who you might remember. Maybe you've heard him on the past when you've heard our roundtables. Teacher.
Yeah, he came on briefly right before I left, I think, the last time.
Yeah, Aristides and I and the young lady out in Portland.
Yes, Amanda Ute.
Amanda Ute, yeah.
yes. And
I'm just listening tonight. I'm listening because I got an early morning, but I'm in and I got my headphones on and I'm listening to you guys. So.
Oh, wonderful! Bless you, and thank you for doing that. Now, is there your early morning? Is this a regular class schedule, or is summer school, or what?
Well, now the teachers, the kids don't come back to school until Thursday, but the teachers have to be there to have meetings and plan strategy and all those sorts of things.
Sounds miserable. or is it exciting? How should we look at this? Positively, I hope.
It's exciting, yeah, definitely positive. I mean, you get to clean your classroom up and set it up kind of how you want to and discuss ways of the first 2-3 weeks of school is really just getting the kids to understand the rules and you know, and get them in a routine. But other than that, it's pretty easy.
Okay, great. And so, have you ever thought of becoming a teacher, Aristides, like teaching engineering?
I couldn't be a professor because I'm not a PhD, but
okay.
Yeah, no, I kind of do. I help out, you know, students, and I kind of help train them doing experimental stuff. A lot of them are not very well versed around the lab environment. So even though some of them are studying at a higher degree level, they don't have a lot of the practical experience. So I'm kind of the guy that gets to help them out.
Great. And Troy, have you ever encouraged people with math, the importance of math, so that they can maybe someday? Do you have any students who even fantasize about becoming engineers in this day and age, or what?
Yeah, a lot of the kids, we focus a lot on STEM issues. STEM topics, trying to get them into robotics. The kids seem to really love robotics just about at every level. We have a lot of kids who are heavily into the gaming, and so some of them have decided to learn programming and logic and all those sorts of things. So it's very important for them to have a strong basis in math, or at least an interest in understanding that they can do things in the engineering field, from electrical to chemical engineering. So
wonderful. But so you two gentlemen, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest, really. So I'm going to go mute, and I think both you gentlemen have got this. And then when I return, we'll talk a bit more together, and then I'll basically get ready eventually for monologue tonight. Probably sooner rather than later, but I certainly want to make sure that my head is out of it before I or into it.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll be mute for a bit. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Steve.
Hello, Troy. So, let's see. So you're, let me get this. You work in education, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I gathered. And in what aspect, or is it?
Well, I teach math. I teach middle school math.
Oh, okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's an important time, and I work in a school that's been improving and doing well, and some other things that we've got going on. But so I've been doing it now for about 7-8 years.
Oh, that's great.
Business world. I also teach like a business class, try and teach them soft skills, and then teach them keyboarding and other things like that will at least pique their interest, so that when they do get to high school, they can go right into a business program or something like that.
That's such an important time, because more and more you just see kids, and they're so just kind of distracted by the way life is these days, and all the content on their screens, and it's just so discouraging to hear kids say, well, I hate math, I'm bad at math. And I'm like, well, you feel that way now, but you don't have to feel that way. And it's just, sometimes it just takes the right person to kind of sit down, walk them through it the way they need to. And, it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of discouraging to hear, kids say that kind of thing. And
It is. There are a lot of programs now that I think some of the educational programs are starting to become a little bit more innovative, in that they've developed remedial and current math levels to where kids can almost like play games and learn the math. So it gives them the opportunity to make mistakes without the high stakes of thinking it's either right or wrong, or I'm getting an A or a B or whatever.
I think
that
would help a lot. I think kind of the old traditional format of, everybody sits there and the teachers, write stuff on the chalkboard, and, you take your notes and you take your exam, and, I failed the exam, I hate math. Like, it's like, it should be more like, like a computer game,
Right.
And I think
the same mindset behind, when a kid gets a new game, they break it out, they read the instructions, they play it a few times, they get killed, at the first level. But then after a while, they start learning ways of how to solve problems. It's like the old Pavlovian, ring the bell and they'll figure out how to get in and get something to eat. But so once they go through it and make a few errors, then they start correcting themselves, and then they understand the process a little bit more. And the hardest part about what kids don't understand about math is their lack of vocabulary. So they struggle with words and the meaning of other phrases that are not necessarily advanced, but you expect for a kid to understand the difference between below sea level or above sea level at certain grades. And that's a lot of times where people don't understand that. They just need to be exposed to it. Sometimes it's couched in terms of cultural insensitivity. All these kids in the urban areas, they don't know anything about below sea level or above sea level. But they can understand the concept of above and below.
Yeah.
So I get it from both sides. Where I understand as you know, an African American, you know, where people want to say, okay, well, maybe it's culturally biased. You know, no kid knows anything about going to the mountains or going underwater. That's not true. You know, I think a lot of times we just stop at letting the kids really think, really challenge themselves to be better.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times they just need to explain to them in the right way, and I think part of education is understanding how they need to explain to them instead of just trying to march everybody through the same dry textbook format that's been around for 50 years. You know.
Yeah. Exactly. So is Amanda not on tonight?
I don't think anybody else is on so far.
Okay.
I think he invited just about everybody else, but yeah.
Wednesday, you all had a real good conversation. I was listening by YouTube, but I was trying to remember some of the points that you all talked about.
Oh my God, we touched on so many things, and
I know.
Good. It was pretty far, but yeah. I wish I was doing more math these days. I kind of look back. Some people say, "Oh, you're in," I say, "Yeah." I mean, I had like several calculus courses and a couple others, and then, some of the stuff that it's all relative. I work with PhDs and some of the stuff that they do, and I'm like, oh God, I'm like, I start to look at some of these equations, and my brain starts hurting. I'm like, it's very complex. So even I could be intimidated. Everybody think, oh, you must be, so great at math. And I'm like, oh, there's still somebody better than me. And there's still somebody that, I could help out,
Right. I was going through my things in my garage the other day, and I found my old calculus book from college. I was like, there's no way I can remember any of this stuff. So. But it's still relative. I mean, it's all philosophy. It's all logic,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
it's good stuff. So we're excited. We got school starting back up this week, and kids will be back Thursday.
Yeah. Wow, already.
This year too was the graduation year for a lot of kids who went through COVID.
Oh God, that was rough. Yeah, I know. We went through some of that. My daughter was in high school, and God, that really that set a lot of kids back because the whole, everybody was trying to do stuff online, and it was just.
I will say this, and as an educator, I mean, I understand, we all are used to the traditional get in the classroom stuff, but I will say that during COVID, it became a political football, but the schools and the districts were really trying to make sure that the kids did not completely fall off the edge until it just became untenable. I mean, they were giving out laptops. They were providing Wi-Fi, remote Wi-Fi. Cable companies were giving people free access with their sign-on. I mean, if the kids really, but the thing was, it's a different, interesting dynamic because the parents weren't used to the kids being home, and the kids weren't used to having all this access to the things that they normally have at home, their computers and their phones and their friends, and they could sleep in, and so it just kind of, everybody kind of took a little while. It was unfortunate too that was at the end of the school year. So, had this happened at the beginning of the school year, I think it would have adjusted. And when kids came back, a lot of kids came back the following year. They were still in that relaxed mode. Well, you had a lot of parents who were debating whether or not they should let their kids go back to live school.
Right.
And so it's a huge button down here in South Florida where I'm at, Southwest Florida.
Yeah, I mean, some schools I think started off for an option just to basically do online school. Period. Like you could just sign your kid into that for the rest of the their time there.
Right.
But one good thing that came of it is that a lot of the teachers, the kids could go back and watch the lesson, anytime, instead of being, marched through these classes. And it's like, what if, a lot of kids, and these poor kids, you stuff them in there 8 a.m. and, they're still, they're not with it, and it's like, and, that poor kid that had math at 8 a.m., they're not even awake. But now, like with it all being recorded and online, it's like, well, I didn't really get that, or I'm gonna watch it at a certain point in the day, later in the day when I'm feeling with it,
right?
And it kind of offers that learn at your own pace sort of thing, and that's good. And I think that, like, when kids get tested, it shouldn't be they get discouraged because, like, oh, they did bad on an exam. Like, you should always be able to resubmit that work. Like, you could, hey, go back and rework that problem. You should be able to retest as many times as you want. Really, it's like,
you would think that'd be the case. I think they. I mean, it's just like anything else. The rig, they call it rigor. And the reason why they try to test them is to put a little bit of pressure on them so that they can perform, except for kids. So now you have a lot of kids who are being diagnosed with learning disabilities. So you got individual education plan for a kid. So now, instead of them having to complete the test within the required 2 hours, now they get 4 hours. So there are a lot of accommodations that happen. Maybe rightly, maybe not so right for everybody, but they still want to find out who can actually. And you said a key word: pace is the biggest thing. Right. They want to make sure that by a certain time, students should be able to do certain things, and so it becomes almost like you're teaching toward the test. Because that's what teachers are graded on. But it's really not that. It's just that the process of learning is that you learn one step and then you go to another concept. And sometimes the kids take it for granted that they have more time.
Right.
And that's just human nature. Kids have no concept of time.
No, right. They got all the time in the world.
Yeah. They think they're gonna live forever, and they think, why does that have to be done now?
Right, but they should have all the time they need, because if not, they do bad the first time, they get discouraged, and now they don't want to try again.
Right,
especially with the math.
Right, the hardest thing is to get them to try the second time.
That's right.
I mean, some kids will take it as a challenge and say, "Okay, I bet I'll do better this time." Others, and so what? And I hate to be talking about education all the time, but what we've done better is incentivize the kids. Even the kids who may not have done as well, they get something, for trying. Because most kids, even if they don't score high, they probably scored better than they scored the last time they took the test. And so now you can incentivize them, whether it's candy. My kids love to eat these little Takis, these little chips. We throw parties for the ones who really do well, and so now it becomes, oh man, I'm gonna get in that party next time, because there's always a party, Yeah. And we'll try to make it engaging and exciting for them to see where they can get, and hopefully they can set their sights on it and set goals to reach that, and it'll translate into higher scores.
Okay, I just got back and. Glad to be rejoining both of you gentlemen, and happy to say that our numbers have been up throughout the night, and certainly held high by Aaron and Aristides even before Peter Moon showed up, and retaining good numbers now as we go out into the work week, which of course think we all regret to a degree, but our man Mr. Bellamy sounds like he's looking forward to tomorrow, which is incredible to me.
Just in case someone's listening from my job, yes, I am. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you. Point well taken. At any rate, certainly that would be. I would hope that honestly, people from the educational world would listen to us more often. I mean, certainly, all I can say is. I know I appreciate the position that people are in. It's like the lady that was with our man Peter with the episode before tonight's. Now he mentioned both Nora, and then he mentioned Cora, and so I'm sorry. Sometimes I have trouble keeping track of who is who. The young lady from Romania, Aristides. Would you remember her name, or maybe even Troy? Would you?
No.
Okay, yeah, and so I'm trying to disambiguate her in my mind from the lady he had brought in the other day before he left for Romania, who was Magyar, Hungarian, and kind of like read people, kind of like did the psychic and stuff, and so just trying to disambiguate those two. But the lady who was Romanian and then was spending her time basically in China, I think, as a teacher. I tell you the truth, it's hard to keep track of many people. There's so many people involved with Peter and myself. So when it comes to like I said, when I noticed Peter did not respond to what I said when I pointed out the fact that she had misunderstood my question when I said, "Do you feel safe in China?" and I meant from the government. But she took it as, oh no, there's cameras everywhere, there's no crime, and but she has, of course, a copy of the Roswell Deception, which she read and was impressed by, and mentioned positive things to Peter about it. And but when I kind of pressed her, and this is on record, when I was pressing her about, is this something you might share with people in Romania? Basically, she said. Very indirectly, the answer is no, because I'm certain she was afraid of the authorities basically approaching her, and bad things might happen. So it's the same with, I'm sure, Troy Bellamy and any educator. This would be hard to promote the Roswell Deception in his environment because it would be considered subversive or something. But is there anyone at work that you can talk to it about? History teachers who might have an interest? Or is this something that you feel is just better not to bring up because the topic might be so controversial that people would be, you think, maybe reflexively offended? Just curious. What's your intuition? What's your read on that, Troy?
I think it would be very interesting to broach that topic. The kids see things more than we do a lot of times, and I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of my kids have heard of you and and have maybe even read the book. I talk about a lot of those topics, not just, I don't teach on it, but I may broach it as a subject for them to pique their interest, and they go out and read and find different things that may interest them, so we can come back and talk about it in school. It probably would be controversial for many reasons. You know how it is in Florida. DeSantis, he's banning everything.
Yeah.
It's like you literally have to walk in and cover your bookshelf up, or just turn the books around, or just take them off and put them in a box.
Jesus.
And then
That's
because
madness.
If they walk in and see you, you're going to get fined.
Yeah.
They walk in and there's one book on that shelf that's not on their list, that you're going to get fined. And it's just been tough. But those types of subjects, I think, are very interesting topics for social studies, for history, especially because they revolve around World War II so heavily. I think they would be very important to discuss. Wonderful.
I mean, yes, but be careful, as you say. You're in basically a totalitarian state over there. No, DeSantis this is outrageous. It's outrageous and certainly egregious. It's offensive, and we're talking about a man running the state who actually went so far as to say that slavery had positive collateral benefits for the slaves. I mean, this is, oh my God.
He's treating it like it was a job program or something.
Thank you. Like it was, a stint in the military. Like, which of course, I've told people just how a stint in the military is not something that renders anyone more employable. This is like the overwhelming. I mean, if you go into the military and you like repair tank treads. Okay, there's no civilian equivalent in which to transfer those skills over to. It's like you're running a certain kind of radar in the military. There is no civilian equivalent to transfer these skills over to. It's basically non-transferable skills you're learning in the military. Overwhelmingly. So
that's the Republican playbook anyway. Basically, that is the epitome of the trickle-down theory. The better I do, the better you do. Not financially so much, but your quality of life will get better, or maybe you don't have to get whipped as many times.
Well, wait, wasn't DeSantis in the military?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm gonna try to pull it up and get on my computer or something. I don't know. There was something sketchy about him in the military, and I don't know if he was at Guantanamo or something like that. So basically torturing prisoners. So maybe that is a transferable skill. I'll try to look that up.
I believe you're right. I believe you're on the right track. I think he was in Guantanamo.
Yeah.
That would make a lot of sense.
One of the naval prisoners.
Yeah, he was a prison guard. He said he was pretty rough.
Oh my God, everything begins to make sense now. Everything begins to make sense. This is outrageous. I am appalled. By the way, so what I'll do is basically give a copy of what I had sent to Aristides. To our dear friend Troy Bellamy. I'll send this to him in the Skype text message. And so here, let me get back into the call and then access his file, and that way he at least has that. And I noticed George Knight has gone active, so he might be able to join us soon. And aside from that, I noticed that, okay, good. Our man Troy Bellamy also sent me a number of links on that idiot, Cliven Bundy, who I did my best to completely bleach from my memory. So he's that's important because I need those tidbits of information. I forget these people and then they become relevant. Oh, one of the things I did want to bring up with people was earlier tonight before Pete jumped on, I was bringing up Keith Call. And then, what I was working for, and we might get back to this the next time we're speaking with Aaron Tice, what I was working back to was a number of things Keith Call had to say about the Death Force, haunted houses, etc. And by Death Force, what we are talking about here is not some action team or something like that. We're not some A-team sent to take people out. We're talking about this, basically the force that the dead have to really impact our lives when we're too close to them or too morbidly invested in investigating them or somehow like basically toying with them, because that's what it comes down to. So it's a good example for people to understand is the synchronicity of deaths that happen in life. People used to say, oh, deaths come in threes, and they would notice that celebrities die, 3 at a time. Oftentimes there's announcements. I mean, we had Sinead O'Connor and Pee Wee Herman die pretty much within, 72 hours. And so this is kind of like, that is, of course, basically kind of like media cycles, maybe combined with different phenomenon. But when it comes to people in your own life, one of the things that people notice is that if there's somebody who exerts a powerful enough pull when they're alive, a husband, a loved one, a relation that people have deep respect for in the family, if they die suddenly in a car accident or drowning or something, oftentimes deaths will then happen in the family besides them. Other people will die. And this is kind of like a ship when it sinks, and if it's a big enough ship, it pulls down other ships with it. This happens, and it's the vortex created by the ship sinking. And then, like an oil tanker sinking, small dinghies or sailboats near it, they'll sink with it. It'll drag them down. Just by the sheer force of its mass, will drag smaller vessels down with it. So you want to be as far away as possible from a larger sinking ship, or even from smaller sinking items when you're a single human being. The dead do that to us. They kind of drag us down with them. And when people get involved with just investigating death, it drags them down. So I had some points to make about Keith Call and then other friends of ours and what happened to them. So we'll bring them up next with Aaron. But I don't know if any of that brings anything to your mind more immediately, Troy. We'll see if Troy responds with any of his own experiences.
Who is this guy, Keith?
Yeah, Keith Call. Keith Call.
Yeah, it was interesting that my main man, Pee Wee Herman, died. Of course, I'm from Sarasota, where Pee Wee grew up. And
oh, really?
School.
Oh, my God!
He went to school with my aunt. I used to see him all the time.
Oh, you're kidding!
There are quite a few celebrities that live down here now.
He was a
I don't want to name drop.
Yeah.
Huh?
He was a Floridian.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. So go more into this, please. By all means. Reuben. His name was Reuben.
Yeah, Paul Rubens.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. He went to college. He went to high school with my aunt at Sarasota High. That was like the first class of integration, and very good family, very nice family, good people. Just caught up in that situation. Be glad he's. As rough a time as he went through, he should thank his lucky stars it wasn't during this social media age. Yeah, that he would have gotten crucified. Yeah. But put himself in some tough positions, and in the end, he was able to get forgiven. I mean, there are a lot of guys who live down here. Steven Tyler, a lot of former athletes that live down here. Jerry Springer, who passed, talking about passing, he and Pee Wee. Jerry Springer used to live here, very famous for being out and about on the town. Robin Givens lives here. See her quite often. So, this is a growing area. The beaches are the most beautiful on the west coast of Florida. So people flock here for a number of reasons.
Yeah. And in terms of Pee Wee Herman, I know that this is something that most younger people don't even remember. As you say, this was prior to the social media age. But just so people understand, Pee Wee Herman had a children's show on television. I can't even remember the name of it. It might have simply have been Pee Wee Herman. He had a few movies.
Actually, had Playhouse.
Pee Wee's Playhouse. And he had a few movies that came out of that. And then, if I remember correctly, it might have even been here in San Francisco. I know it caused a scandal with reverberations out here in San Francisco, but it might not have been. It was just I know that he had come to San Francisco often. I know that for a fact, and this is because many actors do. There's a lot of media out here as well. We're a satellite media outlet of Los Angeles, which of course is Hollywood, which Pee Wee was definitely involved with. So. But definitely, I think we might have catered in some of the adult entertainment centers to some of his escapades. But what happened was that he was caught, if I remember this correctly, basically in a booth, just basically in a booth, jacking off. I think it's what he simply.
I remember it was a theater. It's a theater. It's no longer there. It's right down by the mall here in Sarasota. And you had to drive way out to get to it. So if you're there for that reason, either hook up or beat off or something. Just getting your rocks off. But yeah, it was unfortunate. He was sitting in the theater and he was taking care of himself, and somebody noticed it, and he was arrested.
Oh my God, that is awful.
And then later he got, and again, I hate to speak evil of the dead, but. He had been accused. There were some other guys that were around that were living here. Remember the guy from Subway, Jared, the Subway guy?
Oh God, not Subway sandwich guy. The advert.
Yeah,
Okay.
He said he lost a lot of weight eating Subway sandwiches.
Right. Yes. Go on.
He moved to Sarasota as well. I used to see him out a lot, and he got caught up in a child pornography ring or distributing child images, and then all of a sudden the dragnet kind of swept Pee Wee in it as well. But
Holy shit!
I think he was exonerated. I think he was exonerated from that because he wasn't, he wasn't in on that.
Oh my God! I mean, but nevertheless, that's something. He's, again, like you said, he's lucky that in terms of the social media, people are just waiting for that. They are just waiting, and they salivate, and it doesn't matter whether you're exonerated or not. If you get dragged into something like that, that's the end of it. It's the end of it. You're judged in the eyes of the public, and it doesn't matter if, in the eyes of the law, you get released later or exonerated or whatever happens doesn't. Because I remember the way I remember it, just being someone who was very peripherally just following his career only like an average person. The only thing I remember was after that scandal, he lost the Pee Wee Herman job, basically, and effectively you never heard of him again. He did a single appearance that I remember in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie, the original movie, in which he played a sleazy vampire, and I don't remember him anywhere else. I don't remember him doing anything after that the rest of my life. So, am I wrong on this, or do you?
No, he did. What is the name of that show? 30 Rock. He did 30 Rock.
Okay. Never heard of it.
For a couple seasons. It was a show that came on NBC. Okay. He did that show for a few years. Did a few episodes on that.
But did he ever do the Pee Wee Herman character again?
I don't know if he had a show, but I'm sure people, how people typecast you, and he probably couldn't go anywhere without kids coming up to him and saying, "I know I did, but what about you?" Adults and other people like that. From what I understood, he kept a pretty low profile.
Oh my God, that's awful. So his life did, in a very real sense, end at that point. Certainly his career in any conventional sense. Yeah, that is.
He was responsible. Ironically, he was responsible for launching Lawrence Fishburne's career.
Oh my God.
Lawrence Fishburne had a character on Pee Wee's show, some kind of cowboy, if I remember correctly. And he was responsible for helping launch his career.
And what do we know about him? The name's vaguely familiar, but what was his...
Lawrence Fishburne, who played Morpheus on the Matrix trilogy.
Okay. All right.
And he's played on a number of other... He played in another number of other very important films. Boys in the Hood. He's been quite active in his career. He was a child actor too, so
So he was likely put through some kind of ringer.
He's even gone through it as an adult, as a famous person, because he had like 3 daughters, and of course, it's a roll of the dice when you get daughters. So one of his daughters decided, I have a daddy issue. I'm just gonna go make porn. And so she was making porn for a while, and she was like one of the hottest chicks in porn. But it was because it was Lawrence Fishburne's daughter. Her name was Montana Fishburne. She used the whole name and everything.
Oh my
she
God!
She didn't use an alias.
Jesus. And go on. So this guy is he was cucked by his own daughter in a very real sense. He was just so the I'm just but the sad thing about Pee Wee was he was just jacking off. But it was like, but you say this theater, it was basically a porn theater anyway. I'm not quite sure I get this. I mean, it's like, why would anybody care? I mean, technically it's illegal, But if he's in a porn theater, Jack, it's like what people, like you said, went there to do, other than deal drugs with each other. What?
Yeah, that place is. I mean, as far as Sarasota goes, I mean that place was like the Cadillac because you just had nice seats and stuff. You go to somewhere over in Tampa or something like that. Yeah. Man, you better take a hazmat suit. You're gonna come out with something on your hand. You're gonna need hand sanitizer. You might need a shower right after.
Oh my God.
Being in that atmosphere.
I get it. No, I fucking get it. San Francisco had places like that. Yes, most definitely. No, I mean it's. I grew up in the worst of the worst, where these places
and it was and nothing against it. Okay, obviously San Francisco probably have a few more gay films and things like that. Whereas I think the Sarasota one had maybe one gay theater, and the rest was just regular theaters. As you pass by. I've actually never been in there. And what happens is you can pass by and they have it's like an 8-plex. So you can go in and watch whatever's out there.
Right. But like you said, it's closed now, right? I mean, isn't it?
I believe it's closed. Yeah, it's closed now.
Yeah, because basically what happened is the video industry, everybody could just do that shit at home. After a while, it became... People could, when people were able to more and more do that at home, those places became worse and worse in the sense that basically only very, very poor men were going to these places because they didn't have money to afford a VCR or to save up to buy back when it was video cassettes and then later on DVD players. And it took the cost going down and everything else. So during that transition period, which admittedly was years, but the theaters became more and more derelict, and just the only people going in there were drug users who were going in there to sleep, basically checking in to sleep, essentially. Yeah. And but when it came to the live places too, all the live places in San Francisco sadly have generally died. A few places still open, but the ones that were there for years, generations, have pretty much all closed. It's tragic in its own way because live performances I grew up with them, with so did they still have any of them in Florida? A few places like that, or Miami?
The theaters? You mean X theaters?
No, live, not X theaters. I presume they're all closed.
You mean live strippers?
Yeah, like burlesque, like strip clubs.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Okay,
so they are all over the place.
Okay, so
they actually have proliferated now.
Okay,
in certain towns, like in Tallahassee, there's not one there.
Okay,
there's no strip club in Tallahassee.
And remind me to avoid Tallahassee at all costs. Go on.
I think they did that because they didn't want to encourage the college girls to try and make money doing that, and being so close to the capital, they just didn't want that there. But you go to Tampa, right across from the Tampa Bay Bucks Stadium. That's a road called Dale Mabry. Ian can tell you about it. That was a little throw off.
I understood.
But no, there's like. One of the older ones there is a place called Mons Venus, and they usually the porn stars will roll through and they'll do their tour there, and especially during football season or whatever, and they go to the next one.
Yeah. Okay.
There are like 5 of them on that street.
Okay.
And 5 other ones in the neighborhood.
Right. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. It's like I said, now I know where to go when I'm in Florida and where to avoid. Yeah. But definitely, I appreciate that. So
I hope you do come to Florida soon, man. There's as we were talking in the beginning, UFO stuff. There was a UFO club that I had joined, and people would listen. We'd sit down and they'd probably listen to Art and all that, and Linda Moulton Howe, and we'd sit down and discuss little topics, and what our beliefs were and thoughts were on disclosure and everything. Of course, your guy Stephen Greer came up a lot.
Yeah.
But that's when I started, and got into you, because they stopped having the meetings and it really just stopped making sense anymore. But I'd love to see that culture. Now, I mean, especially now that the government has to basically acknowledge, yeah, we got to look into this,
Yeah, well, that's what they did with fucking Project Blue Book. I couldn't even get it out. This is just Bluebeam. It's just a follow up to that. I mean, they go out there, they say, oh yeah, there's things to investigate, and nothing happened then. What makes anyone think something will happen now? That's what blows my mind. It's just this is just a steam vent. They're releasing some steam. Anyhow, so our man Mark H brings up that Paul Rubens was in the movie Blow as a cameo, and I'm writing now, thank you, Mark, how pathetically tragic. So just awful. So his career ended there, and it still doesn't make any sense to me. What the hell was going on in the minds of people then that they would give a shit? Somebody's in a porn theater jacking off. It's like, what would you expect someone to do? There's only so much stimulation you can get from watching a porn film before you either leave or you sit there and jack off.
Blue balls.
Yeah, unless you're getting off on that. What's the point of it? It's just bizarre to me. I don't know. I don't get it. Crazy.
That seemed like a setup to me, man.
Yeah. There's something wrong. There's something terribly wrong there. It doesn't make any sense. And so they destroyed this guy's career. He must have had some enemies. He had to have some enemies.
Oh yeah.
And so, such being said, aside from all of that, the other horror story of Florida, aside from DeSantis, I understand that he's costing. Everything he's doing is costing Florida just at this point astronomical amounts of loss in income from he's got some kind of no jobs. What is this? No work kind of policy going on where he's scaring away businesses or something like that now? I don't know. He probably gets so disgusting you probably ignore him at some point just for the sake of your mental health. But I understand that he's just doing a number of things to really destroy the Florida economy.
The biggest thing is that, of course, especially on the west coast of Florida, all the way to Orlando, it's very agricultural, and also there's a lot of construction going on. You're clearing land, and they need people to work. And those were the migrants. Those were the people who were refugees, and they work under the cover, and then bother anybody. They go to work, they pile their money up, they live 10, 15 in a house, save their money, and they, try to get their citizenship the right way. But they're working. I mean, literally working. Landscaping, construction, any kind of project that needs to be done. I can guarantee you that there's a bunch of Latin American people who are out there filling those jobs. And so now what DeSantis has done is stepped up policing and saying, okay, what we're going to do is implement this system called E-Verify. Mm-hmm. Now, E-Verify is a way not only for them to collect more premiums for workers' comp, but also to verify if your workers if the inspector comes out on site, you say you got 35, laborers, and you look up on the site, they got 42 laborers. That means probably 7 of those guys are not in the system. They're getting paid cash. They're good at what they do. They need them in order for the project to stay on time. But what happens if you fail that E-Verify, that contractor is going to lose a lot of business. He's going to get fined. He's going to have to come to court. They're going to have to pay money. It is really, really punitive.
Yeah.
As a deterrent. Yeah. It's so much of a deterrent now that a lot of jobs are going undone. The prices of fruit and everything else and vegetables that normally those guys pick, those guys won't even show up on the job. and they're trying to get other people, blacks and whites, to go out there and try and do those jobs. Those guys
good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. Go on.
Yeah. They can't handle it.
Yeah, it's oh my god, this is insane. So why is Florida tolerating this? How much longer does this guy have on terms of term limits? It's feels like he's president for life or something. What the fuck? How do you get rid of this son of a bitch?
It seems like he wants to be president or king.
Yeah.
And here's the crazy part. When we get into politics, Charlie Crist was governor of Florida, probably during one of the most prosperous times in Florida's history. But he was just so unstable. He was a Republican first, then he switched parties to become. I'm sorry, he was a Democrat at first. Then he switched parties to become a Republican, and then he ran as an independent when he lost to Marco Rubio, of all people. He ran for Senate, tried to get back in politics after he was a governor for a while. And in trying to get back in politics, he lost to Rubio in the Republican primary. Mm-hmm. Well, the Democratic nominee is a college classmate of mine named Kendrick Meek, young black man. His mother was a longtime senator, congressperson from Miami, and he had the name recognition. He had educational background. He was being trained by the Obamas. Matter of fact, he introduced Bill Clinton at the 2008 convention. Mm-hmm. So everybody thought, this guy's a star. Mm-hmm. Well, somebody convinced Charlie Crist to come back into the race after having lost the Republican nomination. They convinced him to come back in the race as an independent. He fractured the vote, and now we have Marco Rubio. Because Kendrick Meek ran as a Democrat unopposed. He literally would have had 48, 49% of the vote, but name recognition from Charlie Crist fractured his vote, and that allowed Rubio to win with like 39%. And now we're stuck with Marco Rubio.
Oh my God! So, do you ever explain the mathematics of this to the kids at school? I mean,
yeah. Well, I try to stay away from politics too much, so they don't understand that. The only thing they know is they don't like Trump.
Yeah, at least they know that much.
Yeah.
So that's
sometimes we'll broach the subject up if it comes up in current events or something like that, but they can pretty much tell you that they don't like him.
Yeah. So that's good. And as we were bringing up the other day, our dear friend, Mr. Aristides here said it best. He said that RFK Jr. is Trump for the Democrats. So I'll bring that up later, probably a little bit, get back into covering some of that, RFK in particular, some of his other craziness, but I do want people to understand that he's just to display to people what RFK Jr., who has been brought up before on this program, and in a positive light. The more I've followed up on this cretin, the more that I have found just how bad he is. Now, I've gone into some real bad stuff about RFK already, but I think it really goes to show everyone how bad he truly is. When Steve Bannon, who, if anybody has any memory, if you're young enough, fortunately, you're young enough where you just forget these things, like you were too young when Trump was president to remember the horror, just like being too young to live through a war or something. I want people to understand that his original advisor in the government, literally with a position in the government, a paid position in the government, was Steve Bannon. And Steve Bannon is now got his dream ticket, which he is promoting, and it's Trump RFK Jr. So that is the dream ticket, because Trump could not find a vice president. Steve Bannon, who is his advisor, is advising him that he take on RFK Jr., and RFK Jr. is considering it. So RFK Jr. is considering running with Trump as the vice president. This is Steve Bannon's dream ticket. Whether this comes to pass or not is, well, we'll see. I do want to remind people, it was brought to my attention. I had never really thought about it, but it was brought to my attention by Amy Como, I believe, that Trump can go to prison and still run for president. He can still, which I know to be true now that I think about it, because Lyndon LaRouche ran for president from prison. And so Trump can run for president from prison. He would probably not be put in prison until after he was president. And then he can still be president. You can literally run the country from prison. So it is constitutional. Our country, there is something seriously wrong with America. It was put together, despite everybody thinking that these founding fathers were Superman, something was seriously wrong with them. And so what we've inherited is a train wreck. And so Trump still has a chance to be president. He can still run. If it's him and RFK Jr. together, it's the end of the world. And So I'll probably be getting into domestic politics quite deep tonight. It's a horrible situation, very desperate. Now, of course, our dear friend Troy has to go to work tomorrow, but believe me, I have no problem with you staying a bit longer. If you want to stay a little bit longer, you're welcome to. I mean, I certainly welcome it.
I just wanted to point out, I don't begrudge anybody the opportunity to become president or run the country, but it's obvious, like I said, like they've been saying, pundits are very true. He's trying to stay out of jail. He's actually making more money as president, which he's not supposed to do. But, I just find it ironic that he would go, I'm trying to figure out, what is a New York billionaire, playboy, international playboy, have in common with anybody in the state of Alabama or Georgia. But yet he goes and accepts some award. If you notice, that's all where he starts his rallies, in the Deep South. Now that is got to be indicative of the rise of nationalism and the other prejudice and hate groups, because he has nothing in common with them other than the fact that he basically emboldens them.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, how different? I mean, I feel like I'm going back to. Going with the wind. Like I'm going back to the Civil War, because the federal government told Alabama, hey, all you gotta do is create 2 black districts. I mean, there are large enough areas in Alabama between Montgomery and Birmingham and Mobile. There are places where you could create at least 2 black districts so that we could, comply with the Supreme Court order. They came back twice and defied the order and only came back with 1. And then Trump goes down to get the award for humanitarian, or I don't know what kind of award he won.
Something they made just for him. Go on.
Yeah, just for him to come to Alabama and celebrate the fact that they're not going to do what the federal government said. If that's not the Civil War trying to start up all over again, I don't know what is.
Thank you.
These are the same people that they just celebrated saying, they overturned abortion and they knocked down affirmative action. Now all of a sudden they say, hey, make it equal for black folks, and they're like, nah, we're not doing that one.
Yeah, no, it's
I hate to bring up race, but these are the issues that's going on in our country. Yeah. And these are very simple fixes. If you sit here and we allow as a country a person that doesn't even have the dignity, Donald Trump could really be president again if he did one thing. All he has to do is say, I apologize. I lost. And you know what? I didn't do well last time. This time I'm ready and I'll do it. It's simple. Very magnanimous gesture. He doesn't even have the decency to do that.
Yeah, that's beyond.
Instead, he goes around saying they cheated in all the black cities: Detroit, Atlanta, Philadelphia.
That was where I wanted to disagree with Amanda Ute. Now, at the time that she was bringing this up, I really didn't have the energy to invest in it. So I regret that. I should wait until she's here so I could bring it up. But she was feeling that Trump is not so much racist as kind of elitist, that if blacks side with him, then he kind of welcomes them. And I did bring up the fact that he was letting his kids play with Michael Jackson, which takes us into a whole nother area of just outrageous, shall we just say, just you don't know what's going on with this guy. But when it comes to, I don't know. I personally believe he is truly racist. I just think that when there are minorities that are stupid enough to suck up to him, he uses them. He happily abuses them and exploits them. Of course. But it doesn't mean that he really likes them. But then again, like I said, then he had Michael Jackson. But at that point, Michael Jackson was bleached so white. Maybe he looked pale enough where he didn't.
Prior to him running for president, he would glad hand with people. I mean, that's what he did. That's the only way you're going to get around in New York City in real estate is to shake Al Sharpton's hand and Don King and all these other people who are in entertainment. You gotta glad hand. Now, he tried to disingenuously invite certain black people that he felt were the voice of the community to come to him, but under surreptitious means. Like he just surprised Steve Harvey. Hey, Steve Harvey, why don't you come up to Trump Tower? I want to talk to you for a second. And Steve Harvey, this is the person who's the president of the United States. Of course he goes. You don't tell the president, no, I don't care if you didn't vote for him. Steve goes, and by the time he comes down off the elevator, paparazzi's all over the place. Hey, Steve, what are you trying to do, man? And now Steve Harvey's like, I just had a discussion about basic things. But he made it seem like he was leaning on influencers and change makers in the African American community to get them to, sort of cut him some slack. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's, he panders. He panders to everybody. Yeah. Again, like I said, what does he have in common with people in Alabama? He's pandering to them. They're going through something with the federal government, and now he goes to Alabama to show up to say, I support you.
It's outrageous. And Aristides, some observations. It doesn't necessarily have to be about Trump, about the political scene in general. Now, earlier, of course, Aaron and yourself were both saying, "Oh, it's all the same horrible taste. They're both wings on the same bird." I mean,
I know you said you don't think that.
Thank you. So you're aware of that. Yes, thank you. So both of them fell into what I consider to be a logic trap, but yes.
No, I do think at the end of the day, it's just so many, different types of political theater. And are any of these people legitimately just, organically a person that said, I want to get into politics to help people, and they're not, influenced or owned by somebody or pandering to somebody, it's like it's any of this real life at all? Like it just
that's awfully philosophical. I mean, that's basically you're asking, it's almost, it doesn't veer into, are we in a matrix, but it goes toward, it approaches that. You're basically saying that all politics is theater and this is all. But no, these people are, these people are like somebody like DeSantis. He's costing the state of Florida astronomical sums of money. He took a situation, you know what they say, if it's don't broke, don't fix it. I mean, something like Disney, forget for a minute, whatever Ian West says about kids in the dungeons in levels down below And
I guarantee you that DeSantis believes the same way. He's heard that same crap.
Yeah, something's going on there, yes, where he's pandering or catering to that. He certainly has heard it. Whether he believes it or not is one thing, but he's certainly trying to exploit that. Yeah.
He has to believe it because that's the only reason you would mess up almost $1 trillion
Thank you.
situation.
Thank
That
you.
is the only way you would screw that up.
Thank you. What he's done is, like I said, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Disney, put aside for a while what we can only say are rumors. Okay, these are rumors that there are children in levels down below Disney, etc. Put aside for a fact the very real fact that, yeah, they produce a lot of cartoons that are questionable in the sense that, you just have a lot of subliminals in there that don't need to be in a lot of these cartoons, but it's not like it's an overkill campaign to truly social engineer. What people are tripping off of with Disney is they just don't like success. Most Americans hate success, and if something, whether it's an organization or an individual, is successful, they'll just say he made a deal with the devil or she sold herself, that sort of thing. And so now I'm not shilling for Disney. All I'm saying is that I kind of relate to Walt Disney, the original founding father, in the sense that he was very much thinking out of the box. He was dishonorably discharged from the military, even though he served in World War I. So, I can relate to him on that. Even though later on there was a bunch of people who were trying to re-propagandize his legacy and claim that he wasn't. It's not true. He was dishonorably discharged and quite proud of it. So Disney inspired me to be honest about my dishonorable discharge. But when it comes to Walt Disney, it's like the company, the legacy. So they had a sovereign state in Florida. They were bringing in all this money. It's like a primary attraction. It's one of the reasons to go to Florida, aside from the strip clubs that our man Troy has turned me on to. And so why on earth would you fuck with that? But then DeSantis says, no, I'm going to attack this. I'm going to fuck it up. I'm going to lose. Not only, the irony, when he took away their tax exempt status as a sovereign state, then all the locals, their taxes rose by $20,000 a year because they've got to pay for all the shit that Disney used to pay for. You know about this, right? It's like, yeah. This is true insanity. Why would you fuck up such? He's crazy. There is nothing that will outweigh the damage that DeSantis has done. This man is like single-handedly the kiss of death to the state of Florida. Yeah.
He's found 4 different ways, three or four different ways to just try and justify why he made the move. The biggest one has to do with the children, the indoctrination of the children. The second one was that Reedy Creek, he couldn't control it because it had its own sort of city community status that was negotiated with the state through other administrations so that they could have special tax, a special tax deal. The third thing was basically, what was I going to say? The third thing was that there was a clause or several phrases, this is the excuse that he's used, that give the Queen of England some sort of authority over that city after so many years or something like that.
Yeah, basically.
They have some land rights to being able to purchase land directly from Reedy Creek.
Yeah.
Versus having to deal with the state of Florida or the governor. So that's what he was trying to get out. You mean as DeSantis? If England was invading us again.
Right. This is the insanity of it all. Just so people understand, what Disney was seeking was, it's evident to me now, some of these facts were brought to my attention by all people, by Ian West. And it's not that they're untrue. This is what I pointed out to George Knight, was that apparently Walt Disney, probably by, shall we say, bribing in one sense, making contributions to the royal family of England, because, face it, as I pointed out before, the nobility of England is, they're asset rich, but they're cash poor. So they take cash from wherever they can get it, usually from Americans. And they are basically a tourist industry. What brings in tourists to England is the royal family. So when it comes to Disney, he was taking advantage of that fact, and he probably bribed them. He probably gave them contributions, and in return, they agreed to help him legally attain a kind of sovereign state status for the Disney World franchise. And so he was working towards ultimately a sovereign state status like what they have in Europe, a microstate like they have in Andorra or San Marino or Vatican City, these very small microstates in Europe. Now, all of this makes perfect sense, really, in kind of like, you're talking about a man who wasn't treated well by the American culture per se, so I can understand why he would want to do that, and it was working out well. And so what? It was like, if he attained that status, then, of course, what people are insinuating, people like Ian West, are insinuating that that means that he would not be under American law. And that probably what Ian West would read into that would be that he can therefore take children and abduct them. But, you can't do that. It's not like in a foreign country, if an American child were abducted, the American government would have to cooperate with its police force, etc. But when it comes to Disney, it's in the middle of Florida. It's not like, it's not like the U.S. government couldn't put pressure on Disney, even as a sovereign state. So it's kind of like in the position of a major Indian reservation, which is technically a sovereign state. But nevertheless, you never see Indian reservations make contracts or treaties with foreign nations. Why? Because the U.S. government pressures them. So when it comes to the situation, I think that Disney it's a benign presence in general. It's my conclusion. It's a benign presence in general, and that it's bringing in money to Florida, and it's something you would never fuck with if you had a sane cell in your body. But DeSantis did it, and how insane the Floridans are if he's ever voted into office again. I mean, how much time do we have left with this son of a bitch before his term runs out and he has to go up for a revote?
2 more years.
That's 2 years too long. That's 2 years too long.
I'm sorry. He has 4 more years.
You're kidding! You're kidding!
No.
God, can you survive that? Can you physically survive 4 more years of Ron DeSantis?
I doubt it. That's why everybody during the last cycle, they're trying to get him to say at the debates. Charlie Crist was trying to tell him, hey, why don't you just go ahead and run for president? Because you know that's what you're going to do. Just let the Floridian people know so that we can move on. And he hemmed and hawed and couched his answer and didn't answer it. And everyone knew at that time that the likelihood is that he was going to run for president. Well, at the same time, he's still trying to, run for president. He's trying to run the state, and the state needs a lot of things. And the last thing we need is him talking about slaves benefited and got job skills, from working on the plantation. That's just crazy. But again, that goes back to our discussion with Clive and Bundy, because, again, this is how a lot of people who still feel that way. A lot of people feel that black family, a lot of people talk about how black families were destroyed by the welfare rules and things like that. Because it's not like black men just say, well, I don't want a family, and they just left. A lot of this was orchestrated by the fact that they were disincentivized. If your lady and your kids are receiving welfare, there cannot be a man in the house. So now he's encouraged to be out of the house just to get the food stamps that they qualify for.
Thank you. That's an excellent point. Thank you.
It's not like he could go and actually compete for a job.
Yeah. No.
Using the job skills at the same
Yeah, thank God for slavery that my great grandfather taught me this blacksmithing. By the way, the industries of the cotton economy South are simply not even translatable into modern tech economies. I mean, this is like, oh my God. So go on. on. I'm so sorry. It's awful.
I mean, exactly. I mean, he must have fast forwarded about 100 years because most of the people who were in the South who were sharecropping and doing farm, those people left for the industrial cities. They left for Detroit and Cleveland and San Francisco and
Yes, that's how
Los
these
Angeles
places
and
became
Watts.
black, by the way. If you ever wonder...
That's exactly why.
Yeah, if you ever wonder as a white person who finds yourself just too white when you're in these cities, this is how they became black. Yes, go on.
And how they became poor. There's a book called, oh God, something to the West. I got the book in my house somewhere. I got it. But there's a book about the migration to the West that took place from the South.
It used to be a name for it called the Great Expansion. I remember that was one term for it.
That's one, but there's another one.
Oh.
I cannot remember the name of it. It'll come to me in a moment. But it outlined how blacks from Arkansas and all over the South moved to these centers where they could get jobs. They could get union jobs, great pay. And this is how Detroit and places like that grew. And people were actually growing and thriving. And they had union jobs and they could send their kids to school. And Ronald Reagan's whole agenda when he came into office was to destroy the unions.
Yes.
Because the blacks had advanced too fast. Yes. And so then all of a sudden, Detroit, Flint, Cleveland, Ohio, now these cities become rust bowls.
Yes, yes. It's the Reagan Rust Belts. These are the Reagan Rust Belts. Oh my God. I'm so sorry that I'm laughing at this. Just people understand if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. This is one of those situations. This really is just you're left just shaking your head. We love you dearly, Troy. You've been wonderful. I think that everything that you've shared with us is so important, and these are points that need to be stressed and reemphasized. I'm going to have try and reestablish some more communications with the young lady that we both know, that we all know. I've spoken with her once in one long conversation. I didn't find it too reassuring, but I'll see if I can have another one. In the interim, of course, obviously, Troy, you're helping to bring in some depth to many of these topics that otherwise we couldn't get into too deeply because simply your own firsthand experience and what I refer to in the past as intergenerational trauma. There's something many people don't understand unless you're the member of a certain ethnic group or religious minority that has been relentlessly persecuted. An outsider can never comprehend the phenomena of intergenerational trauma. And intergenerational trauma really is something that to a person in a ethnic or religious minority group or both, this is something that to them is all-consuming. It's part of their experience as a community. And people outside of that community just may never understand it. And this helps us to bridge some of these gaps where people have problems understanding it. And so these communications are, they're vital. So what you've done is your job as a teacher is extended beyond your classroom now to a wider community of adults as well as children. And hopefully younger listeners as well, and see what you can do to while keeping yourself safe and covering your ass, see what you can do to spread the word about myself and my book, and just, without putting yourself at any risk, because you're in the same position as that Romanian chick who's in communist China, where effectively, people, you just don't get it. Unless you're in Florida and you're black in particular or a member of some minority, the state under DeSantis is now a totalitarian regime. Our man, Troy Bellamy, is effectively contacting us as a correspondent from a police occupation state under the rule of a madman who has seen fit to destroy its economy and is not yet paying any price for this in terms of any real price for this in terms of blowback. And again, any final words before you retreat into the gentle night and get yourself some sleep on that, Troy? Go ahead.
Man, I tell you, it's just a minefield, and you just have to navigate it without jeopardizing your job. I've never been one to try and be pejorative and provocative, and I have my opinion, and prayerfully I'm able to exercise my First Amendment right. So there are a lot of things that I'd like to see change, and and I just don't like the fact that we have a governor that thinks he's the king. Yeah. And he can just arbitrarily just make these decisions on behalf of not just all the people. He's only making these decisions on behalf of people who don't have power, people who are marginalized. I'm just going to load up 2 plane loads of people and ship them to Martha's Vineyard, or I'm going to tell all black people that they can't read these books because they're making them woke. Who does that? Who actually does that? And the book I was telling you about,
The Warmth of Other Suns. This is an incredibly poetic title by Isabel Wilkerson. I love the title. The Warmth of Other Suns outlines migration from the South to the Midwest for union jobs and other opportunities. Bless you. Thank you so much for sharing that.
No problem. No problem.
All right. Take care, dear Troy.
I'll let you take care of it, man. I appreciate it, man. Y'all
Nice
have a great
talking
night.
to you, Troy.
Aristides, good talking to you too, brother.
Okay. All right. Good night.
Yeah, and Aristides, how are you?
Wow.
So I take it you're feeling about ready to retreat into the gentle night, because I'm probably starting a monologue.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little tired and just trying to process all that.
Yes, well, certainly if I hear Aaron and yourself again going into the particular philosophy of it's 2 wings of the same bird.
Oh, wait, no, you can't. Don't.
I'll have fun with it. I'll have fun with it. Come on now.
He brought that up.
Okay.
Or I don't know if that was his position. That's not. We weren't.
Oh no, I'll have fun with it. It's not, I'm not going to condemn you both. Come on, give me some credit.
No.
I mean, I understand how it's easy to get cynical. I mean, believe me, it's easy to just get cynical to the point where you want to dismiss it all. But I'll go into it tonight. I'll start pretty much by damning the Republicans for their flaws, but it's definitely one of these things where the Democrats may not have much to offer, but compared to the damage the Republicans are doing, I mean, when you just think economically, I mean, I'm not preaching to you, not you individually.
Right.
I'll just go into that publicly. But at any rate, aside from that, though, I'm just glad that otherwise life seems to be stable for you, and that's what's important. And thank you for helping me, just by being here. Yeah, and
very, very interesting.
Bless you. So, so what's going to happen is that if our man, Mr. Aristides, hangs up, so to speak, click shut his Skype, I will still be live streaming. They do me a favor.
No one else has
responded thus far. Nobody else has jumped on. Compared to all the people that I called. So thankfully, Troy gave me enough time to, decide what direction I'll go in. Okay. And so I do want people to know that if you see, George Knight went active for a minute and then popped out. So not quite sure what's going on with him. And I definitely, let me take a look, open this thing from our fair ladies. Got to them. Christine Joanna Hart sent me something from Facebook. Let me see if I click on this and see if my computer explodes or something. So it says this page isn't available right now. Okay, so that's pretty ominous. Whatever she's trying to show me got scrubbed from Facebook. No surprise there. Let me go back to the call and see who else might have sent me something. Dear Amy Como. Yes. And okay. And let me acknowledge what she wrote. and she didn't respond either. So I'm just going to go into monologue. And so if our man hangs up, the quality of sound should be fine, but do me a favor and let me know how it sounds when you're hung up. In other words, listen for a while after you've hung up the Skype and tell me how my quality of voice sounds, quality of audio sounds. Okay? Sounds good.
Like on YouTube.
In the YouTube chat. Yeah, in the YouTube chat.
Or like quality on YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, like you know how to enter the chat room, right?
Yeah.
In YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you said you're ready. You
are you on YouTube?
ready to go to monologue or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to go to monologue, but I want to make sure that you and I know how to coordinate a little bit first. Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Okay, you have a channel.
I mean, I can comment in the chat.
Yeah. I mean, but do you have a link? I can subscribe to your channel.
No, I don't think so. I did the thing so that you can do it. I can get in the chat. I haven't published anything on a channel.
Oh, I'm just. You don't need to have published something out for me to make you a moderator. I was thinking I need to make Aaron and yourself moderators.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be happy to do that. I mean, our Brooke Gibson is still a moderator, just for people to know. Oh, by the way, Mr. Gozaimasu says, I'm here at the moment, Douglas. Yeah, sure. I mean, I prefer to... we only had men on tonight. I prefer to bring Gozaimasu when we have females on. And that way we have kind of a gentler balance to the tragedy of his life. His trauma. Okay, so Mr. Gozaimasu is Australian and he's traumatized. I prefer to bring him on when we have women to kind of balance that out with their energy. By the way, Mr. Gozaimasu, I want you to know that our dear Carmela appreciated what you had to say and was reviewing it. So she hasn't been on to meet you yet. So hopefully we can arrange for that in the near future. In the meantime, what I'm going to do now is head towards monologue. We can talk about, he says, laugh out loud, no problem. Thank you, sir. Thank you for understanding. We're going to have our man enter into the chat how my technical voice sounds after he hangs up, our dear Mr. Aristides. Let me see. And, okay, so go ahead and hang up. Take your time whenever you're ready. Say goodnight first. Yeah.
All right. Good night, everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas. I've been a little behind on that myself, and I'm going to do that this month, and you should too. And where do you find the link there? Where's the PayPal link?
What? You mean the link to tonight's show?
Yeah. No, to your PayPal. Okay,
to my PayPal. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. So if you look at the, it's paypal.me /Douglas D. Dietrich. Right. Yeah, there you go. And if you...
And that's...
Yeah. And
that's it. Okay. And that's the one they don't charge you for.
Thank you.
Your personal one.
Theoretically.
Right.
Yes. Right. Theoretically, you can contribute to that without they're taking money out of it to, benefit themselves. And other than that, thank you. All our gratitude, my good man.
All right.
And all right. Look forward to seeing you in the chat. So I know who he is now. So I know who to look for.
Yeah.
Okay. So that makes sense.
All right. Yeah. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Look forward to it. Okay.
Bye-bye.
So our man will be appearing in chat shortly to tell us how the quality of sound is. We are now strictly on live stream, meaning that we are working solely off the OBS, the online broadcasting software. And so the sound, probably for the listener, should improve. The sound should improve. It is not going to improve so much. Okay, Vril 618 says, sounds good. Good, man. Thank you. All right. All right then. I'll continue. Just start it from here. Again, I will congratulate this lovely lady in Hawaii who I believe wants to maintain anonymity. She can change her mind anytime she wants and let me know. And she contributed 30 United States dollars. we got a quarter of 100 United States dollars, or 25 United States dollars from JP. So wonderful individual. These are both incredible people, and I want to thank them so much for their contributions. Now we've got a lot of time ahead of us, so we've got over 6 hours. We've got maybe 7 hours. So maybe we'll end a little early tonight, the show, but we'll find out soon enough. Give me a second here to breathe. Try and gather myself. You may wonder why I didn't do that earlier. Well, I was, in a sense. And now what we're going to do is prepare for the deep dive. I think one of the things that maybe I should have done was keep our dear friend Aristides on a while longer while I kind of try to take a look around, see what else is out there in terms of the current events. But I think that altogether what we've covered now has taken us into a direction that needs to be covered. We had two gentlemen earlier basically expressing a lot of cynicism with politics, and even when we had Troy Bellamy expressing something that to me is real as day. Our man Aristides was kind of saying, well, isn't it all kind of drama? Well, I think it's beyond drama when it's, it is life and death for many minority groups first. And by that, I'm meaning also alternative lifestyles, gender or sexual orientation minorities, as well as other minority groups such as Black African Americans who have already suffered historically. Many other groups have suffered historically as well, and oftentimes people don't think of all of these different factors, these social elements, when they're just being generally cynical. Like, it may be drama to your average person. By that, inescapably, I do mean a white American male. I think it's, obviously, guys like Aristides and Aaron Tice, these are great guys. They're great guys. And it's not like they've necessarily been without their own struggles, but just maybe hard for them to comprehend because as a group, they are part of a group which is not, just hasn't been through what other groups have been through historically in America. It's been a different experience historically. So they are cynical, but it's a cynicism which is not necessarily healthy for the rest of us. So I'll do my best to try and describe to people just how serious the situation is. Now, one of the things that we'll start out with is the fact that, speaking of the Republican situation, which is this is an existential threat. Make no mistake about it. I'll get into that tonight. What I want people to understand is I've spoken constantly about how we're headed towards a civil war. This is something that has become inescapable because there's simply an inability to communicate with many people who are on the other side of the political fence. So there's no left wing, right wing, it's all the same bird. It's not. These are very different worlds that the Democrats and Republicans now represent. The quote-unquote left, understand that I view myself as a radicalized centrist, which is, of course, the tradition of fascism. In a sense, Napoleon Bonapartism. Bonapartism being the original precursor to a court system, which was a modernization phenomenon compared to the old royal houses that were subservient to the church in Europe. So when it came to the situation in Europe that Napoleon Bonaparte stepped into, The situation in Europe was one that he attacked. It was already under attack by forces of republicanism in the original sense. And this was, of course, an attack. This was viewed as an attack not just on the royal houses of Europe, but an attack on the church. And the church held enormous sway over the continent. England, of course, had severed from the church on the continent. But when it came to the subcontinent of Europe, because it's really a subcontinent, you have a situation where Napoleon challenged the church. He secularized the court system. So even though Europe was still under a new form of monarchism with Bonapartism, it was modernized in the sense of secularizing that court of Europe, the precursor ultimately to a vision of European Union. And fascism was the social evolution after that. That was a product of industrial revolution and a response to the nihilism of communism. And we are now in a situation where we are heading towards another ideological conflict. Ideological wars are incredible. They consume people, body and soul. Men's minds become slave-circuited to ideology. So this might be an advantage in mobilizing them. But at this point in history, the greatest problem is now a kind of cynicism that opens people up to the nihilism of this postmodern republicanism. So when it comes to cynicism, when you believe that, oh, there's no difference between the parties anyway, it's really a short journey off a cliff to nihilism, where nothing matters anyway. None of this matters anyway. And then after that, well, that's what the Republicans thrive off of. It's basically, well, you see, it's all a conspiracy, and the Democrats are eating babies, and therefore we've got to, along with the Russians, preserve, quote-unquote, civilization that does matter, which in the end, what they're advocating is white supremacist colonialism. And that is why Putin is pushing West Africa to the brink of war. So understand that West Africa is engulfed by a deepening crisis. This was originally the crisis of slavery. That was the West Africa was the source of the slaves that suffered the middle passage of the Atlantic that brought them to the Americas. Now, I bring all this up with the need to qualify and apologize, in a sense, to our dear friend ĽRISTO, who has sent me care packages, sent me an electric blanket, 2 electric blankets, one of which is too small to use. It will be used for warming my ass, which right now I'm using an old throw comforter that she had sent before that still works. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is what is under my butt, as opposed to the electric blanket, which is over my lap. And under my butt is a smaller electric blanket that is on top of my throne of pillows. And she sent me another blanket that is will replace this if this one ever breaks. And so I hold that in effect. She has sent me a larger electric blanket that has broken, which is why I'm back to using Brooke Gibson's. And now our dear V is trying to find me an electric blanket that will be a bit more permanent in terms of, which will last a few more months as compared to some of these other blankets out there. All of this is important because Clarice Claudette has expressed to me a discomfort with my speaking of the issue of slavery in particular. She does point out the fact that white people were also enslaved. an important point, and one, of course, which I've tried to emphasize in the past. But overwhelmingly, we have to acknowledge a historical reality, and I am a historian. So she says she does feel depressed when I get on these topics, that she feels like she doesn't, she's from the South, so this is understandable. I mean, you grow up with people just hammering you with this. So the best thing I can say to Clarice Claudette, who I owe quite a bit to and do my best to acknowledge as this wonderful human being, is don't take what I'm saying personally. Don't personalize it. Okay, this is not a personal attack on modern white people. Well, certainly not Clarice Claudette. But for the rest of white people listening as a group, understand this, as a group, by all means, take it personally enough where it motivates you to act in a positive political sense, which would be basically to vote straight fucking Democrat until the point where we're involved in civil fucking war, which will probably be all too soon. And from there, we'll just be rebuilding and hopefully engaging successfully. It's a race now to the bottom between whether it's a civil war or a world war or both. And remember, they can both happen simultaneously. That's what China went through in World War II. And the results for China were, well, a lot of people died. And a lot of people will proportionately die here if we become basically a front in a fourth world war, the Cold War having effectively been a third world war. So all of this is what's important to take into account. And so we'll start with a little bit of current Africa right now, why Putin is threatening this as a front in what is effectively a fourth world war. By the way, Troy Bellamy says I'm sounding good, so thank you so much, Troy Bellamy. That's deeply appreciated. Okay, then. Basically, Putin is pushing West Africa, which has already suffered through the slave trade, the massive depopulation, the reforestation that happened after many black farmers in Africa were no longer there to work the land, till the land, and keep the forest at bay. What happened was when they were all stolen, enslaved, and brought across the Atlantic, the majority of them dying en route in what was called Middle Passage. Babies were actually born en route and thrown overboard. It was a nightmare by any standards. And those that survived would often be worked to death, but those that survived that entered a lifetime of chattel slavery. Were ultimately bred for children that were destined to be slaves. This is something that did not really happen to white people to any degree. White people who were enslaved, it was generally they were enslaved, and it was their lifetime that it ended. The blacks suffered being bred for slavery. That's something that blacks did suffer that is almost exclusively a black experience. There were, of course, some whites that were caught up in that. So their horror stories are significant and bear telling, but are not demographically so significant as to really register historically at a scale that is as massive as the black experience. And today that West Africa, which had become reforested by all of the blacks disappearing from working the land, being enslaved by the more warlike tribes that sold them off, the warlike black nation states that sold them off to the whites, those more passive black tribes, or agrarian black tribes, well, they left the land untended, and this led to the reforestation, which became a carbon sink, along with the natives that were eradicated on the North American continent, who had farmed and logged and had entire Native American cities very similar to Western fortresses built of wood, All these people died off, and the organic wood the cities were built of decayed, went back to nature, disintegrated. This death force that we were speaking of, the composting effect of Shigung, the death force, all of this left North America reforested, and all of this became an enormous carbon sink, which led to the mini ice age. This was when the Thames River froze up in London and people could ice skate across the Thames. It was a necromantic winter, meaning the effect of all those deaths were that the mass amounts of bodies became the compost for plant growth, reforestation, the carbon sink of the forests, which absorbed an enormous amount of carbon, caused the temperature to drop, creating a miniature ice age, which impacted people for generations. Okay, this says like nuclear winter in effect through genocide. So that same West Africa, which suffered that, is now engulfed by a deepening crisis, which far too many people in the West see as too remote, even irrelevant to care. Our elites prefer instead to focus on yesterday's controversies, like the fate of the Benin Bronzes, then the political and military chaos now unfolding across the Atlantic in what they probably still consider the Dark Continent. Now, for those of you who don't know what I'm referencing, this is very important in the world of culture and should not be dismissed. I'm not dismissing it or saying that we need to ignore this. The Benin Bronzes controversy is something that I would be obligated to go into to a degree. It first emerged as a controversy last fall when the Benin chiefs argued that the artifacts belonged to the Oba and no one else. And it would be up to the Oba to decide the permanent home of the artifacts that were looted from the royal palace and the former kingdom of Benin by British troops in 1897. So the nation of Nigeria has now transferred ownership of the Benin Bronzes to its royal leader. This has created supposedly or arguably a better environment for future restitution. The ruler is Oba Ewuare II, who will be responsible for managing where the sculptures are housed. These are magnificent African art pieces. So yes, by all means, avail yourself of investigating these. A Virginia museum repatriated a Nigerian sculpture and received a high-tech replica in return. So maybe that exchange could shape future restitutions. So I just want people to understand, without dismissing the importance of cultural legacy, basically there was a military coup d'etat in Niger, not Nigeria. These are different nation states. But that surprised everyone, except the people of Niger. Just like the coup d'etat in Nigeria didn't surprise the Nigerians, although the rest of the world appeared shocked. But these military coups d'etats in Black Africa should concentrate minds on the repercussions for the vast sub-Saharan Sahel region, from Senegal's Atlantic coast as far as war-torn Sudan. In the east of Africa, the Horn of Africa, which was my old mercenary stomping grounds, my old contract ranges. But don't forget its wider implications, or the implications of these coups d'etat in the plural. Regional instability has many local causes, but the cruel reality today is that it's the revanchist, revisionist, Putinista Russian Empire that is the cause of so much woe in Black Africa vis-a-vis a Sino-Slavic colonialism, a neo-colonialism of the former communist Russia and still communist China that is pillaging Africa today. The cruel reality being that Russia's Wagner Group and other Kremlin proxies have been playing an increasingly active role across the Sahel. Iran and the Communist Chinese Empire as well are seeking opportunities to extend their influence in what they still perceive as the Dark Continent, open and ripe for exploitation. And West Africa has become a major front in the competition between the West and authoritarian regimes. A complex, multidimensional hybrid war is underway between local military juntas, openly backed by the revanchist, revisionist, Putinista Russian Empire, and our friends. It might be seen as an extension of the war in the Ukraine. Only in this case, we are ill-prepared and liable to lose. Vladimir Putin and various West African military rulers, such as Ibrahim Traoré. Ibrahim Traoré is the charismatic 35-year-old leader of Burkina Faso. And Putin and he are now singing from the same hymn sheet. The irony does not seem to have dawned on these black junta leaders that while they claim to be standing up to Western colonialism, they are in fact promoting a new form of imperialism over their continent, strategized in the Kremlin and implemented by Wagner Mercenary Corporation. And the Kremlin's approach has been utterly ruthless. It provides barefaced support to those who usurp power and deny their people the right to choose their own governments. This is what Vladimir Putin himself perversely calls sovereign democracy. Regimes dependent on foreign mercenaries, white mercenaries at that, and subsidies. Meanwhile, Western minds have been focused on other matters, like the Benin sculptures controversy. That is, at this point, I have to say, the Benin bronzes as the focal point of Western attention while this is ongoing is where it gets stupid. Okay, forget for a moment now the cultural importance. So long as these Benin bronzes are not being damaged and there is some communication that is ongoing about restitution, that's great. But we have matters of existential survival at hand now. And we won't be able to ignore the situation for much longer because the crunch is already here. The democratic West African states, led by Nigeria, are threatening to intervene in Niger if that country's former president, himself a supporter of the West, is not released by the military leaders behind the Russian-sponsored and ultimately manipulated coup d'etat. Kremlin manipulated. Nigeria's chief of staff recently told a radio show, "We are ready, and as soon as we receive the order to intervene, we will do so." Meaning, black Nigeria, the largest nation in Africa by population, geographically only a tad smaller than Texas, if not the same size, but with a population nearing closer to 1 billion people, equal to that of communist China's or Asian India's, getting closer to that billion population mark every goddamn day, is ready to invade Niger on the basis of the fact that Niger's legally elected government has been overthrown by white Russian mercenaries backing a black Putinista house nigger figurehead. In response to this prospect, the Russia-supportive West African states, Burkina Faso and Niger, have said that if Nigeria intervenes to free the democratically elected president the people had voted in, instead of the military dictators the Russians have installed, they will consider it an act of war. A direct clash between West Africa's democracies and the black juntas of Africa would be disastrous. It could drag half a dozen or more states into a region-wide conflict, unlike anything the African continent has seen in recent decades. Two of our key partners in Africa, Ghana and Nigeria, would face crippling challenges. This is where slogans like Global Britain and France in the Pacific are put to the test. They will be less hollow, or at least they'll be less than hollow, if London and Paris neglect the conflagration in their own backyard. Neither the Western Allies with their former empires, nor the American Empire, we cannot play a serious role in the world if even our traditional interests cannot be protected. With America, it would most certainly be the Western Empire, but stretching across Asia to the Philippines, across the Pacific, Hawaii in the center of it all. With the Brits and the French, Africa was once your Africa. The concept of a united European African interest, a European Monroe Doctrine, of a Eurafrican hemisphere. Furthermore, this instability could trigger a new migration crisis. Life would become hell for tens of millions across several nations, pushing many of them to emigrate northwards to Europe itself. From Russia's point of view, the subsequent destabilization of European politics would be a further gain for Putin. Putin's white supremacists in Europe would say, "Look at all the niggers coming into our state. Look at all the niggers invading Europe." And Putin would mobilize them to strike back at the very blacks that he has victimized, through black dictators he's installed in Europe, to send them packing. Well, black dictators he's installed in Africa, I mean to say, that he's then provoked into starting wars that will provoke emigres to relocate to Europe, where possible, escape to Europe, seeking asylum, the end result being European would-be tyrants, or people who are already at the dictator status in Europe, like Viktor Orban in Hungary, Magyarország, taking advantage of the black immigration influx to strike back at Africa. All of this, of course, would ally them with Putin, and you would see a bloodbath in Europe and a bloodbath in Africa, with Russia emerging triumphant. All of the heat being taken off of Ukraine as he opens up new fronts in the continent of Europe itself with the race war, and African nations tearing into nations that are defended by white Russian mercenaries in the heart of Black Africa. While it faces its own troubles with governance and corruption, the Black African nation-state of Nigeria is much better for changing its presidents in elections than relying on occasional coups d'etat. It also supports our geostrategic efforts, including through our allied economies, like the British Commonwealth. And it is now offering to take the lead, and with greater British Empire support in particular, It could take the lead as the vanguard in responding to Russian actors in their region. Who would the British people be to decline such requests for support? From a former colony, no less. There is no moral case for standing aside as a sinister mix of military despotism and regional chaos explodes across West Africa. Now, all of that, in a sense, takes us right back across the Atlantic to Europe, where Donald Trump has personally offered encouragement to Eric Zemmour. Macron, or the president of France, is Emmanuel Macron's far-right Jewish rival, who has won backing from the revanchist, revisionist, Putinista Russian Empire by claiming that Russia has been frozen out by these United States and Great Britain while planking himself as a nexus between French populism and political Christianity. Understand that this is an ethnic Jew who is sponsored by Vladimir Putin, who claims to be the bridge between French nationalism and political Christianity, that is in danger of ultimately becoming president of France, after which the European Union goes off a cliff. You see, the Kremlin, as it has established coups d'etat in Black Africa, has anointed a new favorite in the French presidential elections. Eric Zemmour, the far-right insurgent campaigner who claims that Moscow is far more reliable than the Americans, the British, or the United Germans. After gushing coverage by Kremlin-backed media of the polemicist's rise in polls to second or third place in a recent presidential run, a Moscow think tank close to President Putin has endorsed Eric Zemmour, saying he could bring Russia itself into a new European order. Now, in the past, I've gone into Franco-Russian politics and how that was the doomsday machine that brought us to the First World War, which destroyed the European world. This would lead to a fourth European war, or rather a third, since the last World War didn't take place in Europe itself on an active sense. Now, РISTO, which is an acronym for Russian Strategy, a foreign policy institute run by Elena Vladimirovna Penina, a prominent minister of parliament in Putin's United Russia Party, went so far as to officially declare the following, and here I quote as they: "Given his growing popularity, it is conceivable that Zemmour can beat President Macron. Then it is possible that we will see an alliance of Moscow, Paris, and Berlin, which will confront the Japan Anglo-American axis." Now, a campaign official for the French presidential candidate Eric Zemmour then claimed the far-right contender had received a personal call of encouragement from none other than Donald Trump. And speaking on France 2 television, the campaign vice chairman, William, kind of like, Amy Como, if I had her to help me with this, I will say that it always reminds me of William. A French version thereof is spelled with a G-U-I, L-L-A-U-M-E, but bearing in mind that it starts off with the same syllable as the guillotine, I believe it would be pronounced more like Jean. Jean Perdier said that the trois men, Donald Trump and Eric Zemmour, this Jewish Russist, meaning a Russian idealist, an ideologue of Putinism. These two men, Donald Trump and Eric Zemmour, spracketh for some 40 minutes, the time that they talked with the former American president, offering, well, he offered Mr. Zemmour moral support. And saying, this is the campaign vice chairman, Guillaume, or Guillaume Pellier. He said that the Zemmour campaign had reached out to Mr. Trump's office on its own initiative, with Mr. Peltier claiming Donald Trump told Eric Zemmour not to give in, hold firm, stay courageous, and assured him that tenacity is what ultimately wins a presidential campaign. While the incumbent French president, Emmanuel Macron, continued to poll at the time at the top of a crowded field, Mr. Zemmour then was struggling to overtake the nationalist Marine Le Pen and the mainstream Republican candidate Valérie Pécresse in a race for the runner-up. Whoever came second in that first round on the 10th of April of yesteryear faced Mr. Macron head-on in a runoff 12 weeks later. Now, ultimately, Mr. Macron won and was re-established as the President of France. He will not be re-established again after the latest riots. By the way, T-Tank Perry says, God bless Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate it. Love you dearly like a brother, dear T-Tank Barry. One of my main men out there. Okay, so Ms. Le Pen, who I've described in depth before, had this same chance in 2017 when Mr. Macron ran for the first time. Well, at that point, she had bested both the Republicans' François Fillon and the far-left candidate Jean-Luc Mélenchon, but she lost to Mr. Macron by a vast 33-point margin. While Mr. Trump does share certain political tendencies with the Islamophobic and rigidly anti-immigration Ms. Le Pen, he stopped short of endorsing her back in 2017, although he did publicly refer to her as strongest on borders and the strongest on what's been going on in France. Mr. Zemmour's campaign had at that time been beset by controversy since he began it in 2021. In January of 2022, he was fined 10,000 euros, or 8,350 pounds sterling, for the offense of inciting racial hatred after remarks he made about children arriving in France, which echoed Mr. Trump's infamous comments on Mexican people coming to these United States, when during a televised debate, Mr. Zemmour said, "All these young people are from an immigrant background. They have no place here. They are thieves. They are murderers. They are rapists. That's all they are. They must all be sent back, and they shouldn't come in the first place." Now, this firebrand, far-right Jewish candidate was provided his platform by a multi-billionaire media mogul. But it had some strings attached. With the first round of the French presidential elections held yesteryear, the campaign trail saw its fair share of surprises and disappointments. The political discourse had certainly been disappointing, as most right-wing candidates had been regurgitating the racist and xenophobic slogans of the far right. Opinion polls consistently showed that more than 30% of French voters were attracted to one of several far-right candidates. Their themes are generally comparable. They want to stop immigration, deport more foreigners, and make life more uncomfortable for the country's estimated 6 million Muslims. One of the most in vogue far-right candidates in these campaigns has been Eric Zemmour. Born in the Parisian suburbs to a Jewish family. Originally from Africa no less, the nation of Algeria, then a part of France. Zemmour is a French polemicist, pundit, writer, and politician that I've discussed before. His rise in the French public sphere has, well, it was accompanied by his controversial and defamatory statements, for which he was indicted several times by the courts. Unrepentant, he continuously feeds the media controversy with anti-Muslim, racist, and sexist statements. After studying at Sciences Po Paris and failing the exam for the prestigious ENA, the School of National Administration, Zemmour worked as a journalist for newspapers such as Le Quotidien de Paris and Le Figaro of Italy. Afterwards, he became a television personality, appearing in entertainment shows hosted by the public broadcaster France 2. And subsequently, he started hosting his daily shows and working as an analyst for morning shows. Interestingly, in the 1980s, Zemmour veered towards the left. He was a Mitterrand enthusiast and voted for him in 1981 and 1988. Gradually, however, he started his drift to the far right. The journalist Etienne Girard, who wrote a book about Zemmour, asserts that he struggled with his own identity because he was born to an underprivileged family. He argues that Zemmour never got rid of a class complex, his words, which always pushes him to seek the approval of the intelligentsia, evidenced by his efforts to enter the very select club of power. Yet he still has friends in high places. Zemmour found a shortcut to climb up the social ladder. His fiery punditry was welcomed by multi-billionaire media mogul Vincent Bolloré, who has his own political agenda. The latter gave Zemmour, well, the latter I mean to say, gave Zemmour the chance of his life. A nightly show at CNews, in which Zemmour spread his vitriolic messages and furthered his political agenda. However, this arrangement had strings attached. Bolloré, who is the descendant of a long lineage of Breton industrialists from his father's side, while also connected to the powerful Goldschmidt family from his mother's side, is active on many fronts. He has long aspired to bring political Christianity to the driving seat of French politics. This tycoon, often described as a Catholic conservative, has maneuvered over the years to propel VIA, that's the new label of the Christian Democratic Party, into a prominent political position. However, no one within their ranks had Zemmour's ability to create media buzz. Hence, a marriage of convenience was sealed between this long marginalized conservative Catholic clique and the firebrand Jewish polemicist Eric Zemmour, who is not even a Christian by practice. Forget his ethnicity for a moment. This guy never even converted to Christianity and has never spent a day of his life in church. Besides his hostile takeover bids in the business sector, Bolloré has been growing his acquisitions in the news media sector. His portfolio includes television channels, Canal Plus, CNews, the radio's Europe 1, and magazines and newspapers, Paris Match, Le Journal du Dimanche. Every time, Bolloré makes sure to put his loyal enforcers at the reins of the newsroom and restrict the range of opinions contradicting his ideological affinity. Meanwhile, in the latest presidential campaign, Zemmour intensified his incendiary statements. Exemple gratiae. He multiplied the statements whitewashing Marshal Pétain, who was the marshal who headed the pro-Nazi Vichy regime in France, claiming that the latter had protected French Jews while only handing over foreign ones. Really? Really? This is where we're at now. On another occasion, French President Emmanuel Macron opened a museum dedicated to the exonerated Jewish soldier Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish army captain who was wrongly accused of being a German spy during World War I. Zemmour, however, questioned Dreyfus's innocence, echoing Judeophobic theses and flirting with French far-right revisionism, attracting the ire of many commentators. In a critical piece published by Haaretz, that's the Israeli media machine, historian Robert Zaretsky stated that Zemmour is the Jewish heir to a particularly vicious brand of anti-Semitic nationalism, repurposed to target other minorities. I hate to say it, that sounds very Jewish, but hey, nevertheless, Zemmour's incitements against the Muslim community far surpasses any of his other rhetorical attacks, ranging from scathing attacks on the Muslim call to prayer and smearing the children of migrants as rapists and thieves, to pressuring a Muslim woman to uncover her hair on live TV. Zemmour has gone far and beyond any other candidate in his provocations. So is this all a Machiavellian maneuver? Because politics is full of surprises and things are sometimes not what they seem. Some observers assert that Bolloré has put in place a Machiavellian strategy, that the business mogul recognizes that Zemmour is a novice player with neither an established political party nor the aptitude to run the country effectively. A bad economy is not what Bolloré or the wealthy French class has in mind. Seen in this light, Zemmour could be a mere pawn in the game put forward to undermine Marine Le Pen and cannibalize the far-right votes. If such a move has materialized, it ensured the re-election of Macron, whose plans better fit Bolloré's business aspirations. Meanwhile, Bolloré also benefited from Zemmour, as his media assets earned handsome amounts from advertisements driven by the Zemmour controversies. Last year, the polls seemed to validate this theory. According to Politico's poll of polls, Macron was stable at 24% of the voting intentions, comparable to the 2017 data. Le Pen, 16% compared to 2017's 21.3%. Valérie Pécresse, 14%, and Zemmour, 15%. We're all fighting for the votes of the far right, whereas a united candidate could easily beat Macron. Well, those were only forecasts at the time, and many factors could still push the electorate to vote differently next election day. One thing is certain: there is more to Zemmour's campaign than meets the eye. Zemmour is deeply insightful and deeply offensive. He is the one thing to the extent that he is the other. In the autumn of 2019, he sprach us to a convention of the right, sponsored by Marianne Maréchal in Paris. He gave a brilliant and embittered speech in which he warned, "The question before us is the following. Will young French people live as, or accept to live as a minority in the land of their ancestors? If so, they deserve to be colonized. If not, they will need to fight for their liberation." That line brought the house down. It also brought legal charges against Zemmour for incitement to hatred. He was assessed a fine of 10,000 euros. Zemmour appealed on free speech grounds in September and had it overturned. Prosecutors were seeking to have it reinstated the last time I checked. And as winter approached in the 2021st year of the Christian calendar, Zemmour stood at 17% in the presidential polls and seemed to be consolidating his position as Macron's most serious challenger. But the road before him has proven a long one. He needed to persuade his countrymen that the political questions they have been debating up till now are secondary. He needed to persuade them that the only real political question before France is its survival. And he needed to do his persuading faster than his adversaries could do their prosecuting. The shadow still over his fate, and the fate of every French citizen, is Algeria. A long and unspoken, unbroken, unfinished civil war, which for 70 years has bound the French to a place that most of them do not even know. That war gave France the Fifth Republic, the framework for its government today. Unless this war is finally ended, the Republic can never move forward. The success of Macron's presidency has depended on it and failed. On the evening of his re-election, Macron said, "I will be president for all of us." But Macron was backed by only 38% of the electorate, making him the lowest supported president of the Fifth Republic. Now, much of his vote came from urban areas, while Le Pen's came from the countryside. White-collar workers leant towards him, blue-collars towards Marine Le Pen, mirroring similar patterns in numerous other countries and political contexts. Now, last June's legislative elections echoed these divisions, with Le Pen's Rassemblement National and Jean-Luc Mélenchon's left-wing alliance winning enough votes to deny Macron a majority in the National Assembly. These divisions are familiar enough to the French people now to have become banal. Yet hidden within their banality is a secret history unique to each context. And within that history, the taboos and truth that make one tribe different from another. France is a somber tribe, and the European nation-states in the end are all simply geographic entities where white tribes have settled on the European continent. France is a somber tribe held together by its own mysterious internal logic, utterly impenetrable to the outsider, and often opaque even to the French themselves. This logic moves in slow, seasonal cycles. During the long summer months, a period of quiet and apparent contentment descends on the baked cities and brimming countryside, followed by sudden, shocking acts of collective violence in winter. The farmers strike, setting fire to piles of rubber tires on main roads. The Gilets jaunes, the yellow vests, because yellow vests are required in every automobile so that you can put them on and be reflective at nighttime or in inclement weather when your car breaks down. They all turn up in Paris and start to pull up the paving stones. And then they are all beaten back by the police. In the banlieues, the kids set cars alight. These are the colored suburbs, which are France's ghettos. Then suddenly, it is over, and spring cometh round again. Elections in France and the regular ritual of giving performative votes for the far right are a political continuity, a political continuation of this cycle. Most people, they believe that Marine Le Pen will never be presidentress, just as they know that the Gilets Jaunes will never succeed in storming Macron's palace and turning it into the new Bastille. But within the French internal logic, this impossibility does not matter. The symbolism of the outburst is sufficient and necessary for the quiet summer months to happen. The violence is, to use the words of the philosopher René Girard, a short moment of intense transgression that brings the tribe together around its own unfathomable purpose. For peace to be possible, a sacrifice must be made. The French Republic is made a scapegoat for the survival of France itself. This is the mystery at the heart of the French paradox. It is a country that is both revolutionary and deeply conservative at the same time, both ungovernable and technocratic. A country where the Republic never really took hold and therefore has had to sustain itself in the symbolism of administrative order. It is a country of equality, but not integration. The result is this. In 2017, Macron said that by the end of his first term, there would be no more reason to vote for extremes. It was a shallow claim to make. This latest election has seen a rerun of the same contest between a member of the Le Pen family and a mainstream incumbent that we have seen in 3 of the past 5 elections. It's possible that we shall see the same thing happen in 5 years' time between Macron's successor and Marianne Maréchal Le Pen. Viewed through the prism of history, the cycle of performance and paradox, as articulated by our dear engineer Aristides, can never be broken because the cause of it has never been truly recognized. It is a taboo, a secret history of the long struggle over the soul of France between republicanism and nationalism, which has been marked by over a century of grim milestones. Dreyfus, Vichy, Dien Bien Phu, and which reached its denouement in Algeria. When the war began in 1954, Algeria was an integral part of France. Unlike the recognized, or shall I say colonized, territories of Indochina, Indochine in the French, and North Africa, Algeria was, in the words of the Franco-Algerian philosopherus Salois Lustin Bilbina, the exception which confirmed the rule. In her words, a special colony precisely because it was not integrated in the colonies. It was a colony that was France itself. A principle echoed by Mitterrand when, as Interior Minister, he addressed the Assemblée Nationale, the National Assembly, and said that Algeria is France. And who among you, ladies and gentlemen, would hesitate to use all the means you have in order to preserve France? This Algeria was a France of the imagination as well as administration. The bottle of Orangina you see on the terrace table outside your favorite Parisian cafe, it was created as Narangina in French Algeria in the 1930s. And the book by the philosopher Camus that sits beside it, like many other titans of French philosophy, including Louis Althusser, Jacques Derrida, and Bernard-Henri Lévy. He was born in Algeria. Many of these figures had Jewish roots, of course, as does Éric Zemmour, the Arab Jew, as the historian Benjamin Stora called him, to his face, whose family came as from Sétif, the scene of infamous massacres in 1945, which some historians have called the true start of the Algerian War for Independence. When the Jewish overlords were targeted by the African people for gutting them over the decades, the Mediterranean joined these trois lands together. At its shores stood Marseille and Algiers. Much of the construction of Algiers was done under the direction of the Baron Charles Frédéric Chassel-Vial du Quirin, the former chief architect of Marseille. Both cities are crowned with basilicas built at the same time, in a similar Neo-Byzantine style. Notre Dame de la Garde in Marseille, and Notre Dame d'Afrique in Algiers. To the locals, these trois churches are known as La Bonne Mère and Madame l'Afrique, sisters of the Twin Cities. Now, these trois cities were also made twins through the war. It was a gruesome conflict where the fight over independence and occupation was defined by atrocities, communities destroyed, women raped, neighbors lynched in the streets. In France, the war brought together different factions under a single banner. In the words of the historian James Shields, it became a recruiting ground, not only for serving soldiers and army veterans, but also colonial settlers, Catholic ultras, and anti-communists, as well as nostalgists who hankered for the old xenophobic hierarchy of Vichy and Maréchal Pétain, who came as together as the Organisation de l'Armée Secrète, a secret army organization led by one of France's most revered generals, Raoul Salan. At the core was a well-heeled group including Alain de Bugrenet de la Tournaille and Baron Louis Honorant de Condé, both of whom were involved in the attempted assignation or assassination of de Gaulle at Petit Clermont. Years later, La Tournaille's son would grow up to become a politician in Jean-Marie Le Pen's Front National, and Louis de Condé became part of the Front National's Central Committee. Le Pen himself inherited a chateau in the wealthy Paris suburb of St. Cloud, left to him by the heir of an industrial fortune. The chateau's rooms are filled with gilded furniture and little objets d'art, some of which is cast, well, among of which I saw a cast of the skull of Sante Geronimo Caserio, the Italian anarchist who in 1894 stabbed to death the President of France. This is the moment of rupture, when loyalists turn against the country to which they say they are loyal. Charles de Gaulle's return to power was seen by the traditionalists as a resolution to the Algerian question in their favor. The army considered him to be one of their own when he stood in his general's uniform on a balcony in Algiers and told the cheering crowds who filled the Place du Forum, "Je vous ai compris. I have understood you. From now on, France considers there to be only one type of inhabitant throughout Algeria. There are only French. Viva l'Algérie française!" Yet 4 years later, de Gaulle signed the Evian Accords and put into place a ceasefire between Paris and the FLN, the National Liberation Front, paving the way for a referendum on Algerian independence with the Algerian Viet Cong. That, of course, was viewed as treason. Thank you, T-Tank Barry, for your wonderful support in the chat. Profoundly appreciate it. Checking into it now while catching my breath to continue. Now, over a century of French Algeria was no more. At a pen stroke. The traditionalists were stunned by what they saw as betrayal. Paris sent troops from the mainland to Algeria to monitor the population of ethnic Europeans, the Pieds Noirs. It's actually pronounced as Pieds Noirs. It's spelled like Piedmont. Pieds, with a hyphen, then Noirs, I believe. That would imply formerly it implied a person of French origin living in French-ruled Algeria. Pieds Noirs, I think, now has become kind of a pejorative. At the time, of course, these were European Africans, white Africans, many of whom were increasingly viewed as rebels against their own government when de Gaulle signed over their country to the enemy. When the Pieds Noirs marched in demonstration toward Algiers' main post office on the 噚, troops conscripted from the mainland opened fire upon them. French soldiers shooting at French citizens in a city in North Africa, no longer theirs. This story is essential to understanding the inner dynamics of French elections today. Realizing that they faced a choice between saving either their lives or their homes, they would say to choose the suitcase over the coffin. The Pieds Noirs were forced into a mass exodus out of Algeria alongside the Arab Harkis, or the H being silent like in the Hellenic Greek, the Arki. Arabs who had fought for the French government and were now considered traitors by their fellow Algerians. Almost 1 million people altogether were ferried across the Mediterranean during the summer of 1962, the year before my late sister was born, to begin an uncertain new life in France. Almost all of them landed in Marseille, with many ending up in bleak compounds like the Camp du Grand Arenas in a rocky valley south of the city. From these camps, the Pieds Noirs community spread throughout the south of France. So too did the new arrivals of Arab immigrants. It is no accident that the number of votes for Zemmour yesteryear polled higher in the south of France than any other region. In many ways, the Côte d'Azur is the last battleground of the Algerian War. When he won re-election, Macron said to the people, "I have understood you," just like de Gaulle once did on the balcony in Algiers. But like de Gaulle, Macron has the same inclination to project this understanding onto the international stage, rather than focus it on more mundane matters back at home. Macron is far more suited to the role of an American-style Secretary of State than that of a president of an empire which has a tendency to turn inwards at times of crisis. Yet in France, the foreign and the domestic are inseparable. In 2017, when making a visit to Algeria, Macron said that he would not be a hostage to history, but hostage he remains. When Le Monde reported in 2021 that he had questioned the existence of Algerian nationhood before French colonial rule, Algiers recalled its ambassador and banned French military flights from using its aerospace in the operation against jihadis in the Sahel, the dividing environmental line between the desert of the Sahara and the jungles of Black Africa. Le Monde reporting this, their name for their circular is The World. The Algerian president, Abdelmajid Tebboune, said that Macron had hurt the dignity of Algerians and, according to Der Spiegel, the speaker in a German magazine, refused to take Macron's calls, meaning the Algerian president Tebboune refused to take Macron's calls, not the German magazine. But it was reporting on that. Now, Macron's way of soothing these wounds was to make symbolic gestures of reconciliation, apologizing for past misdeeds that the French state perpetrated on Pieds Noirs, Arquis, and Algerian independence fighters alike. Many of these gestures were taken from recommendations in the Macron-commissioned Stora report, which was written by the Algerian-born French historian Benjamin Stora, to further memory, truth, and reconciliation. They came as with promises of greater French investment in Algeria, but risked being reduced to what Stora himself called a brief inventory of initiatives. But what of the structures that led to war in the first place and remain unresolved today? In particular, the constitutional framework of the Fifth Republic that de Gaulle created in 1958 in response to the Algerian crisis. Carrying on from where Jean-Marie Le Pen commenced, both Marine Le Pen and her niece, Marianne Maréchal Le Pen, believe it is not fit for purpose. In this, the radical socialist presidential contender, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, born in French North Africa himself, agreed, calling the Fifth Republic a constitution which is dated, designed by one man, General de Gaulle, who died 52 years ago, for circumstances which are obsolete, and for a country, the France of 1958, which has completely changed. For all their other differences, each of these politicians understand that the endless cycle of paradox and performative acts, as our engineer Aristides would call them, which has defined French politics for the past 21 years, must end if their country is to move beyond its shadow. Having, June before last, I believe, lost his majority in the Assemblée Nationale, only Macron knows if he is now brave enough to put the continuation of that 1958 Constitution to the people. Since, instead, he continues to hide behind the symbolism of change, the signs are clear. Soon the summer will be over, the tables will be cleared from the terraces, and the swallows will disappear. The autumn rains will come, and then the people will be back on the streets again, protesting, shouting, breaking, yet not fully aware of why they are doing it. So, presently, the French model is now tragically broken when taken on its own. An obsession with comparing Great Britain unfavorably to France has long been one of the most counterproductive pathologies of their own bien-pensant, literally right-minded, id est conventional establishment, Such people believe in a naive, one-dimensional character, well, a caricature of Le Belle Gaule, the great lady France, a place that only exists in their imaginations, or on their summer holidays. They consider France to be the apex of European civilization, cultured and progressive, while the United Kingdom is all too justifiably condemned as racist, ignorant, and consumeristic. They lament the inability of British politicians to mimic their continental counterparts in using the state's power to advance the country's interests. High-speed rail, nuclear energy, and a supposedly better quality of life are held up as conclusive proof of the glories of the French system. The appalling violence and disorder that has erupted in several French cities in recent days, months I should say by now, should be the end of the delusion. What started as anger over the killing by police of a young Muslim man has turned into something approaching anarchy, with rioting, looting, arson, and the destruction of buildings spreading across the country. Hundreds, well, thousands, by the erstwhile end of it, had been arrested. Emmanuel Macron, the French president, had called for parents to keep their children at home and was forced to cancel his scheduled visit to the United Germany. Opposition leaders had warned that the country now stands, in their own words, on the edge of the precipice. The great danger for France is that this is not a one-off explosion of fury at an isolated incident, but a consequence of the abject failure of the French model as an experiment in singular independence. For decades, while tourists have wondered at the architectural and culinary marvels of the country's cities, many high-rise suburbs have been abandoned to poverty, criminality, and gang warfare. France's integration and immigration systems are broken. Crime and violence are horrendously high, even in normal times. Islamist terrorist attacks, and understand that just as Islam is a religion, Islamism is an ideology, as toxic as communism or capitalism. And Islamist terrorist attacks in France have been shockingly common. The education system, once world class, has deteriorated dramatically, and fails vast numbers of young people. Discrimination, racism, and Judeophobia are far more rife than they are in Great Britain. The country's post-colonial, anti-capitalist, dirigiste, that's an adjective, dirigiste. The dirigiste means having or supporting control of society and the economy by the state. Dirigisme, or dirigism. Dirigism is an economic doctrine in which the state plays a strong directive role, contrary to a merely regulatory interventionist role over a market economy. So, the French post-colonial, anti-capitalist, dirigiste model, its high taxes and its social protections, have locked huge numbers out of meaningful employment and delivered even less growth than in the United Kingdom. France has sought to coast on past successes, pretending to itself that this situation was somehow sustainable. Mr. Macron he has, to be fair, taken steps towards freeing up the economy, but his arrogance and high-handedness have also alienated swaths of his own country. His pension reforms, while sensible, provoked mass unrest, and imposing oppressive measures on motorists, the Yellow Vests, resulted in the massive protest movements of gilets jaunes. Some have suggested that the days of the Fifth Republic, created for the late General Charles-André Joseph-Marie de Gaulle in the 1950s as a form of republican monarchy, may be numbered. It gives great power to the French president, but leaves the political system dangerously unresponsive to public sentiment. The evidence suggests that this sentiment is shifting to the extremes. It is possible, perhaps even likely, that the next presidential vote will see a runoff between Marianne Perrine Le Pen and a far-left candidate. Establishment parties have been hollowed out. So where does France go from here? Its multiple crises are so intractable and so extreme that it would be ridiculous to be optimistic. Order might be restored in the next few days, but there appears to be little political will to do anything about the festering resentments, the lack of opportunity, the low economic growth, or the severe problems in its immigration integration system that lie behind much of the current unrest. Indeed, in the long term, the situation is only likely to get worse without transatlantic reorientation. The country's admirers in Great Britain might like to pretend otherwise, but the French model, as presently assembled, is broken. A sixth republic under constitutional imperium is ultimately the only solution to the present situation, but I will go into the details of that in another episode. So, we have to ask more immediately, speaking of Disneyland as we did in Florida, as much as DeSantis is trying to destroy it, and Americans think it's dungeon land for kids underground or something, the rest of the world loves it. So one has to ask the question, is the French nation united by anything other than Disneyland? La République's fragmentation is just beginning. America has captured France. France is no longer the country of Notre Dame, nor the country of de Gaulle, where the Concorde was built and a broad middle class prospered. To understand this moment of profound transition, you have to look past the results of last year's presidential election first round and beyond the following runoff between Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen. Election campaigns can only tell us so much. What is happening to France, as the sociologist Jérôme Fourquet observed, is best understood as the Great Metamorphosis. Nobody has done more than Fourquet to peel away the misapprehensions that surround French society and reveal what it is now or what it will look like in the future. He is the sociologist of France as it is, not what it once was, or how The Economist or Financial Times magazines wish it to be. In his book titled La France sous nos yeux, France Before Our Eyes, published the year before yesteryear, in 2021, Fourquet argues that the Great Metamorphosis began in the 80s. That was the decade France's cultural core began to collapse in on itself, and the features of French society in its present form began to surface. In 1983, strikes and violent protests by auto workers, mostly immigrants from the Maghreb, North Africa, made the Muslim minority visible to France for the first time. Images of the riots propelled the Front National to its first significant successes in the European elections of 1984. France's agonies over migration had begun. Then, in 2005, French voters rejected the European Constitution in a referendum, despite its backing by most of the French media and political class. Here, Fouquet believes a new divide could be seen for the first time, one that would determine political conflict going forward between those who benefited from globalization and those who did not. Against this backdrop of intensifying political discontent, French culture was changing. Older Moors were disappearing, especially Christian ones, and Catholic ones in particular. Fouquet strikingly demonstrates the disappearance of the Church's influence on French sensibilities. In 1961, 38% of French Catholics declared that they went to Mass every Sunday. By 2012, only 7% did. This sharp decline in the number of practicing Catholics was matched by a shrinking number of vocations. At the outbreak of the Revolution, the number of priests, 170,000, was almost equal to their number in 1950. By 2015, it had fallen to 51,500. If the current trend continues, there won't be a single Catholic priest left in France in 30 years. Released from this crumbling framework, French attitudes towards marriage, homosexuality, and children born to unmarried parents changed dramatically. In the 60s, marriage was still the dominant social norm, but today it has ceased to be so. In 1980, 11.4% of children were born out of wedlock. By 1990, it was 30%. And by 2005, more than half the children were born outside of marriage. If a teacher had started his career in 1980, he would have taught a class in which almost all the children had married parents. By the time of his retirement, however, that ratio would have inverted. The last stand of French Catholicism came when François Hollande legalized gay marriage in 2013, 2 years before they did here in America. To an extent unseen in the United Kingdom, or United Germany, or Spain, French Catholics mobilized against Hollande's decision. La Manif pour tous marches. The marches of these Catholic protesters drew tens of thousands of participants who disagreed with the new law, but to no avail. Catholics finally realized they were a minority, one of the islands in the French archipelago. As the title of one of Fouquet's books goes, he believed that dechristianization had entered its terminal stage. Nature famously abhors a vacuum. As Christianity receded, other forces began to influence French society. Emancipation from tradition led to individualism. Fouquet measures this in birth names. In the early 60s, the number of newborns with rare names, those that had been given to no more than 3 people thus far, was less than 6,000. By 1990, it had jumped to nearly 18,000. But the real explosion came in 2016, when as many as 55,000 newborns had rare names, and the cultural component of Catholicism was replaced by American pop culture. Fouquet concluded that Americanization has profoundly transformed France. Although 27% of French people have visited the United States at least once, every second person among the wealthy has done so. The upper classes are fluent in English. Macron voters were the most proficient in this language, while Le Pen voters were the least. And the English speakers, well, the English speakers consume mostly American media. The less fortunate have their own cultural markers of Americanization. Again, Fouquet analyzes names. The Maries of French tradition were replaced by Kevins after Home Alone, the film produced and released in 1990, and Dylans after Beverly Hills 9210, which I was almost an actor in. Syndicated nationally and airing between the years of 1990 and 2000 Anno Domini, 2000 AD, for a full decade. The map of these American names coincided with the places where Marine Le Pen could count on her firmest support. Many National Rally activists bear names such as Jordan Bardea. Today, the number 2 in the party, or Davy Rodriguez, who headed its youth organization. More phenomena of this kitschy, low status Americanization include the immense popularity of country music clubs, vintage American cars, and pole dancing across France, as well as the spread of the Buffalo Grill restaurant chain in hundreds of locations. This is low-class American crassitude polluting the French cultural spectrum, dragging it down with Qigong, the death force on a social scale. Both the elites and the working classes began to dream American dreams. Fouquet calls one of them the Plaza Majority. He said Plaza Majority lifestyle, after the name of the celebrity real estate agent Stéphane Plaza. In his TV shows, he advertises an ideal shared across French society, a house with a garden, a desire that mimics the American suburban lifestyle. Depending on the class, this ideal assumes different forms, but it often includes a swimming pool. This vision of affluence from America captured the imagination of the French, who have built 1.3 million pools in their country. Elsewhere, Fouquet says the last common experience of the French archipelago is a visit, or pilgrimage, to Disneyland. 75% of those under 35 years of age have visited the all-American theme park. Americanization was the only component of globalization that did not bitterly divide the French. According to Fouquet, the split between those for whom globalization meant achievement and those for whom it meant dispossession would, from 2017, become central to understanding France. As in these United States and Great Britain, globalization swept the French economy. As in these United States and Great Britain, its impact could have perverse consequences. At the turn of the century, the French telecommunications manufacturer, Alcatel, had 120 different types of plants scattered around the country. One of them was located in Lannion. This is where Minitel was created, and where the first French portable phone, Bebop, was invented. I really need to sneeze. Now, in 2001, Alcatel's CEO, Chief Executive Officer, declared that in the new economy, factories were not necessary. Thousands of Lannion residents lost their jobs. Between 1999 and 2004, the city lost 10% of its population. Then between 2004 and 2017, it fell by another 20%. What happened to Lannion residents? They dropped out of the middle class, which was everywhere being reshaped by the Great Metamorphosis. It led to a phenomenon that Foucault calls bipolarization, like a psychiatric pathology, en masse. Society begins to resemble an hourglass. The middle class disintegrates, its lower strata falling into the lower classes, and its upper strata ascending into the upper classes. This process can be seen in leisure activities. Les 30 Glorieuses, the 30 Glorious, that's a 30-year period of economic growth in France between 1945 and 1975, following the end of the Second World War, were a time of upward social mobility, which translated into democratization of the ski slopes. While it used to be that entire middle-class families went skiing, today skiing has become an activity that only the well-off can afford. The appearance of hard discount stores represents another sign of the erosion of the middle class. Its less affluent members cannot afford to maintain their consumption habits. This also, as Foucault points out, explains the ominous success of Dacia cars. Dacia, you remember? The emperor, who returned to his roots in Peter Moon's Romania. This Romanian brand of automobile, bought out by Renault, was originally intended as a way to expand into Eastern European markets. However, Dacia has enjoyed a great popularity in France, allowing those who otherwise would have to turn to a used car to buy a new one. Dacia drivers in the New France were more likely to work in warehouses, schools, and nursing homes than factories. It was these workers who became the backbone of the Gilets jaunes, or the Gilets jaunes movement, the Yellow Vests. The protesters were the people who Foucault had studied for decades, the proletariat working in logistics and services, and those who juggled several jobs to make ends meet. Jacqueline Muraud, a Gilets jaunes in the protest delegation which met with the French government, simultaneously worked as a hypnotherapist, an accordionist, and a security guard. Foucault sees the Gilets jaunes as an example of the subaltern class, once described by the Italian Marxist philosopher Antonio Francesco Gramsci, similar to the farmers of the Italian Mezzogiorno of southern Italy, constantly agitated but unable to articulate their grievances successfully. In Foucault's work, we can see the patterns that have come to define postmodern France. The detachment of the elites from their country, the splintering of the middle class, the collapse of centuries-old traditions. His analyses clarify French politics. A Foucault reader might have predicted Éric Zemmour's failure to pick up the Rassemblement National vote yesteryear. The electorate of Kevins, who sing country music and enjoy Buffalo Grill, belongs to a different universe than the Joseph Marie, Comte de Maistre, quoting essayist from Paris, who recorded his best results in Saint-Tropez. By that I'm referring to the African Jewish Russiist who wants to realign France with Russia and start a third European war. Now, without Foucault's writings, it can be difficult to grasp that the runoffs between Macron and Le Pen have been more than a political battle. It is a clash between trois worlds within France, between the trois halves of Fouquet's hourglass. A confrontation, as Benjamin Disraeli, 1st Earl of Beaconsfield, once wrote of a divided England, of trois nations, between whom there be no intercourse and no sympathy, who are as ignorant of each other's habits, thoughts, and feelings, as if they were dwellers in different zones, or inhabitants of different planets. What will France be after France? Fouquet warned that the islands of the French archipelago will continue to drift apart. Stark differences in consumption, lifestyles, mobility, and wealth will only sharpen. He believed there were trois ways to end this fragmentation: a new electoral system based on proportional representation, and a final abandonment of France's old left-right divide, and the acceptance of a new politics contested on one side by the winners of globalization and the losers on the other side. Proportional representation seems a distant prospect, but on, how do I express this? On the latest election held in France, yesteryear, where politics had been structured for over half a century around trois parties, it all changed dramatically. The socialists were irrelevant by 2017. Came as 2022, les Républicains could not even obtain 5% of the vote. In yesteryear's runoff, for the second time in a row, we witnessed a showdown between the candidate of France, for whom the future and globalization mean the same thing, and the candidate of France, for whom globalization means decline. French politics has finally, as it presently falls, come to represent the society described by Fouquet. Conversely, it is France what now teaches American conservatives. Forget Magyarország, a nation Americans can never pronounce, so they call it Hungary. France has a brand of non-liberal neo-nationalism that might travel much better across the Atlantic. The reason I have been concentrating on teaching you about them. There would be no United States without France, as I've historically proven. And yet, the United States as we know it may come to an end based on whichever direction France next takes. This is important to you, what happens across the Atlantic, and I'll bring it home by articulating the reasons why. Now, of course, I myself am old enough to remember when American conservatives had naught but contempt for France. Around the turn of the 21st century, it stood for all the effete and decadent tendencies in Western civilization. One pundit gleefully dubbed the French cheese-eating surrender monkeys from hell, adapting a line from The Simpsons animated series. For daring to suggest that the Iraq War was ill-advised, the French were punished with removal of their name from the menu in the House of Representatives cafeteria, even for the beloved fried potatoes, possibly invented by Belgians. This was like changing the names of foods in World War II. German sauerkraut became victory cabbage. Doesn't that sound fucking appetizing? That dismissal of an important ally, a great culture, and wise strategic advice was deeply stupid. So, it's basically a good thing that interest in France and its statesmen is enjoying something of a revival in right-of-center circles. That's partly due to a broader rediscovery of European political traditions. Unlike Magyarország, Hungary, or Polska, Poland, France is a big country with a revolutionary past, a sense of global mission, and a multi-ethnic population. As such, it offers more realistic lessons for its fellow republic. Those lessons may be surprising, however. A Habsburg revival or Central European-style illiberal democracy are going nowhere in this country. Yet we know from experience that a politically incorrect celebrity can not only shake up the policy consensus, but also threaten basic elements of constitutional government. Despite his criticism of American influence around the world, the pundit turned maybe presidential candidate Eric Zemmour has been hailed as the French Trump. But he also provides a hint of what a more coherent and perhaps effective American nationalism would look like, and if and when Trump finally leaves the scene. Despite its reputation as a bastion of the highbrow left, political imports from France don't necessarily emanate from tenured radicals. To the contrary, France has a venerable tradition of conservative and reactionary thought. During the French Revolution, the Savoyard political theologian Joseph-Marie Comte de Maistre denounced the upheavals as literally satanic. He also regarded the American experiment with self-government as futile. Maistre's idiosyncratic theory of Christian monarchy is considered obsolete by doctrinaire modernists, but other ideas that emerge from the French right have proven more permanently enduring. In the 19th century, France entered a prolonged period of stagnant population, as its rivals enjoyed rising birth rates and the Industrial Revolution attracted immigrants from less developed parts of Europe. Some French intellectuals became convinced that a cosmopolitan elite was contriving to replace the native population with culturally subversive aliens, particularly Jews. Although the Judeophobic version is now verboten by the state, that argument has been revived and reframed around Muslims by French writers including Jean Raspail, Renaud Camus, and, in moderated form, Michael Houellebecq. Now, the influence of the French right isn't limited to ideas. French nationalists were an electoral force a lifetime before anyone had heard of Viktor Michaeli Orbán, the dictator of Hungary. Born in the same year as my late sister, 1963. In the 1950s, Pierre Puget led arguably the first major populist nationalist movement in a Western country after World War II. Later in the 20th century, the mantle of the right passed to, Jean-Marie Le Pen, who started his political career as a Puget supporter and went on to establish the FN. The Front National, the National Front, and found a political dynasty. He founded a political dynasty that now includes his daughter Marine Le Pen and his granddaughter Marianne Maréchal. In 2002, Le Pen shocked the world by reaching the runoff of France's two-stage presidential election. Although he was badly defeated by the establishment conservative Jacques Chirac, the contest marked the eclipse of the Socialist Party as the main opposition party. Over the last 22 years, the basic division in French politics has evolved from a choice between right and left to one between the center and the right. That's old news in Paris, but shocking to Americans, who imagine it's still 1968, when the communists have occupied the La Sorbonne. Yet Le Pen and his heirs are constrained by the milieu from which he emerged. The mix of sympathizers with the wartime Vichy regime, die-hard opponents of the withdrawals from Vietnam and Algeria, and small business people to whom he appealed were never enough to win a national election. Le Pen also delighted in provoking the metropolitan elite with outrageous statements, including Holocaust denial. These remarks won him plenty of attention, as well as several prosecutions for hate speech, but they were too edgy for many voters. This pattern of self-defeating behavior led to Le Pen's replacement as party leader by his daughter in 2010. Trying to expand the party's appeal, she made alliances with mainstream politicians and rejected some of her father's more outrageous statements. Along with the sharp turn of opinion against immigration, these efforts won her a place in the 2017 presidential runoff, but nowhere near enough votes to win. Some supporters believe that with a different name, she'd have won by double digits. That's where Zemmour comes in. The author of several books lamenting national decline, he's steeped in the intellectual tradition of the French right. A longtime journalist and experienced media presence, however, he doesn't come off like a cranky grandpa. Above all, Zemmour's descent from a family of Berber Jews who came to metropolitan France to escape the Algerian War protects him against the accusations of Judeophobia that dogged Le Pen Paris. Although he's made some of the same claims that got Le Pen in trouble, Zemmour can position himself as a teller of inconvenient truths rather than an old-fashioned hater. It all falls back to, I can't be racist because I'm Jewish. Zemmour's penchant for revisionism has generated a cottage industry of rebuttals that set the record straight about collaboration with the Nazis, the Dreyfus Affair, and other historical matters. Although they're valuable as far as they go, these efforts also miss the point. Zemmour's real argument isn't that the facts have not been revealed, it's that France needs to shake off the burden of historical guilt that undermines its institutions and dampens its aspirations. Expressed in a more familiar idiom, Zemmour expects to be taken seriously, but not literally. Zemmour can also claim to practice what he preaches. Although he apparently keeps a kosher home and claims to attend synagogue on major holidays, Zemmour has embraced the French version of assimilation, in which minority religion and ethnicity are completely subsumed by obligations to the nation as a whole. This expectation is associated with the Republican tradition that Charles de Gaulle eventually synthesized with cultural conservatism. Ironically, many of Zemmour's intellectual and political forebears rejected both the Republic and de Gaulle, whom they saw as complicit in France's geopolitical decline. More than his media savvy or specific policy views, it's his instrumental approach to history, insistence on 100% assimilation, and secular public persona that could make Zemmour an inspiration to the post-liberal right across the Atlantic. Despite his tribute to the glories of the past, he's a very modern nationalist who denies that personal background, religious or ethnic affiliation, or intellectual probity should constrain political ambition. Unlike Trump, he's also smart enough to know what he's doing. It's possible, of course, that Zemmour's prospects don't justify the extraordinary attention he's attracted from media worldwide. He still hasn't declared his candidacy for the next election, and he was polling at just 17% last time I checked, but yesteryear, relatively high, but still far from the majority he'd need to win office. Still, Zemmour's celebrity raises the chances of uniting the provincial, Vichyite, and Pied Noir elements of the old Le Pen coalition with the bourgeois patriots who preferred Macron to Marine in 2017. And if Zemmour's formula works, its success may not be limited to France. Now, understand this in that context. There was an extraordinary near miss of history when Britain and France almost merged into one single country that helps explain Brexit. On the 16th day of June in 1940, with Nazi Germany on the brink of crushing France, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill and French Undersecretary of Defense Charles de Gaulle met for lunch at the Carlton Club in London. These trois great symbols of patriotism and national independence made an incredible agreement. Great Britain and France should be united into a single country called the Franco-British Union. This was just 12 weeks after British and French troops were evacuated from the beaches of Dunkirk, where they had become surrounded by German troops. A story captured in the 2017 Christopher Nolan film titled simply Dunkirk. Although that battle story is fairly well known, the accompanying political drama that almost saw Britain and France merge is now completely forgotten. But the drama of that near fusion can help explain the origins of European integration and the reasons why Great Britain ultimately pulled away from the European Union in the decision we know as Brexit. The scheme was born of crisis. On the 10th day in May of 1940, Germany had begun a relentless blitzkrieg assault on France, and within a month, French resistance had largely collapsed. Defeatism was rife in France, and a dramatic step was needed to encourage the country to keep fighting from its colonies and to stop the French fleet from falling into German hands. The plan that emerged, to unify the greater British and French empires into a single state, was not entirely new. The idea of integrating the European countries had floated around political circles for a few years, but always seemed fantastical. Catastrophe was about to turn impossibility into official policy. On the 14th day in June, German troops entered Paris. During the next 48 hours, British and French civil servants drafted a proposal for a declaration on Franco-British Union. This was no beefed-up wartime alliance, or a plan for partial integration similar to today's European Union. The objective was to effectively create one singular superstate. The document stated, "At this most fateful moment in the history of the modern world, the governments of the United Kingdom and the French Republic make this declaration of indissoluble union and unyielding resolution in their common defense of justice and freedom against subjection to a system which reduces mankind to a life of robots and slaves." This meant France and Great Britain shall no longer be two nations, but one single Franco-British Union. At a single pen stroke, hundreds of years of constitutional history swept away. There would be joint control of defense, foreign policy, finance, and economic policy. The two parliaments would be united, with French representatives sitting in the House of Commons in London. Churchill's private secretary said, "We had before us the bridge to a new world, the first elements of European and eventually world federation. Like Starfleet Command." Events moved fast. On the 16th day in June, Churchill was personally skeptical but presented the idea to the all-party British cabinet. He was swept along by a wave of enthusiasm. Churchill wrote, "I was somewhat surprised to see the staid, solid, experienced politicians of all parties engage themselves so passionately in an immense design whose implications and consequences were not in any way thought out." Churchill cast his own doubts aside and told the cabinet, "In this crisis, we must not let ourselves be accused of any lack of the imagination." Charles de Gaulle, who had arrived that morning in London, also had qualms about ending the country of France as he knew it. But de Gaulle embraced the plan as a grand move to change the course of history itself. "Le geste do it." Or how did he say it? Le geste do it est très immédiat. The gesture must be immediate. At 16:30 hours, 04:30 p.m., de Gaulle telephoned Paul Reynaud, the French Prime Minister, who had fled the advancing Germans, going from Paris to Tours and then Bordeaux. Reynaud listened to the proposal for a Franco-British Union with mounting excitement as he scribbled down the details. Here lay possible salvation for France. According to one eyewitness, his eyebrows went up so far they became indistinguishable from his neatly brushed hair. Reynaud suddenly interrupted de Gaulle. "Does he agree to this? Did Churchill give you this personally?" De Gaulle handed the receiver to Churchill himself, who assured Reynaud that he approved. Reynaud was transfigured with joy. In London, Churchill boarded a train, along with leaders of the major parties, ready for a rendezvous with destiny itself. The train would travel to the coast, and then the party would sail by ship to meet the French government and sign the Act of Union. That train never left the station. The scheme collapsed as quickly as it arose. In the days prior to the 16th day in June, the French government had become consumed by defeatism, as well as anger at Great Britain for their abandonment at Dunkirk. Over 100,000 French troops had been rescued, but thousands more were left behind on the beach, where they were forced to surrender to the Germans. Reynaud presented the proposal to the French Council of Ministers, but it was rejected as a British plot to seize the French Empire. Marshal Henry Philippe Benoni Omer Pétain, 84 years old, and the great hero of World War I, believed it was his duty to save France from total destruction and accept an armistice with Germany. Great Britain was doomed, he said, and union would be fusion with a corpse. Another minister concluded, better to be a Nazi province. At least we know what that means. Renaud later wrote in his memoirs, those who rose in indignation at the idea of union with our ally were the same individuals who were getting ready to bow and scrape to Hitler. You can better believe my biological sire was most pleased. After hearing news of the French decision, Churchill left the train with a heavy heart. Britain had almost devoured the French Empire without firing a single shot. He drove to Downing Street and got back to work. Within days, Pétain took over the French government and pursued an armistice with Germany. Great Britain was alone. The Franco-British Union is an extraordinary near miss of history. Defeatism struck the French government late but decisively. If Renaud had proposed the idea a week or even a few days earlier, it was already destined to have been accepted. And we can only guess at the consequences. The French would have kept fighting from their empire with no Vichy regime, throwing France into a state of civil war throughout World War II. United Britain and France would have extended the offer of union to other exiled governments like Polska, Poland, Czechoslovakia, the Czech and Slovak republics, Belgium, or Holland, and created a United States of Europe. Albeit primarily in exile, but still far more integrated than the present European Union. An idea of Churchill instead of Hitler. Churchill and de Gaulle, no less. One that the British would have little to complain about, since they would have been the instigators. The war would then have potentially ended with three great powers: the Greater Soviet Union, the United States of America, and the United States of Europe. In the collapse of the Franco-British Union, we can discover the seeds of the European integration project. One of the civil servants who crafted the plan in 1940 was Jean Monnet, who would later become an architect of integration and become as known thereby as the Father of Europe. Monnet said, "Ideas do not die, and if nations can come so close together in war, perhaps we can carry some fraction of that accord into the peace." The lesson that struck Monnet and other Federalists with such force in 1940 would become even stronger after 1945. Only European integration could overcome the catastrophe of nationalism and militarism, but it was communism which delivered 12 world wars in a generation. And the story of Franco-British Union also reveals another powerful reason for integration: threat. In 1940, the German challenge convinced ardent nationalists like Churchill and de Gaulle to back the Union idea. After 1945, the Greater Soviet's peril was a driving force behind the European project. But events in 1940 also help explain why Great Britain was always ambivalent about joining the European project. During World War II, the Franco-British Union was quickly forgotten, and a new narrative emerged of heroic resistance. Not only the French mythification of resistance, but the Brits surviving Dunkirk, winning the Battle of Britain, and enduring the Blitz, created the narrative of an island nation fighting alone for freedom, with its empire of conquered colored peoples. Rather than They go without mention, of course. And rather than look for union with a devastated continent, Britain's destiny lay west, in a special relationship with these United States. Churchill told the French, "Whatever you may do, we shall fight on forever and ever and ever." And the Brits have. World War II has never ended for Britain. They've lived lives in austerity ever since. In 2016, as the British voted for Brexit, it was the mythical spirit of Dunkirk that prevailed, not the torch of the Franco-British Union. The champions of Brexit claimed to be defending Churchill's legacy, even though Churchill himself had backed union with France. One Conservative Party minister wrote, "The spirit of Dunkirk will see us thrive outside the European Union." The crisis of 1940 opened up the possibility for a bold plan to unite Europe against Greater Germania. But the evacuation at Dunkirk was soon recalled in Great Britain as a very literal attempt to escape the subcontinent forever. Conversely, why didn't the post-World War I transatlantic settlement succeed in preempting even the need to consider Gaul-Anglian union? One reason was that many Germans never saw it as legitimate. Because the First World War had ended with German troops still occupying foreign soil, the reality of military defeat was not carried home as happened during World War II. It was all too easy for Germans to realize, and for leaders of outstanding national commitment to never let them forget, that Das Vaterland, the fatherland, had not ever been beaten in the field, and that any restrictions imposed upon it were unjust. The larger problem, as the neoconservative American critical historian Robert Kagan has proven, was these United States. It was possible to imagine a stable post-war settlement, but that would have required America to embrace a hegemonic role in Europe. Only Washington had the money to rebuild Europe economically. Only it could forgive British and French war debts, thus in turn allowing them to reduce the reparations payments that so embittered Germany. Only the American Empire could provide France with the reassurance and security that would have allowed it to rehabilitate coeval Germany rather than trying, futilely, to hold it down. World War I had broken the European balance, so any structure of peace had to rest upon a foundation of American power. When the United States withdrew much of that power from Europe, rejecting the Versailles Treaty in the Senate and then disengaging strategically during the 1920s, the structure collapsed. It was not a lack of compassion that doomed the peace. It was a lack of American commitment. Today, Europe is surging rightwards, but as Great Britain has shown, the populist tide will start to ebb. Nigel Farage imagines himself, Nigel Farage imagines he is a true Brit. True Brit, not grit. Though he's got no grit. He's supposed to have Brit. But he's really just shit. He's the man who said what the establishment prohibited and so allowed Britain to shed noxious European influence. That is, the legend in his own mind. In truth, he is a true European, a member of the fast-growing insurgent pan-European Russist right, meaning Putinist, surfing the same anti-immigrant, anti-liberal, anti-democratic constitution tides as politicians of his ilk are doing across European Union. Almost every European country now has a Farageist making the political weather, with one key difference. None wants to repeat Britain's disastrous experience and leave European Union. Unintentionally, Farage has done the European cause one great service. Yet, as Spain's Vox, Latin for voice, with its roots in reactionary Judeophobia, hopes for success in the imminent elections, echoing what Giorgia Meloni, with her brothers of Italy's comparable roots, achieved yesteryear by becoming prime ministress, mainstream European politics quivers. Liberals and the left are in retreat before parties that celebrate the primacy of family and faith, oppose same-sex marriage, want a crackdown on immigration and multiculturalism, do not believe in climate change, critique all things woke, and, above all, believe their nation is more special than any other. Parties in almost every country in Europe repeat the refrain, climb in the polls, and are either in national or regional government. Finland, Denmark, Austria, Sweden, Polska, or Poland, Italy, Magyarország, or Hungary, or soon could be. Die Neue Verein Deutschland, the new United Germany, France, Holland, Nederland, I mean to say, and España, or Spain. More ominously, if they could lift the constraints, they would follow the lead of Hungary's Viktor Orbán, the darling of America's right-wing reactionary libertarians and Republicans, all ultimately Russo-collaborationist, and reinvent their democracy to allow only their party to rule, eliminating an independent judiciary and a free press, all in service of the right-wing cause. Poland's Jaroslaw Kaczynski. Yeah, he's got the same name as the fucking Unabomber. I think they're related, to tell you the truth. And Mateusz Morawiecki, or Morawiecki, are trying to copy Orban and take Poland by storm back to its Catholic conservative roots. But whatever the populist right's attack on the basic constructs of a democratic order or their passionate view that they and only they are right, nobody adds leaving the EU to their program. Orban only pushes his pro-Putin views so far in public. He may need Russian energy, but he needs EU money more. That is reinforced by the Russo-Ukrainian war. Both French nationalist Marine Le Pen, who won more than 40% of the presidential vote in 2022, and Meloni were once happy to fawn over the Russian despotism. After all, Putin regards homosexuality as a sin. Literal sin, as in you'll burn in hell forever, and claims to venerate Christianity, takes the toughest line on Muslims, and celebrates the blood and mystic sanctity that constitutes the Russian nation state. But his barbarous invasion of Ukraine has turned him from the right's moral soulmate, or cellmate, into a political leper. When Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, calls for NATO help, it makes no political or security sense for even an extreme right European Union politician to refuse it. Equally, Ukraine's insistence on wanting to join the EU to reinforce potential NATO membership, so completing its formal membership of the West, underlines, even to the right, that the EU treaty architecture they live within has to be upheld. Orban only pushes his pro-Putin views as far as he can take them, though he views himself and ultimately everyone in Eastern Europe as behind an iron curtain that will rise again. He maintains his insurgency of Europe subversely. Putin and Brexit have become the two hard rocks that define the limits of the populist right's political ambitions. The good news is that the EU is going to hold together and Putin will be opposed, as long as the United German Center can hold the line against the AFD, the extreme right-wing Ruchist insurgency. Here, the powerful constitution will save both United Germany and ultimately Europe from Putin's Ruchist ambitions of Russian imperialism, Russian Orthodox imperialism, Christian nationalism. But that still leaves the continent as a kind of playpen, strong enough to continue, but too weak to stop basic democratic principles and values from being flouted. Take Maloney. She has read the runes and is pro-EU, pro-NATO, and anti-Putin, a stance which, given her background, she wins plaudits. But that only gives her political cover to prohibit efforts to search for stricken immigrant boats, entrench symbols of Italian nationhood and culture, attack same-sex marriage, and sack those suspected of being liberal sympathizers in the public broadcaster. It is baby-step authoritarianism that prefigures more. Her manifesto declared that Europe should be a confederation of homelands, as in Homeland Security. Great Britain had its right-wing spasm in Brexit, with its roots in disaffection at loss of control, social neglect, appeal to old glories, and ache for systemic change. Now they confront the protracted clearing up of the economic and social debris. Their populist moment. Boris Johnson, Bojo the Clown aping Viktor Orban in challenging the Supreme Court in the name of "We the People," has passed. But the direction of European politics will continue to affect the Brits. Europe's right-wing lurch and a weakened EU center means the already slim chances of getting a better trade deal in 2026 are growing slimmer. The immigration pressures that forced the recent collapse of the Dutch government over the rights and wrongs of limiting asylum seekers are not going to lessen. But for all that, ultra-right-wing politics will retreat, which means the Russians will lose on the field of honor. I can't believe how much time we've got left. I cannot fucking believe we've got 4 fucking hours and more. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 4.5 fucking hours left, people. But, hey, there's always a lot to analyze. Now, ultimately, people want prosperity, security, and fairness. Not performative politics aimed at regression, which is what our dear engineer, Aristides, was claiming so much of politics is all about. A form of drama. Hollywood for ugly people. The right are poor at running modern capitalist economies well, or facing the reality that the climate and environment are degenerating before our very eyes. Truth will out. Hard-won personal freedoms are not going to be relinquished. Women across Europe are not going to give up abortion rights, nor gay people the right to marry. Hating the other burns out eventually. Ways will be found to manage immigration with decency. Here, Great Britain, curiously, could emerge as something of a model. Neither Putinist Rushism nor social conservatism has widespread appeal. Their prime minister may be British Asian, but few care. What matters is what he does, which alone means the yellow nigger should be taken out and lynched, but Starmer's Labour has the opportunity of a generation, the Labour Party of England. Basically, they're Democrats, but in reality, more like they're communists. They finally got a chance to turn the economy around, meet today's grand challenges while retaining Britain's great liberal open culture. Success will be defeat for Europe's right, democracy and capitalism shown to work. It would be the British ticket to being readmitted to the heart of what will still be a great club that will emerge stronger if battered. What we are living through is all part of the process. Building Europe. Or, as my biological sire Adolf Hitler would say, building Eurafrica. The old idea of Europe and Africa as a single hemisphere, the way the Americans rule the Western Hemisphere, but one for the benefit of all within the hemisphere. Better than the blacks being ravaged and pillaged and raped by the Russians and the Chinese. Communists. So take heart. Albeit now it's Joseph Biden's own Anglophobia what be another threat to the West. Joe Biden, the United States President, makes little effort to conceal his visceral animosity towards the Greater British Empire, or today's United Kingdom, as was evident from his insulting behavior in Ireland when marking the anniversary of the Good Friday Accords to the British, and his no-show at the coronation of the Royal British Crown, giving Britain a male king for time of war, and therefore an ally to America that Biden chose to snub. The very idea, however, that he was even prepared to block Ben Wallace's perfectly respectable bid to become NATO's next Secretary General in favor of appointing Ursula von der Leyen, the underwhelming presidentress of the European Commission, takes his Anglophobia to an entirely new level, one where he seems intent on committing a grievous act of self-harm. This may indeed lie in Biden's Catholicism and his, therefore, shall we say, doctrinaire hatred of the Church of England, rendering this a kind of religious war between the Anglo and American empires. Now, in terms of Ben Wallace, he's the British bid for NATO. Von der Leyen has hardly covered herself in glory during her Brussels stint. Her incompetence was brutally exposed in her handling of the pandemic in 2020 when, after reportedly taking personal charge of the EU's response, she oversaw the implementation of a vaccination program that lagged well behind much of the rest of the world. Similarly, her inability to provide strong and effective leadership has been evident in her response to the Ukrainian conflict, where she has failed to give any precise timetable for Kiev's long-term ambitions, the capital of Ukraine's long-term ambitions to join the European Union. Her failings in Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, however, are modest by comparison with her record as United Germany's defense ministress between 2013 to 2019. It was during this period, when Angela Merkel was Chancellor, that Berlin almost seemed to take pride in the fact that it consistently failed to meet the minimum NATO spending requirement of 2% of gross domestic product, leaving United Germany stripped and defenseless and open for Russian invasion. With United Germany's close energy and trade ties with Moscow, Moscow, the capital of Russian Empire, Merkel and van der Leyen apparently convinced themselves that Vladimir Putin posed no serious threat to European security, so there was no need to waste money on expensive military kit. In fact, they considered him the true leader of Germany. He spoke fluent German from his time there as a KGB agent, stationed in East Berlin. This resulted in the Bundeswehr, the German war machine, becoming the laughingstock of NATO. When on exercise, its soldiers had to resort to using their own mobile phones because the military communications kit lacked any proper encryption. The Army's standard-issue assault rifles were unable to shoot straight in high temperatures, and at one point, equipment shortages became so acute that soldiers were forced to conduct military exercises with broomsticks instead of guns. Her track record at the German Defense Ministry makes von der Leyen's subsequent appointment as Brussels Supremo all the more remarkable. Even though it later emerged she got the job because the European Council simply wanted a weak commission leader who would be amenable to its demands. Making her NATO Secretary General, however, at a time when the alliance is facing the greatest challenge in its 74-year history with a war in Ukraine, would be a promotion too far for someone with such an undistinguished career. The fact, moreover, that the Biden administration could even contemplate such an inappropriate appointment demonstrates a fundamental lack of understanding at the White House of the major challenges NATO faces if it is to preserve Western security. One of the key pillars that enabled NATO to maintain peace in Europe is the transatlantic alliance, where the United States and Europe have worked in tandem to provide an effective military deterrent to any potential aggressor. Washington's dominant role in the alliance, particularly in the military sphere, has long been resented by European elites who would prefer the EU to develop its own defense capabilities. Exempli gratiae, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has made no secret of his desire to create what he calls a true European army to protect its interests. Appointing von der Leyen to run NATO would not only place the West's defense in the hands of a lightweight politician with questionable credentials, it would open the way for Eurozealots to fulfill their dream of having a defense force focused on defending European interests at the expense of the wider Western alliance. If the Biden administration was really interested in maintaining the strength and effectiveness of the Western alliance, it would understand that maintaining the distinction between NATO and the European Union was paramount. Yet, such is Biden's perhaps Irish Catholic antipathy towards Great Britain that he seems willing to ignore this important distinction simply because he cannot tolerate the notion of a British defense secretary getting the position. Fortunately, the prospect of an EU takeover of NATO has been averted for the immediate future, as NATO leaders have agreed to give a one-year extension to Jens Stoltenberg, the former Norwegian Prime Minister who has done sterling work encouraging member states to display a united front in confronting Russian aggression. Norway, of course, enjoys NATO membership, but is not part of European Union, a fact that will have helped Stoltenberg to keep his distance from Brussels' efforts to increase its influence over the alliance. When choosing the next NATO leader, therefore, alliance leaders should avoid picking a representative of Brussels' ruling elite, and instead look for a candidate from somewhere like Polska, Poland, or the Baltic states, formerly under the German Teutonic Order of Knights, who can be guaranteed to safeguard the alliance's independence from a European Union power grab. Alas, devastatingly, the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO has been postponed. Vladimir Putin is quite pleased, knowing that Russia's best hope is for a long war. At the NATO summit, Putin's threats prevailed. NATO gave the Ukraine no finishing line. The Kremlin is quietly satisfied with the NATO summit outcome. Led by these United States and the United Germany, NATO gave Kiev no date for joining the military alliance. The security alliance lacked the political courage and strategic outlook to name a date for Ukraine to join the organization. This is a short-sighted indecision that Russia will exploit. Ahead of the recent NATO summit in Vilnius, Moscow had warned the West that the Kremlin would be following this anti-Russian meeting very closely. True to form, Russia responded with arms all week. Since the opening Monday of that week, 2 months agone by now, its army launched a series of nightly drone attacks on Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. While in the capital of Lithuania, Vilnius, the NATO knots quivered in fear. The Ukrainian capital is less than 600 kilometers from Vilnius, Lithuania. Itself a former Soviet republic where NATO heads of state met on Tuesday and Wednesday in... what date was it? At this point. I mean, I lose track of time, of course, even though I was reviewing all of the meeting transcripts. Let's look up NATO summit date. It was in 11th through the 12th, the Ides of July. Mid-month, yestermenses. The middle of last month. It feels like 12 years ago by now. And like I said, the Russians commenced that week by nightly drone attacks on Kiev, the Ukrainian capital less than 600 kilometers from where the NATO meeting was taking place. But the NATO knots were quivering like they were being attacked. And on the military front, Russian troops were claiming to have broken through 1.5 kilometers deep in eastern Ukraine in that mid-July. Well, on the Ides of yestermenses, the middle of last month. All this was Russian confidence that was an intoxication from the high of the West cowering and quivering before them. Too afraid to let the Ukrainians join a defense alliance in which a Russian attack on the Ukraine would be constituted by definition as an attack on the United States, Great Britain, and Europe all at once. When it comes to diplomacy, 17 months after launching the special military operation against its neighbor, the Kremlin took heart from the summit's conclusions. Andrei Kortunov of the Russian Council, a Russian think tank on international issues, went on record to say, "At first sight, this is good news for Russia. All options remain open, even if it doesn't make Putin's favorite solution, Ukrainian neutrality, any more realistic." Back in February of 2022, the head of the Kremlin explained that one of the aims of his offensive was to prevent Kiev from joining NATO, which it perceived as an existential threat. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had come to Vilnius with the firm intention of obtaining a clear agreement for NATO membership, loudly denouncing the alliance's indecision, which, according to him, encourages Russian terror. He left with the simple prospect of an invitation to join the organization. In the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin can therefore remain satisfied. Poland and other countries are in favor of Kiev's early membership, but these United States and United German position prevailed out of fear of escalating the conflict with the Russian Empire, which could lead to a possible direct involvement of the military alliance against Moscow. To which I say, so fucking what? Go for it! We could kick the Russian Empire's ass and march on Moscow within a fucking month. I've spoken before of the Russians being completely incapable of war, but Americans were worshipping the Russians as the master race of warfare. Americans are fucking stupid. And when I rub it in their face, they get depressed. Oh, you hurt me, Douglas. You hurt my feelings so. Stop worshipping the fucking Russians. I warned Americans about that when I was first appearing on Revolution Radio. Fuck, feels like 20 years ago by now. Alright then. We got 4 hours to go, and I'll just keep analyzing your situation. A senior European diplomat in Moscow said, in the end, the summit confirms that Kiev's NATO membership, which could have been considered before the conflict, has now been postponed indefinitely. Formally speaking, there will certainly be protests from the Russians, but in practice for them, the summit was a non-event. There was no immediate official comment from the Kremlin on Kiev's non-membership of NATO. So the source concluded, the Vilnius summit only perpetuates the current situation. It's a satisfying result for Moscow, which is aiming for a long war in the Ukraine. You know, it was called the Bakhmut-Vilnius Marathon. Raise the flag of Ukraine in NATO. It started off, of course, in Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine. For over a week, groups of Ukrainians took turns to run the distance from their capital to the Lithuanian capital of Vilnius. They carried a ragged national flag from Bakhmut, a city on the front lines of eastern Ukraine that was almost completely destroyed by Russia. The runners wore white t-shirts, each with the number 33, and with NATO written on them as well. 33 is the member state that Ukraine would be. If it joined the Ukraine, it would be the 33rd member state of NATO. Ukraine would be the 33rd member state of NATO if it was accepted in membership. Now, on a warm and sunny evening on July 11th, they reached a square in downtown Vilnius. Crowds, many with the Ukrainian flag draped around them, gathered to welcome these tired runners. Then, a few minutes later, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky took to the podium accompanied by his wife. The crowds burst into applause and shouted, "Slava Ukraini!" Zelensky's visit to Vilnius coincided with the first day of that crucial NATO summit hosted by Lithuania. Kiev had positive expectations about the outcome, as did its staunchest supporters, Poland and all three Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. They hoped the military alliance would state that Ukraine would join NATO once the war ended. There were even some who wanted Ukraine to be admitted sooner than that. I, myself, among them. Neither happened. Instead, the long communique, with surprisingly little content about the war in Ukraine, stated, "We will be in a position to extend an invitation to Ukraine to join the alliance when allies agree and conditions are met." It was essentially a rerun of the ill-fated 2008 NATO Bucharest summit, held in the capital of Romania, which promised that Ukraine would one day join NATO. In Bucharest, Kiev wasn't offered the Membership Action Plan, the MAP, MAP, an apropos acronym, which sets out a path towards accession. Because, well, it wasn't offered the MAP, the Membership Action Plan, setting out a path toward accession, meaning NATO membership, because of enormous pressure from France and United Germany. That lack of strategic foresight was exploited by the Russian Empire. It gave Vladimir Putin the green light to invade Georgia in 2008, to occupy the Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine in 2014, and to wage war against Ukraine in 2022. This time round, NATO said Ukraine didn't need the map stage. It's as if the communique was looking for a sweetener to give Kiev, but also excuses for not giving it a firm timetable for its membership. It stated, "Allies will continue to support and review Ukraine's progress on interoperability, as well as additional democratic and security sector reforms that are required." On these issues, the communique was contradictory. It stated that Ukraine has become increasingly interoperable and politically integrated with the alliance, and has made substantial progress on its reform path. The alliance will support Ukraine in making these reforms on its path towards future membership. In practice, the interoperability issue is a red herring. One of the big weaknesses of NATO is that it is not interoperable in a way that would allow members' weapon systems to work seamlessly together. The multitude of different standards has always held back interoperability. Indeed, during the NATO Public Forum, a major side event during the Vilnius summit, the Swedish defense minister actually said that European countries were exporting to Ukraine a fragmented armaments industry. There are 600 different types of armaments being sent to Ukraine. Just think of the complex maintenance efforts required for them. This is all by quoting him. That aside, there is a bigger reason why United Germany and these United States did not want to give Ukraine a clear timeline for NATO membership. Both countries see the war in Ukraine through the prism of confrontation with the greater revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, which is a paper bullshit herring if ever there was one. A red herring that's no longer communist, but now Putinist, Russist. They worry about a potential escalation. For Berlin and Washington, but also some other allies, Ukrainian membership would mean NATO defending the country if it was attacked. And NATO officials have been blatant that if they did give a date, once the war ended, Putin could drag out the war as long as possible. This means that Putin has won. Over the past few months in the run-up to the summit, Putin sufficiently intimidated Berlin with his threats to use nuclear weapons. Chancellor Olaf Scholz believed a date for Ukrainian membership could lead to a direct military confrontation with Russia. Yet, United Germany continues to lack a coherent security strategy about how to deal not only with the greater revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, but also with Ukraine and the rest of Eastern Europe. Supplying weapons to Ukraine, something that Die Neue Verhin Deutschland, the new United Germany, and many other NATO countries are doing is a necessity, but not a strategy. It is not something that is done to end the war quickly. In Vilnius, United Germany and other countries repeated ad nauseum that Ukraine's future is in NATO and they will support Kiev for as long as it takes. But for how long is that? And how many more casualties, destruction, and war crimes will that amount to? In short, at Vilnius, NATO lacked the political courage and the strategic outlook to give Ukraine a date to join the alliance. Putin's threats have prevailed. So much for the hopes of the runners from Kiev. The number 33 on their t-shirts was supposed to represent Ukraine becoming the 33rd member of NATO after Turkey that week lifted its veto on Sweden's joining the alliance. And no finishing. How do I say this? They crossed the finish line, and after crossing the finishing line in Vilnius, they went back home to more bombing by Russia, and no finishing line from NATO. Now, Ukraine and all the West that it stands alone in defending, truly alone, unlike the fucking British propaganda of World War II. Now the West and its frontline defender, the only nation alone standing up to defend the West is Ukraine. Both Ukraine and the West it's defending alone, that it stands alone in defending, are facing a devastating defeat. Since Putin's tanks crossed into Ukrainian territory yesteryear, 3 options have been on the table for how this war would end. Victory for one side or the other, a frozen conflict or a negotiated settlement. The public comments made last month by Oleksiy Arestovich, a former advisor to Volodymyr Zelensky's chief of staff, appear to indicate the last may be more likely than previously thought. Arestovich raised the prospect of Ukraine making territorial concessions in return for the rest of the country receiving the most cast-iron security guarantee there is, NATO membership. These comments have proved highly controversial. Not only would such an outcome be unpalatable to many in Kiev and other European capitals, raising it as a possibility highlights a growing uncertainty about the long-term sustainability of the war itself, particularly amongst Ukraine's Western backers. Aristovich's very suggestion comes at a crucial time. The long-planned counteroffensive, now in its 3rd month, or just barely entering its 3rd month, or still in its 2nd month from beginning in the middle of last month, well, the month before last, has run into several problems, not least that Kiev is still waiting for approximately half of the Western military equipment promised earlier in the year. Meanwhile, its forces are under increasing pressure to commit its reserves as Russian troops, despite reports of low morale across the front, remain dug in, seemingly committed to defending every inch of Ukrainian ground captured since yesteryear. As Russian minefields take their toll on Western-supplied tanks and Ukrainian sappers, their forces have so far retaken approximately 5 miles of the 60 miles they need to split the land bridge connecting Russia to the Crimea. The land between Mariupol in the east and Melitopol to the west is seen as the vital ground for achieving this. It is incredibly tough going for the Ukrainians. They lack the air cover and advanced jets to protect their ground forces from Russian attack helicopters and fighters. Their soldiers, meanwhile, must negotiate miles of minefields, tank traps, and then ultimately the heavily dug Russian trench networks. This grueling endeavor was always going to take longer than the occasionally impatient international audience was prepared to wait for. It is a military effort of immense proportions, where mass, manpower, morale, equipment, stocks, logistics, grit, and luck all play vital roles. So far, the Ukrainians are displaying all of these military qualities. The variable that isn't on their time, well, the variable that isn't on their side is time. In war, time is perhaps the cruelest factor one cannot change. We saw this in NATO's operation in Afghanistan, where the Taliban took great delight in retelling of a famous Afghan proverb. You may have the watches, but we have the time. Summer will soon begin to roll into autumn. Indeed, we are already halfway through the season. The fighting will begin to grind to a cold halt as the freezing winter saps troops' ability to conduct high-intensity warfare. This will only give Russia more time to further build up its defenses, as it did last winter. By this point in the West, meanwhile, all eyes will be on the upcoming American election, with more political attention diverted by the United Kingdom's general election. Kiev knows it has a shortened window of opportunity to capitalize on its battlefield initiative and take back as much ground as it can. If Kiev fails in its battlefield endeavors to split that land bridge and retake much of its own territory by winter, then vocal calls of territorial concessions for marginal political outcomes will likely become far more prevalent. Not just in Ukraine, but likely from Western capitals, as so-called war fatigue begins to bite. International stockpiles of equipment and ammunition wither, and politicians begin to worry about domestic budgets ahead of national elections. While much fighting remains to be done across Ukraine's southern farmlands over the coming months, governments across the West must be prepared for the grim prospect of territorial concessions as one potential political outcome of a failed counteroffensive. Whether a Putinist Kremlin would respect such a deal, if Kiev were to receive security pledges short of full NATO membership, is extremely doubtful. Regardless, this would surely be a favored outcome for the communist Chinese empire's ruling wolf warrior foreign policy elite. Beijing would be utterly delighted if the war were to end with Ukraine divided, Russian troops permanently in the Donbass, harassing Kiev and Europe itself, and NATO fractured on political lines. Such an outcome would be a gift to Red China as Xi Jinping begins to ramp up his own imperialistic and extraterritorial ambitions across the Indo-Pacific, and a devastating defeat for the West. Ergo, today, the pending Sixth Republic of France, a new French Republic, must compose the chartered union of Franco-American codominium, not union, but co-equal alliance in perpetuity, albeit with France as the senior partner in culture, but America as the senior partner in arms. This would be a dual alliance. The United States would not exist without France. France can now no longer exist without the United States. To prevent France from uniting with Russia, the French and Americans must create a transatlantic union that is more important than NATO itself. one in which France can separate from European Union, and thereafter, as an ally in perpetuity with America, reestablish a French empire, la troisième Péquolier, the third French peace, a Pax Franconia, or Peace of France, that would help to maintain a new world peace with the United States as a counterbalance to the multipolarity of the world. Now, this brings us back to domestic politics this side of the Atlantic. Which I will attempt to cover till I get tired. Because we got 4 fucking hours left. You people wonder why I used to have long round tables at all costs. Even to the cost of my sanity, to a degree. This was to give me time to prepare for, well, filling the last 4 hours with monologue. Giving even an attempt at extending that monologue by 2 hours. Basically starting with 6 hours of monologue tonight. Well, this was an experiment that needed to be conducted. And we'll see how long I can maintain myself. We've got good numbers. Good fucking numbers for this hour. And I'm pleased. So I'll continue. Now, understand what I was trying to explain about the cynicism displayed by Aaron and Aristides. Now, these are 2 good men. And, of course, I pointed out Clarice Claudette. Love her dearly. Owe her so much. Don't know if I can repay her in terms of getting that blanket returned. At this point, having to concentrate on paying my rent while buying supplies of water this month. In particular, I've got to concentrate on saving myself. We have the situation, of course, where Clarice Claudette is somewhat depressed by my concentrating on negative aspects of politics, but geopolitics are my life. I don't know if she understands that. And really, part of my life is articulating to all of you that politics matters. That this is not something to be dismissed. You can't simply say, oh, it's both wings on the same bird. Which, of course, as Aristides was pointing out, it was Aaron TICE that was saying that. But then Aristides pretty much said the same thing about politics as melodrama. Hey, it's all drama. I mean, look, these are great guys. But they're white and have a certain kind of privilege that comes with whiteness, though they face their challenges. They've worked hard. They've educated themselves. They're good men. They're honest men. They're working men. And they're better men than I. They both raised children. So they seem to have raised their children well. Their children aren't in jail or on the streets. So they're good men. But they're also people who have a certain advantage in life that enables them to be that cynical. For those of us who don't have those advantages, we can't afford that cynicism. The parties are not just extraordinarily different. They're worlds apart. They are the direct antithesis of each other as much as yin and yang, dark and light, good and evil, up and down. And the Republicans aren't conservatives. I'm a conservative. I'm trying to preserve tradition and culture in Europe, Asia, and yes, America too. Republicans are nihilists, the party of pollution, disease, and death. When Republicans tell you who they are, believe them. The neuroscientists are warning that we're watching the largest and most dangerous cult in American history. Let me relay 2 quotes to you. Here's one quote for you. I was dying. It was just a matter of time. Lying behind the wheel of the airplane, bleeding out of the right side of my devastated body, I waited for the rapid shooting to stop. That's a quote from the former Representative Jackie Speier. Jackie Speier in his memoir titled Undaunted, subtitled Surviving Jonestown, Summoning Courage, and Fighting Back. Recounting her experience after being shot 5 times during an ambush during her fact-finding visit to Jonestown, Guyana, where Jim Jones and his cult, the People's Temple, had built a compound. It was a very famous San Franciscan who was assassinated down there. Had his head blown off. It's someone who, well, it brings tears to my eyes to think about it. The experience happened when I was very young. Of course, I wasn't there, but we all heard about it. And it was this man who was a San Francisco politician. I'm trying to remember who it was that was killed in Jonestown. Leo Joseph Ryan Jr., I believe. He was a member of the Democratic Party, of course. He served in the United States Representative, as the United States Representative from California's 11th Congressional District from 1973 until his assassination during the Jonestown Massacre in 1978. He was, he could have been the mayor of San Francisco, probably would have been. Leo Joseph Ryan Jr. Well, once you're the mayor of San Francisco, think of Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom became governor of California, and from there, he might become president. There was a congresswoman left for dead at Jonestown. That's the woman who I just quoted. The Representative Leo J. Ryan was her boss. So, let me give you another quote. It, combined with everything else that was going on, made it difficult to breathe. Being crushed by the shield and the people behind it, leaving me defenseless, injured. That's a quote from the Metropolitan Police Officer Daniel Hodges, describing being crushed in a doorway during the January 6th, 2021 attack by Trump cultists on the United States Capitol. In both of the examples I've just now cited, the individual speaking was the victim of extreme violence perpetrated by followers of a single person whose influence had spread to hundreds of people. In the January 6th case, thousands of people. Indeed, millions. In fact, Speier's experience with the Jim Jones followers was part of the single greatest loss of American life, 918 people altogether, prior to 9/11 in 2001. These followings have been given an umbrella name, cult, and have involved what has been traditionally called brainwashing. the cult leader receives seemingly undying support as the dear leader or savior. However, the term brainwashing suggests that indoctrinated members are robots without free will. Behavioral scientists argue that this is not the case. It's an oversimplification. Rather than being seen as passive victims to an irresistible force, the psychiatrist Robert Lifton argues that there is instead voluntary self-surrender in one's entrance into a cult. Further, the decision to give up control as part of the cult process may actually be part of the reason why people join. Research and experience tell us that those who are cult vulnerable may have a sense of confusion or separation from society, or seek the same sort of highly controlled environment that was part of their childhood. It has also been suggested that those who are at risk for cult membership feel an enormous lack of control in the face of uncertainty. It is economic, occupational, academic, social, familial, and will gravitate more towards a cult as their distress increases. I myself would argue that many of these factors are at play when we see the ongoing support of Trumpism and MAGA theology. The psychologist Leon Festinger described the phenomenon of cognitive dissonance, in which there is a disconnect between one's feelings, beliefs, and convictions, and their observable actions. This dissonance is distressing, and in order to relieve the anxiety, people may become more invested in the cult or belief system that goes against who they are individually. As such, cult members become more dug in and will cling to thoughts and beliefs that contradict available evidence. In other words, they are no longer able to find a middle ground or compromise. Now, you might ask, how does this apply to today's politics? There was once upon a time when the 2 major political parties in America could exhibit bipartisanship by moving across the aisle to compromise on the issues on which they were legislating. Tried and true Republicans who favored small government, lower taxes, and national security could find a middle ground with Democrats who pushed for things like universal health care, higher minimum wages, and progressive tax reform. The abortion issue in America has been an area of debate between the parties as they debated elements like when life begins, is a heartbeat, and what to do about post-birth abortions, which is murder and not actually a thing. There were largely 2 sides of the issue and some areas for compromise. This is no longer possible in today's socio-political climate. Although members of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency still refer to themselves as a political party with principled stances, the reality is that they have now morphed into a domestic terrorist organization, and to use the umbrella term, a cult, the largest and most dangerous cult in American history. Cult thinking includes ardent adherence to group thinking, such as, clinically speaking, in the face of distorted thinking, we ask about one's strength of conviction by querying, can you think of other ways of seeing this? Sadly, what we are seeing publicly is no from those who still subscribe to Trumpism/MAGA. There be a few examples in today's socio-political environment in which cultism has contributed to a lack of middle ground. I can provide them right now for you. Here are some of those examples. In today's socio-political environment, in which cultism has contributed to the complete absence of any middle ground. There is no middle ground on treasonous, conspiratorial, fraudulent behavior. These are crimes, and, arguably, the worst crimes one could commit against their own country. There is no middle ground on slavery. There is no middle ground allowing, well, let's put it this way, there is no middle ground on allowing Americans to die through inaction in response to natural disasters and global health crises. There is no middle ground on gunning down school children, or wearing an AR-15 rifle pin, and throwing away a pin to remember a Uvalde victim. There is no middle ground on breaking campaign finance, it hush money schemes, laws. There should be no middle ground on tolerance of crime, period. Again, think about everything I've said, and probably most of you who are liberal progressives would agree with the majority of these axioms in saying there should be no middle ground. You would agree there is no middle ground on slavery. Many of you, being conscientious Americans, knowing how bad it can get in other cultures, who would say there is no middle ground on treasonous, conspiratorial, fraudulent behavior. These are crimes, and arguably the worst crimes one could commit against their own country. That there is no middle ground on allowing Americans to die through inaction in response to health, well, natural disasters and global health crises. That there is no middle ground on gunning down school children or wearing an AR-15 rifle pin and throwing that pin away to remember a Uvalde victim. That there is no middle ground on jeopardizing national security and retaining and sharing classified documents. All of which Trump has done, of course. That there is no middle ground on breaking campaign finance laws. It is the hush money schemes like the Yellow House nigger Dinesh D'Souza, Republican propagandist, was guilty of, and indeed went to jail for, before he was reinstated by Donald Trump as a Republican hero, a martyr for the cause. The only thing that I've said that would be the Republican stance would be there should be no middle ground on tolerance of crime, period. And so many know of these ultimate stances. So many know of this Manichaean or bipolar thought process. Tim Scott, Jim Jordan, and Marco Rubio, the last two having gone to law school, all know this and are smarter than they are acting, which takes us back to cult dynamics. If you are a dyed-in-the-wool cultist or pretending to be a cultist, but the outcome is the same, harm to the country and its people, there is no difference. Whether you actually have a personality disorder or are pretending to be a sociopathically or psychopathically disordered person, if the result is the same, harm to your constituents and your country, what's the difference? As noted in my opening of this phase of monologue, this phase of discussion, I could say, there is a voluntary submission to cultism. Rubio, for example, identified all of the reasons why the 45th president was not qualified when he himself was running for president in 2016. However, perhaps due to his own intolerance of uncertainties in his life, he volunteered for Trumpism. So what can be done? There are exit strategies for people ensnared in a cult. One factor is accountability, or repeatedly seeing the adverse consequences of the group's behavior. Ergo, indictment, incarceration, job loss, which we started to see even more of this week. But until one party and its ardent followers can admit they are in a domestic terrorist cult, as the representative Eric Swalwell said, are unserious people, there is no hope of unification on the horizon. The first step is getting through to people who cannot or won't see the truth, cannot or will not accept reality itself. As Kevin D. Williamson suggests in the National Review, the most benign spin you can put on the Trumpified Republican Party, the Russified red cult, is that the American right has entered its hippie phase. He points out that in the 1960s, that decade into which I myself was delivered from my mother's loins into this vale of tears, the liberal counterculture attacked the establishment, while the Russo-collaborationist red Republican insurgency stood for order and authority. Today, the roles are reversed. Liberals are the ones who respect the authority of institutions, such as the federal government, the scientific community, universities and schools, the media, big business, the military, and the FBI, while the radicalized Russophiliac right subjects them all to ridicule and scorn. A less kind but more accurate characterization is to argue, as Edward Luce did in the Financial Times, that Republicans have become the party of nihilism. Like the Joker, a lot of Republicans just wish to watch the world burn. Quite literally, in the case of their climate denialism. Republican anarchism is also on full display with regard to the January 6th attack on the Capitol and the COVID-19 pandemic. On July 27th, 4 police officers delivered harrowing testimony before a House Select Committee about how they had been assaulted by insurrectionists. In the past, these heroes might have been championed by the party of law and order. But it turns out that Republicans only back the blue when black lives don't matter. When officers are accused of employing excessive force against minorities. When officers try to stop a Trumpist lynch mob, Republicans bash the blue. Newsmax's most popular host, Greg Kelly, son of a former New York City police commissioner, accused one of the officers of being wrapped too tight. Wrapped too tight. Hang loose, man. That's hippie talk. Fox's former top host, Tucker Fucker Carlson, or shall I say, I can come up with all kinds with that one, said these officers were lying and literally snickered at their testimony. Also giggling was the professional Yellow House nigger provocateur, Denise DeSouza. Fox hostess Laura Ingraham sneered that the officers deserved acting awards for their third-rate theatrics. She actually said they deserved Oscars, so to speak, for third-rate theatrics. Again, notice this, not to clamp down on our man Aristides, but just the idea that politics is drama. Now, he's talking about politicians, who, in a sense, are, well, they're not actors. It's not Hollywood for ugly people. They're muggers in suits. I mean, sure, but these are cops. And this is politics. It's as political as you can get. And there's nothing theatrical about life and death in the line of duty. The only thing missing was to have these right-wingers call the officers pigs, as 1960s radicals did. Oh, wait! Tucker Fucker Carlson earlier employed that very epithet to describe General Mark A. Milley after the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff dared to defend the teaching of critical race theory at the United States Military Academy at West Point. Of course, that's almost mild compared with the vituperation then-President Donald Trump directed at the FBI for investigating his ties to Russia. He called FBI agents sleazebags, traitors, and a disgrace to our country. The right these days bashes not only the military and law enforcement, but also every other institution that it accuses of having been taken over by the left, which means almost every national institution except the Supreme Court. Heaven help us. And, of course, God help us in spades, Fox News Channel, which isn't even fucking American, but Australian, and run by a madman in full climate denial as his leitmotif, Rupert Murdoch, a walking cadaver, fully embalmed and ambulatory, the talking dead, who runs your country from Australia. Corporations earned the right's ire for condemning Georgia's voter suppression law and for deleting right-wing social media accounts that incite violence. Schools and universities have become objects of rightist wrath for teaching about America's history of slavery, segregation, and continuing racism, which conservatives denounce as critical race theory. The mass media establishment has long been an object of hatred, but all the more now for exposing Trump's lies. The enemy of the people. Trump has called all of us, myself included, would be under that net by his very definition. Scientists have faced threats and harassment for proving that global warming is real and needs to be addressed, or we're all going to die. Most sinister of all, the medical establishment has become a target for attempting to fight a pandemic that has killed more than 1.1 million Americans, as officially recognized. The federal COVID-19 health emergency declaration formally ended in these United States, ushering in a new era for an empire that registered the most pandemic deaths in the world as the coronavirus ripped through American healthcare facilities, schools, and entire communities. More than 1.1 million COVID-19 deaths were recorded in these United States since the emergency declaration was first issued in January of 2020. More than any other country in absolute numbers. This virus also underscored existing inequalities in American society, led to widespread unemployment, and heightened political polarization as this nation was gearing up for a deeply divisive presidential election when the pandemic began. But with infection rates dropping and hundreds of millions of Americans getting COVID-19 jabs, U.S. President Joe Biden's administration announced in late January that it was ending the emergency declaration. In a May fact sheet, the federal HHS, the Health and Human Services Department, said, to ensure an orderly transition, we have been working for months so that we can continue to meet the needs of those affected by COVID-19. 1.1 million deaths as officially acknowledged. The United States has recorded more than 1.12 million COVID-19 deaths since the start of the pandemic, according to data compiled by Johns Hopkins University. The figure represents about 341 deaths per 100,000 people, according to Johns Hopkins, substantially higher than other wealthy Western nations such as France and United Germany. While COVID-19 deaths have dropped significantly in these United States compared with earlier periods during the pandemic, the virus has continued to kill about 1,100 people each and every week across the country through today. 1,100 people die every week of COVID-19 now. Well over 104 million infections. Over 104 million COVID-19 infections have been recorded since the pandemic began. Again, I'm sourcing the Johns Hopkins data. Now, the United States has seen case numbers ebb and flow several times in the last 3 years, with the most dramatic wave of infections coming with the arrival of the Omicron variant in the winter of 2022, when there were up to 5.5 million new cases in just one single week. Now, yes, now, there are approximately 77,000 new cases registered every week. In May, the HHS, Health and Human Services, said, we have the tools to detect and respond to the potential emergence of a variant of high consequences as we continue to monitor the evolving state of COVID-19 and the emergence of virus variants. Think of the 22 million jobs lost in the pandemic's early days. Lost and never recovered. 22 million out of employment for over 2 years. When the United States began to announce lockdowns in March of 2020, many worried that the virus would be accompanied by widespread economic devastation. And those concerns were validated early on, as 22 million people lost their jobs between March and April of 2020, and applications for assistance programs such as unemployment insurance and government health care shot up. However, the United States government poured more than 4.6 trillion United States dollars into pandemic recovery efforts. That's according to the U.S. GAO, the Government Accountability Office. Probably one of the few governmental offices that I've ever put much faith in. And by the middle of 2022, the American empire was back to its pre-pandemic rates of employment. By comparison, after the 2008 financial crisis, which was met with a more mild government response, the United States never returned to pre-crisis unemployment levels until 2015, according to the CBPP, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities think tank. We had 670 million vaccine doses. The Biden administration finally launched a robust effort to develop vaccines in response to the virus and granted emergency authorization for the use of the first jab in December of 2020. Since then, the American empire has distributed more than 676 million vaccine doses domestically, according to health authorities, giving our country an administration rate of about 204 doses per 100 people, well above the world average of about 168 per 100 people, because we really fucking needed it. However, the percentage of people in these United States who have received the full initial vaccine protocol lags behind many other countries. About 69% of people in these United States have completed the protocol, compared with 78% in France, 81% in Italy, and 86% in Spain. Vaccinations have been a politically fraught topic in these United States, even as they allowed life to largely return to normal as COVID-19 lockdown measures were lifted. During the early months of the pandemic, then-President Donald Trump spread false claims about COVID-19 and promoted scientifically dubious solutions. Anti-vaccine misinformation spread wildly, and Republican-led states always pushed for relaxed restrictions and questioned public health measures, such as mandatory vaccination requirements. This caused 41% of nurses to plan to quit. George Knight's wife actually did quit in England. In the early days of the pandemic, healthcare workers across the American empire raised alarm about overrun and understaffed hospitals and a lack of personal protective equipment to respond to the surge in COVID-19 infections. According to a March study published in the Journal of General Internal Medicine, based on a voluntary survey of American healthcare workers, 28.7% of respondents said they intended to leave the profession. That figure rose to 41% for nurses specifically. Even higher percentages of respondents reported experiencing burnout or being exhausted with their jobs after years of working in strained conditions with little improvement to their pay or benefits. Over the last several years, the United States has also seen a number of labor strikes by nurses who described being pushed well beyond their limits for little pay in facilities that continue to lack adequate staffing. This while blacks and other racialized Americans faced elevated risks. While the pandemic affected people of different races and income levels, it also highlighted existing social and economic inequalities in these United States. According to the US CDC, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the data that I'm sourcing from April of 2023, practically fucking yesterday, Indigenous, Hispanic, Black, and Asian people in these United States all faced higher risks for COVID-19 infections, hospitalizations, and death than any white people. In 2022, the KFF, the Kaiser Family Foundation, and I myself am a Kaiser patient. Proudly so. I fought for the right. And the KFF is a health policy nonprofit. They've also reported that black people in these United States were about twice as likely to die from COVID-19 than their white counterparts of similar ages. The KFF has confirmed that indigenous people in these United States had the highest mortality rate, at about 552 deaths per 100,000 people. This compared with 466 deaths among Hispanic people, 442 among black people, 269 among white people, and 197 among Asian people, the least amount of any population base, because Asians have had a lot of experience with past plagues and guard themselves well. When I went into the Chinatown Bank on Saturday, I bank with JP Morgan Chase. One of their only branches open in the city and county of San Francisco on the weekend is in Chinatown. I was the only one not wearing a mask. Everyone else in Chinatown was wearing a mask. I felt guilty, but they seemed to appreciate being able to see my face. Now, the night after Tucker Carlson mocked the officers who defended our Capitol, he accused Anthony S. Fauci, the nation's top infectious disease expert, of having helped to create COVID in the first place. It's a lunatic charge, but one that has become popular on the Russian radicalized right. Well, the Russian propagandized right that radicalized itself. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican from Georgia, called Fauci an enemy to our nation and said he deserves to go to jail. Why demonize Fauci? In part to absolve Trump of responsibility for the mishandling of our pandemic. But this is also part of a wider attempt to delegitimize the medical community's guidance on how to fight the outbreak. In the name of medical freedom, Republicans are protecting the freedom to spread the plague. Because, of course, there are a bunch of motherfuckers who love and worship death, the true worshippers of Kali. In Florida, which in August of 2021 broke its one-day record for new COVID-19 cases as well as breaking its record for hospitalizations, Governor Ron DeSantis, Republican, issued an executive order to stop school districts from mandating masks. This came as after he signed legislation banning vaccine passports and started selling anti-Fauci merchandise. I kid you not. He's his own Disneyland. Of course, a mask mandate wouldn't even be necessary if more people were fucking vaccinated. A large part of the reason they're not is the Russian radicalized right's bizarre anti-vaccine animus. Religious right commentator, or should I say commentator, Freudian slip there, Eric Metaxas, or Metaxas. Eric Metaxas sounded very much like a 1960s radical when he explained why people should not get vaccinated. If the government or everybody is telling you you have to do something, if only to be a rebel, you need to say, I'm not going to do this. There are many ways for me to describe this attitude. Childish, irresponsible, destructive, nihilistic. But conservative is not one of them. Republicans who once upheld authority are now tearing it down. They give no indication of caring about the fate of American democracy or about the fate of individual Americans. Their slogan might as well be, "Burn, baby, burn!" In the name of imaginary freedom, Republicans are willing to let as many people die as they can possibly kill without taking responsibility thereof. In fact, they're proud of it. In its latest session, the United States Supreme Court weakened the federal government's authority to enforce the Clean Water Act. The mainstream media have been assiduous in explaining to us that the case involved knotty issues, by that I mean convoluted issues of constitutional limits to regulatory authority, the extent to which Congress may delegate powers to agencies, Fifth Amendment takings, and so forth. A more daring analysis might have suggested that the decision demonstrated that the Republican-led court, reflecting the Russo collaborationist, radicalized, red, right insurgency's traditional hatred of regulation, was attempting to dismantle what Steve Bannon called the administrative state. But even that fails to convey the true significance of the ruling. Descriptions like those I've already articulated are the means by which conventional media accounts of our politics normalize the abnormal and pretend everyone is operating in good faith, if perhaps acting from principles we may not agree with. So let's try to describe the Supreme Court's decision for a change from Douglas Dietrich in plain English. The Supreme Court, acting as the judicial arm of the Republican Party, weakened the Clean Water Act because it wants polluted water. Removing a large number of waterways and wetlands from the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act will predictably lead to more pollution. To say that additional contamination of water is only hypothetical if dumping is no longer prohibited in deregulated waters, and that if such pollution occurs, it would be a regrettable and unforeseen consequence, is to engage in dishonest argumentation. By passing the Clean Water Act in 1972, Congress intended to promote clean waterways rather than the interests of real estate developers or industries. By construing the law to enable the latter interests rather than clean water, the Supreme Court's majority is demonstrating not only its recent obsession with legislating from the bench, it is saying contaminated water is preferable. The desired outcome. And this is because of a chemical pollution theory targeting trans people that has gone mainstream. Yes, you heard me right. No, it doesn't make any sense. You see, without scientific evidence, fringe political figures are increasingly blaming the existence of transgender people, like my son, on environmental pollution. Why does this matter? The gender chemicals theory has emboldened existing biases against an already marginalized group. Both medical experts and scientists concur on this fact. In terms of the details, well, the Democratic presidential candidate, Robert Kennedy Jr., claimed on a podcast the month before yestermenses, month before last, that chemical exposures were contributing to children experiencing sexual dysphoria. Kennedy, an environmental activist, fretted about studies of endocrine disruptors, including a pesticide, atrazine, that a scientist proved, or supposedly demonstrated, could make frogs grow reproductive organs of the opposing sex. That's a frog. Frogs absorb everything through their skin. Their biggest organ, the skin is the largest organ, is their interface with the environment. Ours separates us from it. You could sleep on top of a block of depleted uranium, and your epidermis, your skin, would prevent you from absorbing the radiation intrinsic, inert in that depleted uranium block. Only when it's atomized by, well, putting it in a bullet, a projectile, and then firing it, and you get this aerosolization effect, do you absorb it by breathing it in. But Kennedy told the media personality Jordan Peterson, of all people, in an interview YouTube later removed from its website. Kennedy told Jordan Peterson, if it's doing that to frogs, there's a lot of other evidence that it's doing it to human beings as well. Now, the Kennedy campaign told the Fourth Estate he misspoke when he said sexual dysphoria. He meant gender dysphoria, a medical term used to describe discomfort with the differences between someone's sex assigned at birth and gender identity. Now, how did we get here? I'll tell you how we got here. Extreme political figures in these United States and Europe have latched onto several iterations of these conspiracy theories since 2015, and it's gained more steam on social media and podcasts in recent years. The far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, for years, has profferred the theory that chemicals in the environment, including atrazine, are turning frogs and humans gay. Because, humans evolved from frogs in the evolutionary theory of Alex Jones and Robert Kennedy Jr. We're really frog people because we look like frogs in the womb, and we emerge like frogs in the womb, like tadpoles, and we're dimorphic. We change shape. Like baby Godzilla looks like a giant pollywog. Real cute and bloated and cuddly, like a marshmallow. You just want to poke him. Like the mantises do when he cracks out from the egg in Son of Godzilla. But then he turns into that big, imposing creature that looks so different, like a pollywog, a tadpole changing into a frog. Humans in the fetus look like this shape that is blobular, like a tadpole. But they turn into like a human being. You can recognize the vestigial human appendages, even genitalia, in the fetus on a sonogram. So we're like frogs in that we're dimorphic and turn from a tadpole status in the womb into this kind of humanoid creature. We're really frog people. You may think I'm joking, but Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Alex Jones believe this. This is how bad it is. This is the enemy, people. Reality check. Tyrone Hayes, The scientist who conducted the pesticide research that Kennedy referenced told the press he was offended by someone abusing his work to suggest transgender people are contaminated. Hayes said the chemical's impacts on gender identity have not been researched at all. Shauna Swan, an expertess on endocrine disrupting chemicals, told the American Fourth Estate she does not rule out the potential for them having some gender impact, given the ways she's found they impact human reproduction. But Swan said any link between the chemicals and human gender is highly uncertain, and that there be no evidence of a rise in trans people. What they're thinking of is like swamp zombies rising from the toxic swamp. They want you to think of trans people as toxic trans people arising from the contaminated waters of pollution that the Republican Supreme Court has fostered and encouraged. Now, Kennedy's campaign clarified in a statement that he believes that atrazine and other endocrine disrupting chemicals may be part of the reason for the rapid rise in the number of people identifying as transgender, but does not believe there is any definitive proof of this. In other words, he's saying he's talking out of his ass. Between the lines, trans rights advocates have informed the press they see the gender chemical rhetoric as part of a broader political war. You've got a sudden flood of state-level efforts to restrict the medical care options and gender ID rights of trans people, fueled by many of the Christian and conservative groups that led the charge against Roe versus Wade, the abortion ruling that the Supreme Court overturned. You see, legislators supporting these laws have at times deployed dehumanizing rhetoric, like one Florida legislator calling trans people mutants from another planet. So, in terms of what they're saying, Mark Pitcavage, a senior research fellow at the Anti-Defamation League's Center on Extremism, has gone on record to say, it's just people have seized upon that and turned it into a conspiracy theory to use as ammunition as part of this war against the LGBTQIA+ community. Now, the Equality Florida press secretary, Brandon Wolf, told the press that the gender chemical rhetoric is part of a cocktail of hysteria that has aided in passing anti-LGBTQIA+ laws. The bottom line being that chemicals may play an outsized role in everyday life, but there be no evidence whatsoever they make humans transgender. So understand this much. The Supreme Court of these United States has passed a law encouraging, giving the 007 license to kill permission to industries and private citizens to pollute our waters to their heart's content, so they can then say all transgender people are mutants of this toxic pollution in our waters. And They're no longer human. They're like toxic zombies. Ergo, therefore, we must kill them. And because all the waters will be polluted, according to our own scientists, there is not a single body of water in the United States that is not polluted. They can now target you, any one of you, because you've been drinking contaminated water, and say, well, you're a covert trans person. You're a secret toxic trans. And therefore, you're a threat. And thereby eliminate whomever they want. You see the logic, or rather the anti-logic, of an asylum run by lunatics. Thank you, Alexa Goldsmith, who says, protect DDD at all costs. Blessings be upon you. Thank you, Alexia. And let me see if I can provide her a lips kiss here while I gird myself for further analysis. Okay. So, great numbers. One could apply the same principle to habitual Republican policy choices during the COVID pandemic. Among other adverse actions, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis prohibited municipalities, schools, and even private businesses from instituting mask mandates. Now that prohibition, as is typical with the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, was done in the name of freedom. But whereas the increase in freedom is abstract, hypothetical, and unquantifiable, or quite actually imaginary, it is a statistical certainty that not undertaking mask wearing, social distancing, and other measures led to additional deaths, particularly among the elderly and immunocompromised. There is no meaningful rhetorical distinction between saying that Ron DeSantis accepted that more people in Florida would die and saying that he wanted them to die. Again, as this is a clearly foreseeable outcome, we are on safe ground to conclude that Ron DeSantis was not only blithely content, but actually eager to see more Floridians die. He is the Satanist sacrificing human lives. Not Disney. It's Ron DeSantis. When a person takes deliberate and calculated action that results in additional deaths for the tawdry reason of pandering to his ideological supporters, there is no meaningful rhetorical distinction between saying he accepts that more people will die and that he wants them to die. In this case, we may quite rightly invert Immanuel Kant's dictum and conclude that he who wills the means wills the end. The same holds true with other public health, pollution control, workplace, and consumer safety regulations established during the last century. The money supposedly saved, mainly by corporations who just happen to be political contributors, when Republicans eliminate or weaken them, is more than neutralized by costs externalized onto the general public in the form of cleanup expenses or illness or premature death. Another salient example is indoor gas stoves. In response to findings that they can degrade indoor air quality and cause asthma or create dangerous carbon monoxide levels, some municipalities have banned new hookups or made other restrictions. The EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, has been studying this matter. Predictably, Republicans brought to the House floor a bill that would prohibit a ban on gas stoves and even prohibit setting environmental standards for them. It failed on a procedural vote only because a few far-right Republicans voted no in protest against Speaker Kevin McCarthy's insufficient zeal in holding the nation's economy hostage in the debt limit negotiations. Rationality in this case was served only because Republicans were divided on their preferred strategy for damaging the public interest and killing people. It makes nonsense of the principles of causation and individual responsibility to deny that the results of Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent actions are not willed. In criminal and civil law, persons are held guilty or liable if it can be shown that they had good reason to know the consequences of some damaging action they undertook, regardless of their excuses. This principle also holds true with one of the most fraught issues in America: firearms. In the wake of heavily reported mass shootings in their states, the Republican governments of Florida, Texas, and Tennessee rushed to weaken their gun laws. Weakened them! They were in a race to the bottom to strip as many gun laws as they could. Florida and Texas now authorize concealed carry of a firearm without a permit or mandatory safety instruction. Immediately after the school shooting in Nashville, the Tennessee legislature further diminished the potential liability of gun manufacturers. Unrestricted concealed carry without any training, no less, vastly expands the opportunity for a would-be killer to gain access to virtually any public venue unchallenged. The police will not be looking for suspicious persons carrying concealed weapons, since there is no law against doing so. If they happen to stop someone on other grounds, they can no longer arrest him for concealed firearm possession without a permit. It is as if Texas and Florida legislatures are begging for more gun homicides, which they are because the Republicans are satanic. Get it through your fucking heads! The weakening of liability is guaranteed to have a similar effect, compounding the first. Without the any potential for civil cases or criminal prosecution, gun manufacturers have no incentive to vet any retail distributors for their honesty or diligence in turning away or flagging suspicious customers. If you've ever wondered how perpetrators in their teens with a history of mental issues or seeming down and outers with criminal records can afford to pay 2,000 United States dollars or more for a Colt AR-15, the answer is that gun retailers offer notoriously easy financing. The shops' credit policies are backstopped by the manufacturers themselves. And the banks behind those manufacturers, it is a war machine and the enemy is you. This is the deep state that wants you dead. It's republicanism. For you to live, the republic must die so that democracy can be born. The Tennessee legislature is telling its citizens that the ordinary health and safety liability laws covering consumer items like appliances, power tools, or automobiles do not apply to the most dangerous mechanical contrivance available for consumer purchase. The military-grade weapon of mass destruction, the fully automated machine gun. Evidently, the political party that is so concerned about children that it gavels through legislation protecting them from library books, as articulated by our man Troy Bellamy, does not feel the same concern for children's lives. Firearms are now the leading cause of premature death among American children, accounting for nearly a fifth of all such deaths. The latest Republican legislative spree is certain to increase those grim statistics because the Republicans are literally Satanists who want child sacrifices to the anti-gods. Until you understand this reality, you are living in a dream world. You have no idea how fucked you truly are. Until you come to grips with the fact that Republicans have to die in order for you to live in peace. To live at all. At some point, we have to drop the pretense that everybody acts from sincere and well-intended motives, even if they be misguided, and ask ourselves whether Republicans actually want more gun homicides. In the aftermaths in plural, in plurality, of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, the state's now impeached Attorney General, Ken Paxton, fairly oozed compassion. I believe God always has a plan. Life is short, no matter what it is. It must be such a comfort to the bereaved parents to know that their martyred children play a key role in Paxton's cosmological blueprint when they were gunned down by a criminal. Their role is that as child sacrifices, they fed the anti-gods of an Edomite cultist. The word Edom means red. The Republicans are the Red Party. They are the party of Edom. They are the Edomites. If we don't kill them, they'll kill us. Charlie Kirk, whose position as youth leader of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is roughly analogous to that of the head of the Young Pioneers in the Greater Soviet Union, is, if possible, even more callous than Paxton. When asked about the heavy toll of firearms violence, he sounded upbeat. As for people who think differently, it's obviously their problem. Like the Edomite Daniel Arola used to say, it's your problem, not mine. To quote his T, here I'm quoting Charlie Kirk, not Daniel Arola right now. Charlie Kirk said, they live in a complete alternate universe. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. These are truly Edomite cultists, seeking the death of children to slake the thirst of their anti-gods, the gods of Edom, the gods of Red, the Red Party. This nonchalance towards death itself, or at least towards other people's deaths, should not surprise us. In the early part of the pandemic, COVID deaths among Republicans and Democrats occurred at a roughly equal rate. But once mRNA vaccines became widely available, the Republican death rate soared to almost twice that of Democrats. The reason, of course, was vaccine refusal within the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent base, which had been brainwashed by Russified Republican politicians, conservative talk show hosts, and fraudulent medical experts. It was a twofer for conservative principles, upholding freedom, however nihilistically irresponsible to family and community, and sticking a thumb in the eye of science. Exempli gratiae. Researchers have analyzed pandemic mortality, excess deaths, along party lines in 2 states. More Republicans than Democrats died after COVID-19 vaccines were made readily and easily available. To reiterate, after COVID-19 vaccines were readily and easily available, Republicans had higher excess death rates than Democrats, with differences concentrated in counties with lower vaccination rates. The findings were part of a study titled Excess Death Rates for Republicans and Democrats During the COVID-19 Pandemic, published this fall by the National Bureau of Economic Research. In a news release, co-author Jason L. Schwartz, Ph.D., an associate professor of public health at Yale, said, the findings amplify the critical importance of vaccines. Even as we continue to hear and talk a lot about booster campaigns, the updated booster, and trying to reach folks with their 3rd or 4th or 5th dose, there are still over 70 million Americans who have yet to receive even their 1st dose of a COVID vaccine, who have rejected it all this time. Those individuals remain at dramatically increased risk of severe outcomes, including death. So, when it comes to measuring mortality here, Schwartz and Yale co-authors Jacob Wallace, Ph.D., assistant professor of public health, and Paul Goldsmith, Pinkham, hyphenated name there, Ph.D., assistant professor of finance, examined 2017 voter registration records from Ohio and Florida, along with 577,659 deaths of people who died aged 25 years or older from January of 2018 to December of 2021. Excess deaths are defined as the percent increase in deaths above expected deaths due to seasonality, geographic location, political party affiliation, and age, were similar for Republicans and Democrats in 2018 and early 2020. Both groups had a similar large spike in excess death in winter of 2020 through 2021. The study said, however, in the summer of 2021, after vaccines were made widely available, the Republican excess death rate rose to nearly double that of Democrats. And this gap widened further in the winter of 2021, meaning it more than doubled. From March of 2020 to December of 2021, a time overlapping with the COVID-19 pandemic, average excess death rates were 76% higher among Republicans than Democrats. That's 3/4 higher. Over 3/4. 76%. My only disappointment is that they didn't all fucking die. This sourced study proves that grew to a 95% difference when measured from March of 2020 to March of 2021, and a 153% difference after April 5th of 2021. To read therefrom, when all adults were eligible for COVID-19 vaccines in Florida and Ohio, this sharp contrast in the excess death rate gap before and after vaccines were available proves that vaccine take-up likely played an important role. Now, factoring in county-level vaccination rates, areas with larger vaccination rates saw much smaller excess death rate gaps between Republicans and Democrats, even after adjusting for county and age differences. So, there you go. Let's put it this way. Here's the conclusion. The findings conclude that the well-documented differences in vaccination attitudes and reported uptake between Republicans and Democrats have already had serious consequences for the severity and trajectory of the pandemic in these United States. COVID has now become the third leading cause of death in these United States, after heart disease and cancer. Nyasha Black, Directoress of Demographic Research at the University of Alabama, has confirmed that, in her own words, we will see the rippling effects of the pandemic on our society and the way it impacts individuals for generations. This is definitely a huge marker in the way we will think about society moving forward. It will be that anchor event. This brings us to the sheer stupidity of conservative rhetoric. We're nearly a year and a half from the 2024 election, but you don't have to look far to see how ugly things will be. We got a sneak preview from the Commonwealth of Virginia, which held a primary on June 20th. Political wonks and election watchers followed the day closely since both parties had to contend with brand new legislative maps based on the 2020 census. 12 years ago, Republicans won control of the House of Delegates and the governorship. Democrats still hold a slight majority in the Senate. Both chambers of the General Assembly are up for grabs in November. The campaigning was vile, repulsive, and shameless, especially by the Republicans. That almost goest sans saying. By the way, I'm told by my studio that YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Let me know if you're experiencing any buffering or if you cannot hear me, let me know as to the quality of my audio there in chat, please. Now, there was an individual in Fairfax who requested anonymity since he works for a government agency, who testified to the depraved rhetoric, the phone calls, the television and radio ads, and his mailbox being bombarded daily with political ads. To quote his T, not one Republican ad spelled out a single policy position. It was always name-calling, even saying that the opposition stands with Hillary Clinton. They are going after their RINO, Republican in name-only opponents, with no mention of why they would be a better choice themselves, and they're calling Democrats communists and Marxists. I thought that went out with the 1950s. Well, if you're still bringing up Hillary Clinton, who hasn't held elected office since 2009, why not bring up something dating back to the Red Scare days of the 1950s? So add communist and Marxist to the lexicon of tiresome name-calling, fear-mongering, hyperbole of labels, tirades, and talking points. And let me tell you, or teach you, as if you ever wanted to know, how to speak Nihilese, the language of nihilism. Nihilese, the language of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, the cult of the kings of Edom. This is what the Republican Party has morphed into over the last 30 years. Insults, ad hominems, and diatribes that are just inflammatory enough to elicit an emotional response like fear, hatred, anger, or that good old own the libs. It's funny how all these Republican lawmakers repeat these vituperations starting right around the same time, as if there's a little room at the Republican National Committee headquarters where some evil scientist rubs his hands with glee every time he conjures up a new menace, hits send, and it lands in the email box of vacuous blowhards everywhere. And then you hear them everywhere, all at once, like a coded in-group language all its own, all of it too silly to be believed, but that's the point. They don't need to be believed to work. It is excessive to the point of preposterous. Okay, Alexia Goldsmith says, sound is on. Thank you, honey. Love you beyond expression. Thank you so much for responding, and anybody else is welcome to respond. And, of course, kisses to her. At the 2019 CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, which has always been an event more about venting and fomenting than conferencing, Sebastian Gorka screeched, "They want to take your pickup truck! They want to rebuild your home! They want to take away your hamburgers!" Imagine that. I mean, really? Democrats want to take away your hamburgers. You thought of it, didn't you? Hamburglers? No doubt the CPAC crowd ate it up, pun intended. Funny, Gorka didn't say, "They want to take away your Prius." They don't use the "take away your guns" blurb anymore, since no one ever came to anyone's house to take anyone's guns, despite guarantees that Barack Obama was going to. Well, of course, he didn't do it. How can you trust someone who wasn't born here, eh? Unless that army of IRS stormtroopers comes marching down Main Street, taking away your guns as well as your money, and maybe even your firstborn. I can vouch for my sourced anonymous informant's account of the political ads flooding everyone's mailboxes. The rhetoric here in California has been no different. Kevin Kiley, a Republican congressman from Sacramento, the capital of our Golden Bear Republic state, our state nation of California. In disambiguation from a nation state, we were once an independent republic like Texas. Now, Kevin Kiley might be a good husband and father, but I wouldn't vote for him last year. Not with mailers shrieking nonsense like this. I won't let Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi destroy our economy, open our borders, and dismantle our freedoms without a fight. Oh, please! Every mailer was a relentless repeat of the last, with one bogus claim after another promising to protect you from those evil Democrats. I've yet to meet a postal customer who appreciates the bombast, let alone the day-in, day-out assault on their mailboxes. I've yet to hear from any mail carriers about any of their customers who like getting these mailers. STT, they tell you. Straight to trash. A recipient once told me, I won't even bring it into the house. It was the same story in Arizona last year. Arizona was ground zero for sleazy campaigning in the 2022 midterms, even down to school board candidates. My former sponsor, Ben Estenius, was in Phoenix, the capital of Arizona, just weeks ahead of the election, and spracketh with several mail carriers at a post office, a very large one. The language was the same, and the story of customer resentment was the same. Even worse, with so many types of elections, people there were receiving as many as a dozen pieces of political mail every day. Somebody please steal my hamburger already and be done with it. One carrier explained that his route included a large condo complex and a large apartment complex. He told Ben, every day I've been peeking into the dumpsters at both stops just to see. And filled with all the campaign mailers I delivered the day before. Nobody wants them. What you hear is that it's not as much about the number of mailers, it's the language, the tone, and the mean-spirited name-calling. It's exhausting. Just as a sidebar here, it's funny how the Postal Service is always complaining about revenue shortfalls, but if the agency was smart, it would charge higher rates for all that paper. Each piece should cost at least the price of a first-class stamp, since all political mail arriving at any post office must be delivered the day it arrives, just like first-class mail. Instead, on average, each piece costs not even half that. But unlike radio and television ad rates, which are governed by the Federal Election Commission, Congress approves postal rate hikes. Does anyone think lawmakers are going to increase the price they pay to pummel you with their propaganda? I'd have far more respect for candidates who passed on the fear-mongering and focused instead on practical solutions. Not only what they'd like to do, but ways to implement them, how they intended to do it. You never see it. It would mean they'd have to treat the electorate like grown-ups, which presents us with a chicken and egg scenario. Either the candidates think we're too stupid to have an intelligent conversation about issues. Would you vote for such a candidate? Or the electorate really is that stupid? Now, while I could easily argue the electorate really is that stupid, I will also argue there's no such thing as a conservative intellectual. Only apologists for right-wing power. In 1950, the author and critic Lionel Trilling wrote, "In the United States at this time, liberalism is not only the dominant, but even the sole intellectual tradition. For it is the plain fact that nowadays there are no conservative or reactionary ideas in general circulation. This does not mean, of course, that there is no impulse to conservatism or to reaction. Such impulses are certainly very strong, perhaps even stronger than most of us know. But the conservative impulse and the reactionary impulse do not, with some isolated and some ecclesiastical exceptions, express themselves in ideas, but only in action, or in irritable mental gestures, which seek to resemble ideas. Now, 3/4 of a century later, Trilling's statement remains broadly true, as a glance at conservative books will attest. The hundreds of conservative book titles that have gazered out of Regnery, Broadside, and other right-wing imprints in recent years are almost invariably distinguished by their numbing sameness. A shrill cry of victimhood, a hunt for scapegoats, a tone that alternates between hysteria and heavy sarcasm, and a recipe for salvation cribbed from Republican National Committee talking points and Heritage Foundation issue briefs. The fact that they sometimes hit the bestseller list is principally due to the well-funded conservative media entertainment complex's bulk purchase scam. They're like Scientologists who order their cultists to buy 200 copies of Dianetics each. By the way, Vampire Skunk, our dear friend in Scotland, says audio is good. Bless you, sir. Thank you so very much. Appreciate that. Okay. To continue. The vast majority of these efforts are the products of political operatives, talk show entertainers, and the ghost writers for hack politicians eyeing a presidential run. What is chiefly distinguishable about the output of self-styled conservative intellectuals is that their academic credentials and scholarly pretensions often gain them, well, it gains them reviews in the prestige media, presumably on the basis of their importance. Why, just a few months ago, the New York Times reviewed Regime Change, subtitled Toward a Post-Liberal Future, by Patrick J. Deneen, a lecturer at Notre Dame. Before even attempting to evaluate the book in the context of present-day issues, we'd better be clear on what American conservatism even is, where it came from, who the people are who purport to be conservative intellectuals, and what their game is. In Europe and America, conservatism as we know it grew out of the reaction to the French Revolution. The Anglo-Irish 18th century statesman Edmund Burke is typically held up as the spokesman for the enduring conservative sensibility, and such prominent post-war American conservatives as William F. Buckley Jr., Russell Kirk, and George Will have made much of Burke's purported moderation and good sense. Conservative bestsellers are almost invariably distinguished by their numbing sameness, as I said. So this kind of originality being purported makes me wonder. Like I said, all a shrill cry of victimhood, hunt for scapegoats, tone alternating between hysteria and heavy sarcasm. Among Burke's own epigrams, which seems to be the source of this kind of cookie-cutter non-wisdom, are such copybook maxims as, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." Uplifting stuff. But political theorist Corey Robin, in their work titled The Reactionary Mind, thinks these words from the younger Burke do not represent what he was to become. Robin sees darker currents in a Burke who understood Jacobin violence as implicit in every attempt at political reform. Toward the end of his life, Burke harped on the subordination of the masses to the classes as imperative for any sort of political order. On the other side of the English Channel, the reaction against the French Revolution packed a lot more blood and thunder. Joseph de Maistre, a diplomat from the Duchy of Savoy, did not trim his sails. He considered the executioner to be the indispensable backstop of civilization, the better to save wayward souls. To quote his tea, "Man cannot be wicked without being evil, nor evil without being degraded, nor degraded without being punished, nor punished without being guilty. In short, there is nothing so intrinsically plausible as the theory of original sin." In other words, you're born guilty, motherfucker, and you deserve to die. That's conservatism. This is why the Edomites want you dead. You see, when you say something like, "All those innocent people," they'll just whisper under their breath, "No one is innocent." Now, Émile Faguet, a French author and critic, called Maistre a fierce absolutist, a furious theocrat, an intransigent legitimist, apostle of a monstrous trinity composed of Pope, King, and Hangman, always and everywhere the champion of the hardest, narrowest, and most inflexible dogmatism, a dark figure out of the Middle Ages, part learned doctor, part inquisitor, part executioner, and something of a sadist to read his musings. Maistre, though lesser known than Burke, embodies the essential points of the present conservative mind at a deeper level than taxes, spending, or size of government. Isaiah Berlin, the great historian of Western ideas, considered Maistre the true father of reactionary Western conservatism, and indeed a precursor to the past century's communist movements. However much modern theorists have elaborated upon the ideas inherent in conservatism during the 12 centuries since Maistre, they all seem to me to boil down to three simple points: a desire for hierarchy and human inequality. This belief derives from the medieval religious notion of the great chain of being, whereby there is a place for everybody, and everybody must know his place. It justifies economic exploitation and denial of political rights. Conservative writers propagandize on its behalf with a straw man argument. Any gain in equality costs society an equal or greater loss in freedom. That buzzword again. Egalitarianism is the mere soulless equality of the gulag, where we cannot own property and must share toothbrushes. This sentiment pops up consistently in the works of American conservative theorists, from Buckley's "Unless you have freedom to be unequal, there is no such thing as freedom," to David Brooks's "Hankering for rule by a wise elite." American-style laissez-faire economics and libertarianism are largely based on this shibboleth, this canard. It has this stupid idea. Another simple point: the only acceptable society is based on Christianity, their interpretation thereof, not the original Christianity of the Magi. Never mind the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, conservatives will forever try to smuggle in more and more official endorsement of religion until the United States is effectively a theocracy. The rationale is that some sort of divine or transcendental dispensation is the sole basis for a just temporal order. Translated into the bumper sticker mentality of American Christian fundamentalism, that means that if people don't believe in God, there's nothing to stop them from running amok and killing people. This thesis would have been news to medieval crusaders, the Holy Inquisition, Francisco Franco's phalangists, or the Russian Archbishop Kirill, who has blessed Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the resulting carnage. The third simple point to be made by a reactionary conservative would be, we must obey tradition. Without thought. For some unexplained reason, our ancestors were infinitely wiser than us, and apparently they get a vote on present affairs. To paraphrase Edmund Burke, if we're going to have a democracy, let's extend it to the dead. Scratch someone who fancies himself an educated conservative, and you will often find a person who reveres the past. Unfortunately, they leave out details, like slavery, witch-burning, and child bed fever. Many psychologists consider this I would call it a mentality. I can't think of another term right now. We'll call it a mentality. Many psychologists consider this pathology to be a cognitive bias in brain function. But whatever its source, the political utility of the attitude is obvious. Utopia only exists in an ever-receding past. Progress is impossible, and future generations shall profess bygone superstitions. And tradition, in this case, means the folkways of a specific, favored culture, thus denying the universality of the human spirit itself. The idea is well expressed by Buckley's statement that conservatives must stand athwart history, yelling, "Stop!" Thank you, Bill Buckley. You've just exposed yourself as a true Neanderthal caveman who's about to die of rickets from lack of exposure to any sunlight and a total deprivation of vitamin D. Now, Joseph de Maistre, this fierce absolutist, furious theocrat, intransigent legitimist, harkens back to the legalists, the totalitarians of ancient China. The people who believed in law at all costs above mercy. That's what you see in Les Miserables. The man who's sent to prison for stealing a loaf of bread to feed his family. In Les Miserables, the policeman who pursues his victim relentlessly tells him, "It's not me. It's the law. It's the law." Anything in excess. What is vice? Vice is virtue taken to excess. There is a time when law has to go out the window. Of course, I'm the first person to say we must stick by the rule of law for as long as humanly possible. There are times, of course, when the law simply can no longer apply, situationally or circumstantially. One can grasp that these three precepts that I've articulated dovetail together in that they all rely on dogmatic assertion, denial of a scientific or empirical basis of reality, and reactionary nostalgia. They are also pretty thin gruel for founding any intellectual tradition. There are simply too many departments of knowledge, for instance, much of science, that must be declared off limits to prevent them from tainting the party line. This is why conservatives habitually retreat into mysticism, gut feelings, and the wisdom of our fathers when the facts are all against them. It is more accurate to say that conservatism is a counter-intellectual activity that sometimes employs the trapping of intellectual discourse. Conservative theorizing on politics, civil society, or ethics and morals is very likely derived from one or more of these three axiomatic rules. A notable example is Michael Oakeshott, a British conservative much esteemed by Buckley, Andrew Sullivan, and other figures in the conservative movement for his suggestion that rationalism in politics ultimately leads to police states and gulaggery, concentration camps. Oakeshott, who was far less dogmatic than his later acolytes, took a grain of truth and exaggerated it. Marxist-Leninists, who claimed to have discovered laws of historical development that were as unimpeachable as the laws of physics, tried to impose their pseudoscientific vision on society with horrible results. Oakeshott was rightly horrified by this, to use a pun, and was also disturbed by the post-war British welfare state. This was the impetus for his denunciation of political rationalism. Here we see the classic slippery slope argument. Although any thinking adult in the mid-20th century would have had cause to fear the statism of the Greater Soviets or Chi-Com, Chinese Communist type, it is hard to envision Britain's National Health Service as the embryo of Yushchenko totalitarianism. Is it not true that taking a rationalist position on the desirability of clean drinking water, or public hospitals, or eradicating measles is the correct position? Demonstrable? Not only for its practical results, but for its humane intent? In the hands of American conservatives, the entire Oakeshottian argument has degenerated into assertions that a proposal for end-of-life counseling in the Affordable Care Act leads in a straight line to forced euthanasia, or that vaccines are a government plot to implant microchips. Oakeshott was best known for the following statement: "To be conservative, then, is to prefer the familiar to the unknown, to prefer the tried to the untried, fact to mystery, the actual to the possible, the limited to the unbounded, the near to the distant, the sufficient to the superabundant, the convenient to the perfect, present laughter to utopian bliss." The difficulty with his statement, apart from the fact that it is the kind of self-satisfied homily that ÄRTES might have inflicted on the court of Denmark, is that it idealizes a psychological disposition the exact opposite of that possessed by modern conservatives. Postmodern conservatives, or rather postmodern reactionaries. They are hag-ridden by demons. The fallen state of man, the hopeless decadence of secular humanism, the imminent collapse of Western civilization, a term which is always capitalized. They are radical rather than pragmatic, undeterred by the mountain of evidence that tax cuts never increase revenue, that an unregulated market is not stable, and that banning abortion will never make people more moral. They crave power, are as humorless as any greater Soviet's communist commissar coming to collectivize and entirely they entirely lack introspection as to their own fallibility. Who are the people whom the American prestige media have dubbed conservative intellectuals? Post-World War II America, and in reality, we are still engaged in World War II, which is why we could never declare World War III throughout the Cold War, and therefore had to call it a Cold War. In the 2 hours remaining, post-War II America has produced several definable varieties of conservative apologists. For the sake of simplicity, they can be reduced to 3 broad categories: econocons, neocons, and theocons. Now, modern conservatives, as I said, they're all hag-ridden by demons. The fallen state of man, the hopeless decadence of secular humanism, the imminent collapse of Western civilization. So, consider those 3 talking points to be the basis for the econocons, neocons, and theocons, respectively. Virtually all economic conservatives trace their origin story to the Austrian-born Friedrich Hayek's 1944 work titled The Road to Serfdom. Like Oakeshott, Hayek saw economic centralization as a crucial element in the formation of the mid-20th century totalitarian states. He warned that if the Western democracies adopted economic planning and welfare states, they would insensibly lurch down the slippery slope towards tyranny. It was not an unreasonable fear at the time. However, virtually all experience in the established democracies since then has refuted his thesis. High levels of taxation and spending, prudent amounts of economic planning, as in France during Les 30 Glorieuses, the glorious 30 years of national prosperity, and comprehensive welfare states, as in Scandinavia, are entirely consistent with personal freedom, broadly shared prosperity, and high levels of social trust. In fact, it's only that social net of security that enables a person to be free. Free of living the hand-to-mouth existence that I do in this libertarian capitalist hellhole that the United States is. Rather than recognize that reality, economic conservatives doubled down to the point where they were no longer followers of Hayek, who indeed wrote an essay titled, "Why I Am Not a Conservative." And they became de facto acolytes of Ayn Rand, the authoress of unreadable potboilers who transformed selfishness and misanthropy into a cult religion with herself as its chief deity. Understand that the formally educated Ruski-Amerikansky, Russian-American Jewess, Ayn Rand, born Alisa Zinov, actually she had a much longer name. In the full Russian articulation, it was Alisa Zinovievna Rosenbaum. A Jewish as hell name there for you. So, you're talking about, well, a Russian Jewess. She rejected spirituality, axiomatically excluding magics in her flattery of herself as the godless prophetess of atheistic capitalism in elitist countermeasure against contemporaneous communist mass mobilizations, incited by the rationalizations of the autodidactic Deutschjüdisch or German Jewish pseudo-economist Karl Heinrich Marx, who himself was born Rabbi, which is a name, not just a religious title, Rabbi Moshe Mordecai Levy. His actual name, Rabbi, was his name. Again, not a religious title. He was born with the name Rabbi. Rabbi Moshe Mordecai Levy. That was the real name of Karl Heinrich Marx. It being of note that the modern Jewish intelligentsia, both radicalized and reactionary, concluded the divinity their penultimate enemy. Well, their ultimate enemy, really. Ayn Rand herself, never imagining, of course, that her objectivist socioeconomic ideology would be syncretized by yet another Idmerk, Jewish American, the Idmerk Magus Anton Szandor LaVey, born Howard Stanton LaVey, the Black Pope of the First Church of Satan, who established his church in mine own birth year of 1966. He converted godless capitalism. Remember, the Russian American Jewess Ayn Rand, born Alisa Zinovievna Rosenbaum, was creating a philosophy of godless capitalism in response to the Jewish communist Karl Heinrich Marx, born Rabbi Moshe Mordecai Levy, and his godless communism. And her philosophy, in turn, was synthesized into a magical philosophy of amoral humanism, employing the generation of tulpas, the creation of a magical hologram, if you will, real enough to ultimately physically manifest in some cases, by which to magnify one's potential for personal projection. By the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey, born Howard Stanton LaVey, the Black Pope of the First Church of Satan, who stated that Ayn Rand's atheistic capitalism, he simply added magic the way you would add water to powdered soup, and generated the satanic religion of the postmodern age. It being of particular interest, the fact that all three of these individuals changed their names precepts concealment of the Jewishness of their doctrines, per Marxian collectivist thesis, Randian corporocratic antithesis, and Laveyan satanic synthesis. Organically, in disambiguation from conspiratorially, devolving from the masses through the elites to the individuals as power bases of Judeo-materialism. In other words, Karl Marx inflamed the masses, the dictatorship of the proletariat. And Ayn Rand said the true victims, the true poor people on earth, were the corporations, who are legally people. Understand that a corporation is legally defined as an immortal human being. I mean, it can die if everyone divests and dissolves the corporation, but otherwise the corporation is a living entity like you or I, with rights and theoretically responsibilities. But PG&E, a corporation that's held responsible for hundreds of deaths in California, is still on the loose. It's considered to be on some kind of parole while providing me the energy for my electric blankets. There you go. Corporations, unlike you and me, don't have to spend time in jail. That's, well, Ayn Rand said they're the true victims. I remember when I showed a book of hers to my gang brother Beaver, Ayn Rand says the corporations are the true victims. That they're the true villains are the people who try to hurt them in their ability to endlessly prosper by instituting anti-pollution laws and shit. And he said, those poor motherfuckers, why don't they just why don't the shareholders just divest all of their shares and dissolve the corporation so that they don't need to suffer anymore? Yes, indeed. Somehow they find the endless profits to be too tempting and continue to live while suffering so severely. Oh, one has to wonder if it makes life worthwhile. I guess the money just helps them through. Don't forget I could use some money from yourselves to help me make it through the month. At any rate, the synthesis of this godless communism and godless corporatism became godless Satanism. Understand that the Satanism of Anton LaVey, you don't worship Satan per se. Satan is merely a focus for your empowering yourself so you can be as unto God. In Anton LaVey's Satanism, it is atheistic, like Buddhism. The original Buddhism is atheistic. There is no entity you worship. Only in East Asia, as it migrated further east, Buddha became a divinity. That wasn't the original case in India itself. That's why in Asian India, you don't have Buddhism. Because nobody believed it. Get it? Now, in Anton Szandor LaVey's Satanism, you don't believe that there's a Satan. You're empowering yourself through magic. So this makes you God. So understand that through this de-evolution, this devolving from the masses of Karl Marx to the elites of Ayn Rand to the individuals of Anton Szandor LaVey, these are all the power bases of Judeo-materialism, which takes us to the core of postmodern Jewish identity. There be no God but myself, and I recreate the world in my image. Now, the libertarian crackpot, Ronald Ernest Paul, even named his offspring Rand Paul, today a senator from Kentucky, after the goddess of greed, Ayn Rand. Paul Davis Ryan, the former House Speaker, required all his interns to read Atlas Shrugged. One would have thought the constitutional provision against cruel and unusual punishment would have banned this Sisyphean labor. Ayn Rand's Superman being a child rapist and a serial killer. Whenever I doubt my own powers of naivete and rationalization, I remind myself that I once considered Ayn Rand to be an admirable and important philosopher. Somehow I was able to justify her atheistic nihilism with my own views of Christianity by telling myself that she really didn't mean what she said. Exempli gratiae. Since no moral person could truly be against altruism, her frequent rants against the behavior must be referring to something else, something much more nefarious than caring for the welfare of other people. Similarly, when the hero of her novel, titled The Fountainhead, an architect, raped a woman, I used Whoopi Goldberg's moral unreasoning. It can't be rape, can it? If the victim consents after the fact. Eventually, I could no longer dismiss the evidence that Ayn Rand was an apologist for what Christians would call wickedness. But I was later shocked to learn just how far she would go to condone evil in following her views to their logical conclusion. Rand announced that the world was divided between a small minority of supermen who are productive and her words here, the naked, twisted, mindless figure of the human incompetent, who, like the Leninists, try to feed off them. He is, her words, mud to be ground underfoot, fuel to be burned. It is evil in her world to show kindness to these, her word, lice. In her philosophy, the only virtue is selfishness. She meant it. Her diaries from that time, while she worked as a receptionist and an extra, lay out the Nietzschean mentality that underpins all her later writings. And remember, Friedrich Nietzsche, who is often misidentified as the founder of Nazi philosophy, if you read his writings, he is a Judeophiliac, a lover of the Jews. And thus, he inspired Ayn Rand, a Jewess. Now, at the time that she was working as a receptionist and an extra, laying out this Nietzschean mentality, Judeophiliac Nietzschean mentality that underpins all her later writings, the newspapers were filled with, for months, with stories about the serial killer named William Hickman, who kidnapped a 12-year-old girl named Marion Parker from her junior high school, raped her, and then dismembered her body while she was alive. Kept her alive. Well, he cut off first her fingers, then her hands, cut off her toes, and then her feet, cut off her arms, and then her legs, pulled out all her teeth, and mockingly sent her to the police in pieces over a period of months, while she suffered in agony, until his burning cauterization of all of her wounds, which staunched her bleeding, finally sent her into enough of a pain overdrive where her heart failed and she died. Ayn Rand wrote great stretches of praise for this man, saying he represented the amazing picture of a man with no regard whatsoever for all that society holds sacred, and with a consciousness all his own. A man who really stands alone in action and in soul. Other people do not exist for him, and he does not see why they should. She called him, in his demented brilliance of being able to keep a child alive for months while killing her slowly, repeatedly raping her all the while, inseminating her with a baby that would have been born had she survived. She died pregnant. Ayn Rand called him a brilliant, unusual, exceptional boy, shimmering with, in her words, immense, explicit egotism. Ayn Rand had only one regret. A strong man can eventually trample society under its feet. That boy, Hickman, was not strong enough. To her, a real man, the man to lead the world, the man to be man's savior, must be even crueler, must be able to do that to 1 million young girls and impregnate them all with his own sperm so that they all give birth to him. Her most famous novel, Atlas Shrugged, opens with the question, who is John Galt? Rand then spends the next 1,199 pages answering the question by revealing her Übermensch, the Nietzschean Judeophiliac, or Jewish-loving Superman, not the Superman of the Nazis. She wasted a lot of time and effort. She could have saved her readers a lot of trouble by just telling us that her ideal man is a Ted Bundy clone who is able to eloquently rhapsodize about radical individualism while raping and killing children. The influence of the econocons, whose economy is based on this, peaked in the late 1970s with Milton Friedman, Milton Friedman's monetarism, and Arthur Betzlafer's curve, the econo curve, the exploding deficits of the Reagan administration's voodoo economics demonstrated that most conservative politicians and their operatives didn't really care about economic orthodoxy except as campaign fodder and a stick to beat Democrats. Profligate spending is fine as long as it benefits political donors and not society at large. The present Republican Party is almost indifferent to economic issues, except when hostages need to be taken, as in the debt limit follies, or when the donor class demands another tax cut. It has mostly forsaken economic theories for the more emotional demagoguery of the culture wars, as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has demonstrated in his own jihad against a formerly sacrosanct corporation, Disney. Sacrosanct in that it was, effectively, Florida's economy. He's killing Florida's economy in the name of an ideological holy war, an unholy war, because we know he's responsible for the deaths of thousands of children in his campaign against masking and vaccines. All in the name of godless freedom. Or rather, their true gods, the anti-gods. The econocons were replaced by the neoconservatives, a largely New York-centric group revolving around the Norman Podhoretz-Irving crystal axis that in the late 1970s threw off their early Democratic Party or even socialist affiliations and opted for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. They became the pet intellectuals of Presidents Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush, administrations otherwise sorely wanting in cerebral credentials at all. The neocons became notorious as tub thumpers for a militarized global American imperialism that was nevertheless supposed to be benign because its intentions were pure. So much for Oakeshott's preferring the limited to the unbounded. Sniffing publicity. Even the boozy Trotskyite intellectual cume gadfly, Christopher Hitchens, became a neocon, long enough to cheerlead the Iraq War and endorse Bush's re-election. We don't hear much from the neocons anymore, partly owing to mortality, but mainly because the epic disaster of the Iraq invasion and its reverberating consequences discredited them as thoroughly as is possible in America, the fabled land of second and third chances. Indeed, the sheer agonizing catastrophe of Iraq, in its conception and execution, is a lesson of world historical magnitude about the astounding incompetence of American conservatives in running any complex operation, or in positive governance more generally. We have seen this pattern play out in everything from the Trump administration's handling of the COVID pandemic to the Texas state government's management of its power grid, which is its own power grid, separate from the rest of the nation. After all, when an authoritarian controls the administrative levers of state, all he typically needs to do is overthrow democracy. Well, all he typically needs to do to overthrow democracy is to throw the switch. Ironically, it was only the gross ineptitude of Donald John Trump and his lackeys that saved us from banana republic status. Even now, such is the quality of conservative ideas. Around the time of Barack Obama's election, the neocon wave receded before the incoming tide of theocons, a group of religious polemicists, always prominent in post-World War II conservatism, and becoming dominant as the Republican Party transformed itself into the electoral arm of Christian fundamentalism. The theocons have always leaned heavily in a specific sectarian direction that is, at first sight, counterintuitive. The largest and possibly most cohesive voting bloc in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency consists of evangelical Protestants. This is natural for an increasingly xenophobic party, given that evangelicals skew more strongly as old stock Americans compared to the more heavily ethnic Catholics. As recently as 1960, there was talk among evangelicals that a Catholic should not be president because his ultimate loyalty might be to Rome, rather than the Constitution. Yet, throughout this period, there has been no evangelical equivalent of Sam Alito or Antonin Scalia on the Supreme Court, and the most prominent theoconservative intellectuals since Buckley launched post-war conservatism have been Roman Catholics. George W. Bush, who wore his Methodism on his sleeve, appointed 12 Catholics to the Supreme Court and salted his advisory boards with lay and ordained Catholic theologians, like Richard Newhouse, a pure example of the species. Bush made him an advisor on stem cell research, despite Newhouse's absence of biomedical credentials. He even gave theological blessing to preemptive war in promoting the Iraq disaster. Neuhaus's bilious sanctimony ironically echoed that of the professional atheist Hitchens, perhaps proving the horseshoe theory of ideological extremism, that two opposites ultimately meet. Why do we see this paradox, with so many Catholics leading a predominantly Protestant ideological movement? In America, the religion of Luther, Zwingli, and Calvin has, in its fundamentalist interpretation, taken a turn so unrelentingly hostile to intellectual activity that it has rejected much of the last century and a half of settled science. A fundamentalist evangelical intellectual is a walking contradiction, indeed a suspected subversive among his co-religionists. For details, behold the Southern Baptist Convention. Under the circumstances, the conservative movement has been obliged to use Catholic ideologues as its public idea men, they are invariably men, and interpreters of the Constitution. Given that the Catholic tradition has always made a show of scholarly erudition, and that Jesuitical training has its advantages in the cut and thrust of debate, Catholic apologists have won the conservative idea war by default. People who now call themselves Catholic intellectuals are almost always medievalists, waxing nostalgic about, well, what's probably a, shall we say, somewhat imaginary pre-Reformation Europe that was pious, organically unified, and energized by the one true faith. Chauvinistic Catholics were prominent in Buckley's founding of post-war conservatism. He made great efforts to ensure everyone knew he followed the Church of Rome. His National Review co-founder and co-author of a defense of Joseph McCarthy, L. Brent Bozell, even outdid Buckley in that department, being as ferocious a theocrat as Maistre had been more than a century earlier. Bozell was instrumental in turning abortion into the biggest culture war issue of the last half a hundred years, and eventually came to repudiate the entire constitutional basis of these United States, he believing that the founders had not bequeathed us a godly government. From Bozell and his leading contemporaries like Russell Kirk, who added the zeal of the Catholic convert and is now the patron saint of Hillsdale College, down to present-day apologists like George Weigel, longtime defender of the Reverend Marcial Maciel, founder of the Legion of Christ, and a notorious child abuser. The Theocons have never reconciled themselves with the fundamental nature of the American state at its inception. The Constitution, with all its good and bad features, was a pluralistic framework that attempted to resolve the conflict among diverse interests with separation of powers, federalism, and consensus by compromise. The founders, conscious of the perpetual religious wars of Europe, declared the federal government off limits to control by any religious sect. People, as I said, who now call themselves Catholic intellectuals, I mean to say, and as I said, they're ideological medievalists, waxing nostalgic about, well, their interpretations of pre-Reformation Europe. Pious, organically unified, energized by the one true faith, as I said, always said, back in the day, the Middle Ages, there was no such thing as politics. A man's religion was his politics. There was no such thing as Europe. The closest concept that we had to Europe was the concept of Christendom. And even there, people were killing each other on the basis of being Byzantine Orthodox, of the Eastern Church, or Roman Catholic. The medieval mindset brings other baggage as well. Discomfort with liberal secular democracy. Bozal decamped to Franco's Spain because you breathed the Catholic thing there, along with breathing the fascism, which I find fine. But that's my conservatism, my traditionalism. Franco's Spain embodied what was right about traditionalism, historical awareness, cultural identitarianism. But Kirk's society, well, Kirk's belief that society requires orders and classes that emphasize natural, quote-unquote, distinctions, no doubt derived from the great chain of being, but equally applicable to white supremacy or the subordination of woman, and a mystical reference for tradition rather than empirical method, that's the American trip. There is also the unmistakable note of persecution complex in the Theocons' argument, a subspecies of what political scientist Richard Hofstadter called the paranoid style in American politics. They are forever standing on the battlements of Christendom, or Western civilization, spelled with a capital W and C there, resisting nobly but perhaps futilely the onslaught of barbarians, heretics, and secular humanists. You know, like the guy who wrote Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry. That is secular humanism. Star Trek. That's the philosophy. Utopian secular humanism, no less. The very aggressiveness with which the American religious right engages in bare-knuckle politics is a psychological projection of its feeling of righteous martyrdom, its precious faith in constant peril of being banned by a supposedly overbearing liberal culture. Of course, they're banning themselves, canceling themselves, by, well, their inability to tolerate anyone other than themselves. Theoconservatism is now the dominant and possibly the only significant strain of American conservatism with intellectual pretensions. But for all the affected tossing about of references to Aristotle or Aquinas, the regurgitation Latin phrases like an English schoolboy at Eton, and the scholarly pose of the theologian, it is not opposed to the intransigent, anti-intellectual stance of present-day conservatism as a whole, nor does it offer any meaningful critique of the Trump phenomenon, The one honorable exception being maybe Peter vaj, who served as a Theocon speechwriter for 3 Republican presidents but has been witheringly critical of Donald Trump. Patrick Deneen's latest book is yet another reiteration of theoconservative complaints of the last 70 years, and adds one revealing twist. It takes up where his 2018 book titled Why Liberalism Failed left off. That book offered the usual catalog of the alleged failures of liberalism, coming as it did at a time when Democrats' political morale was at low ebb. One has to assume its favorable reception in unlikely circles was due to its uncharacteristic condemnation of things like economic distress in the heartland and environmental destruction. The book even garnered an endorsement from Barack Obama. Patrick Deneen at least tells us what he desires: the overthrow of a corrupt and corrupting liberal ruling class and its replacement with a new elite, his elite, that would rule through raw assertion of political power. A few seconds' thought might have triggered a more critical take. Has any conservative in public office during recent decades ever seen a proposal for environmental protection that he didn't hate? How many Republicans have resisted their party's efforts to deny Medicaid or food stamps to struggling Americans, or to oppose minimum wage increases? Yet, in Deneen's bill of indictment, the social consequences of Republican policies were somehow all the fault of liberals. Obama's promotion of the book suggests that the former president's critics on the left might have been correct all along. And the book titled Regime Change continues in the same vein. Deneen remains horribly aggrieved by the machinations of the elites, particularly in academia, a somewhat ironic stance since he is a faculty member himself at a prestige university. But after endlessly running down those elites, he proposes to save America by the formation of a self-conscious ɁRISTO, the term I used for our engineer, Aristides, in the title of tonight's program. Let's just put it this way, the host's own self-conscious classical reference. But in the case of this book, his self-conscious ɁRISTO means Deneen's own self-conscious classical reference, an occupational affectation among conservative intellectual wannabes. And what is this new self-conscious elite, this ₦RISTO of his choice, supposed to do? He sees them as an upmarket substitute for the Trump phenomenon, untutored and ill-led as it was. One suspects that beneath Deneen's commonplace academic snobbery about Trump's redneck followers, his real beef with the lumpen populace is that Trump succeeded neither in getting himself reelected nor in staging a successful coup d'etat. Ever since the Joe McCarthy era, conservative intellectuals have played a game of rhetorical obfuscation, never quite coming out and saying that the real problem with America wasn't with elites or liberals or creeping socialism or a godless civic culture, but rather with the very notion of popular democracy under the rule of law. Deneen at least renders us the service of telling us what he desires: the overthrow of a corrupt and corrupting liberal ruling class and its replacement with a new elite, his elite, that would rule through, his words, raw assertion of political power. Like Mao Zedong, the communist, who Stated bluntly, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Hence, the Republican love of all those firearms. That's their political power, people. The ability to kill you. And they will kill you if we don't kill them first. A few years ago, one could dismiss his raw assertion of political power, the insertion of his elite. They could dismiss all this as the metaphorical outburst of a frustrated academic. But after January 6th, we all know very clearly what Deneen wants. Barely concealed beneath his coded phrasing. A violent overthrow of constitutional governance. The logical flaw in his entire argument is that, as a coddled ivory tower academic, he deludes himself into believing that the resulting power structure would consist of Platonic philosopher kings, perhaps drawn from the faculty lounge at Notre Dame, rather than criminal thugs like Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is still involved with Vladimir Putin. A couple of cowards. Yevgeny Prigozhin not having the balls to march on Moscow, which he could easily have done, and Vladimir Putin for not taking him out and killing him after he almost did so. Both a couple of cowards in coordination with each the other because they're too scared, too chicken shit to do the other in. I've never seen a more pathetic state of being. Of course, that's what our government would be like when Deneen gets his way. So, it's not too much to say that conservative apologetics is a vast rhetorical structure that purports to say one thing when it means another. Economic freedom means the right to exploit one's natural inferiors. Religious freedom equates to imposing religion on sinful unbelievers. Defense of tradition means censoring and rewriting history. The better to make the present seem like the culmination of conservative ideas. Ideas those may be, but the product of genuine intellectuals? Those who employ critical reasoning and approach facts honestly? They are not. Ever since the Enlightenment, there has been a perpetual battle, a war of words between those who would make the world a little freer, a little healthier, a little fairer, and a little saner, and those who are viscerally repelled by such markers of secular progress. We see the practical consequences of this conflict everywhere, from the ruined cities of Ukraine to our own barbarously retrograde state legislatures. It is necessary for each of us to know which side we are on in the intellectual struggle of this chaotic century. This brings us back to the red-baiting tradition. In the hour we have remaining, and some 10 minutes. Calling people communists and Marxists just adds to the belching conservatives' panoply of stupidity. What is that? A political version of Throwback Thursday? An outgrowth of the socialism pablum they've never stopped using? What next? The anachronistic anarchism branding that was conveniently bandied about a century ago. The return of communist and Marxist has resurfaced occasionally in recent years, but it got new life courtesy of dear leader Donald Trump. The Associated Press reported, lushing out after his arraignment on federal charges, Donald Trump took aim at President Joe Biden and Democrats with language that seemed to evoke another era. He was being persecuted, he said, by Marxists and communists. I'd bet money neither Trump nor his followers could tell you what either a Marxist or a communist is or the difference between them. In fact, I would bet most of them would try to tell you they were the same thing, or that they're both the same thing as socialism. And this is an area worth exploring. Now, the London-based and English-sponsored autodidactic Deutsch-Jüdisch, the German-Jewish pseudo-economist, Karl Heinrich Marx, born Rabbi Moshe Mordechai Levi, projected his Western heresy, completed the westernization of the world by conquering the East with his Western heresy in his lifetime through the Paris Commune into Eurasia to establish one of the most brutal tyrannies in the history of the human race, ultimately exporting this form of tyranny east to Zhonghua, China, and its environs, resulting by time of forced reunification of both Vietnams, circa 1975, in fully 1/3, over 33% of all humanity, attempting to realize the ideological fantasies of the anti-prophet Karl Marx through such semi-ritualized mass sacrifices as state-organized democide, the murders of peoples by their own governments, by collectivized starvation, the programs and the aggressions instigated over course of these regimes has resulted in 1.5 times, 150%, the number of deaths caused by the Second World War. An extinguished population equivalent to the present population of these United States, over 300 million lives, a veritable superpower of the dead. I really need to say it's a combination of these United States and Canada, but Canada's population is so fucking small it doesn't even count. Now, even after the collapse of the Soyuz Sovietska Socialistическая Republic, or Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and its East European satellite states, more people today still languish under governments legally recognized as one-party communist states than live within multi-party democracies. And many, many millions more will do so as half the Bharat Ganaraja, the Republic of India, falls to the Nazalite threat. The Nazals are the communist terrorist groups, by far the most frequent perpetrators and the main cause of deaths in India. Maoist communist groups claimed responsibility for 192 deaths in 2013, for example, nearly half of all deaths from terrorism in India. These social models of centralized planning are by definition government by conspiracy, violently installed bureaucracies unfathomable in nature, implacable in function, and very, very cold. Karl Marx saw communism as a global movement of working-class individuals. We'd call them middle class today, rebelling against horrendous working conditions and the rapacious capitalists who fostered them. Such a revolution was underway in 1848 before Marx and his co-author Friedrich Engels published a Communist Manifesto. Though the worker protest in France that year failed, the ideals and objectives of Marx's manifesto appealed strongly to an urban working class in both Europe and these United States, which had tired of their life of squalor, while upper-class citizens, the bourgeois, as Marx labeled them in the manifesto, lived lives of luxury. You can trace such rebellions throughout the latter half of the 19th century, particularly in this country. Those efforts led to the reforms of the Progressive Era under President Theodore Roosevelt and formed the basis of what would become the modern labor movement. a movement enormously strengthened by the passage of the National Labor Relations Act of 1935. This is where we come into some labor history, people. Where your term redneck comes from were those who tied red scarves around themselves, literally fighting an American Civil War for workers' rights in the mines. They were bombed by that human piece of shit, Billy Mitchell, who led the American Army's air power into bombing American citizens, the so-called rednecks, the people who wore red scarves to identify with labor rights, thus demonizing the term redneck into a pejorative forever in the American lexicon. But these rednecks, labor movement advocates, people literally fighting for your rights, from the 1920s into the 1940s, the Communist Party of these United States entirely supported these reforms. It championed inclusiveness for women and minorities. It railed against racism and Jim Crow laws. It was the only party that fully supported unions, the common worker, woman, minorities, and the poor. When Franklin Roosevelt appropriated some of these same ideals, he was branded a socialist. And yet those ideals resonated so much with the American public that he kept getting reelected. Look at how today's voters feel about any number of issues: abortion, gun control, marriage equality, climate change, the nation's tax structure, and see how out of step one particular party, allied with the Russians no less, is with our voters. And by that I mean American voters. Not Democrat voters, but all American voters. Under FDR, this nation saw the creation of Social Security, farm price supports, via the Agricultural Adjustment Act, the AAA, work relief programs like the WPA, the Works Progress Administration, and the CCC, the CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps, federal aid programs like the National Recovery Administration, publicly owned power companies like the Tennessee Valley Authority, bank deposit insurance like the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, oversight of stock trading like the SEC, the Security and Exchange Commission, which ultimately pressed the charges against Sean David Morton and placed him in jail for stealing the retirement funds, the life's work of little old ladies, and leaving them homeless, and the growth of independent labor organizations. None of these developments would ever be supported by Karl Marx, yet all of them were supported by liberals, liberal Democrats, and members of the American Communist Party. Albeit, they would never have seen the light of day, nor did they, in regimes that conservatives and Republicans have called communist. To wit, conservatives attacked FDR's programs as socialism, which was used interchangeably with communism and Marxism, no doubt because Russia had become this transcontinental country called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. See? Socialists! Of course, it wasn't a transcontinental country, it was an empire. And Marx wrote a book with the word communist in the title. Now, Republicans and conservatives have gone so far as to tie Democrats to Nazis because Democrats equal socialism, and the official name of the Nazi Party was the National Socialist German Workers' Party. No greater an intellectual giantess than Representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene has said, you know, Nazis were the National Socialist Party, just like the Democrats are now a National Socialist Party. And there you have it. The early conflation of a nihilist economic philosophy with tyranny, communism, dictatorships, historical illiteracy, and political smears still has a voice a century later. Ms. Greene and her many Republican colleagues prove that there is a fifth horseman of the apocalypse: ignorance. Meanwhile, an Indiana chapter of the group Moms for Liberty published its first newsletter, and it features this quote, "He alone who owns the youth gains the future." Who said that? My biological sire, Adolf Hitler. You just can't make this stuff up. The aforecited Moms for Liberty is the nationwide nonprofit opposed to school curriculums that mention race, critical race theory, LGBTQIA plus rights, and discrimination against white Christian America. Okay, I added that last part, but come on, who's kidding whom here? They've since apologized. Why would they have done so had they not gotten caught? Funny how they call themselves Moms for Liberty, but support taking freedom out of Americans' hands and letting bureaucrats make family decisions for them. Don't the countries that conservatives call communists do that? There may be no greater fear-mongering word in the conservative lexicon than socialism, and its interchangeable cousins, Marxism and communism. It's the word used, improperly mind you, to strike fear into the hearts and minds of those who are too clueless to know better. They're quick to point to failures, Russia, Venezuela, or Cuba, while ignoring the successes in stable democracies like Denmark, Finland, Sweden, well, basically all of continental Europe, or at least most of Europe that's developed, modern, and wealthy. There is a big difference between authoritarian socialism, which denies basic liberties, and democratic socialism, which does not. It's easy to tell the difference, unless you are a reactionary conservative. Comprehension of these philosophies and their application is blurred, even obliterated, by binary thinking and either-or mentality. A Pew survey found Republicans, in particular, viewed socialism and capitalism in zero-sum terms. A large majority of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents, 68%, had both a positive impression of capitalism and a negative view of socialism. However, Democrats and Democratic leaners were more likely to view both terms positively. A plurality, 38%, had a positive impression of both socialism and capitalism. Now, interestingly, and not surprisingly, nearly a third of participants labeled socialism or capitalism either good or bad, without explanation, or that one is better than the other without explaining why. I, myself, have a sneaking suspicion that the respondents provided no explanation because they can't. They can't offer any clear definition of either system, and they probably haven't given much thought to the reality that the American system is a blended economy featuring countless examples of socialism, or, I suppose, what some hardliners would call communism. Police and firefighters, they're socialist pogroms. You may never have to call the fire department to extinguish a blaze threatening your home, but your tax dollars pay for them when someone else in your community needs their services. You're paying for something that will benefit someone else? That's socialism. Imagine being required to use your PayPal account before the police came to your door. That's capitalism in its purest sense. That's what the libertarians want. For you. Your tax dollars support the local public library. When was the last time you borrowed a book? But someone did, and you helped pay for that. Socialism! Gasp! The same with public parks, public landfills, and state and federal highways. The United States military, theoretically, protects every soul in this nation, from billionaires who don't pay their fair share in taxes to the homeless who have no means to pay taxes. Everyone is protected whether they pay taxes or not. That is complete socialism. I've lost track of how many times Republicans have tried to repeal Obamacare, calling it socialism. They're right to call it a government-run healthcare system. But what the Republicans don't tell you is that the healthcare for members of Congress is largely free. And what they pay for, they pay very little. You and I pay for the rest through our tax dollars for care far better than what most of us can ever afford. And yes, that includes Marjorie Taylor Greene, a socialist who doesn't know she's a socialist. You get the idea. We all pay in and enjoy the benefits from countless public facilities, government agencies, and organizations, whether we use them or not. It's either that or you're hiring your own police force and fire department and building your own goddamn roads. I doubt many Americans support the kind of regimes that exist in North Korea, Red China, or Putinist Russia, though Republicans might have you think differently when they scream communist or socialist. Except those aren't socialist countries. They're state monopolist, authoritarian personality cults with geographically bound borders to a greater or lesser degree, a la the Soyuz Sovietsky Socialistiska Republik, abbreviated the SSSR, bastardized into the Western vernacular as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and abbreviated USSR. The communized Russian Empire that seized from the former colonies of the ɁRISTO, the Slavonicism derived from the Latin Kaiser, the Byzantine Orthodox Pan-Slavic Imperium, the 噚arist domain celebrating post-monarchist independence, the lands, well, relieved or liberated from him, resulting from the Tsars, the Holy Pan-Russian Empire's 1917 abdication. By 1922, the forced union of no less than 122, yes, 122 nations conquered formerly sovereign states and nationalities contiguous to Russia or within its geosynchronous orbit, the European Baltic littoral nations of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, the Aryan Asian nations of Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan, the Inter-Asian nations of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, Tanu-Tuvisia, and the Cyber-Asian vastnesses stolen from Outer Mongolia, along with the Euro-Asian nations of Moldavia, the Ante-Romanian Bessarabia, Byelorussia, White Russia, and Ukraina, the Ukraine, a nation with the same geographic area size and population ratio of France, etc., all incorporated as de facto colonies under the dictatorship of what the West recognized as the CPSU, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, either as Sovietska, the term Soviet is simply an anglicized bastardization of the Russian word for collective, whereas the original term, Sovietisch, is from the German language, in which both Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote all of their communist dissertational intercourse. This Germanic word was soon integrated into the Communist International-sponsored artificial language of Esperanto as Sovietsky, the synthetic Esperon linguistic derivative combining both Germanic and Russian elements into this particular word and incorporating the Z, which does not exist in the Russian alphabet, to denote the intentionally acultural and transnationalist nature of a communist ideology bent on sweeping aside all moral boundaries and national borders percepts world revolution. Now, this is why the Z is used by the Russian militants to support their war. They spray paint the Z on their tanks and on walls and shit, and wear it as Z jewelry on their clothing to emphasize their solidarity with the war effort. Note that in languages deriving from the Latin-influenced ancient liturgical Slavonic, the W is pronounced as V, like unto the word Y, with a V inserted in the middle. And that, in the modern Slavic languages, is pronounced as Y, thus Zavietska, the J is pronounced as Y. Zavietska, it's pronounced Zavietska. I just try to drive that through because I can't stand people saying Soviet all the time. It just rakes in my ears. Basically, the Socialiteska Republic, the socialist republics, all of the aforementioned, excepting Tuvis and the Mongolian reaches of Central Asia, or even lesser internal entities of administration, all the government of the Triple SR, the USSR, being subject to the will of the Zavitskaya Soyuz, the Soviet Union, which was but a euphemism for the CPSU, the Russian term for Union, Soyuz, S-O-J-U-Z, pronounced Soyuz, like what you heard about the space stations. They're called Soyuz. Kind of like their cities in space, but militarized fortresses the Russians did have up there, armed and armored. What was done with all these nations that the greater Soviet Union conquered served as a template for what the Comintern intended to perpetuate around the world, the Communist International, and actualized in Eastern Europe. Yet this side of the Atlantic was where all the good things the Communist Party USA supported during the first half of the 20th century, worker rights, a fair wage, equal treatment of women and minorities, and civil rights. The American Communist Party was one of the earliest political organizations in the United States to fight for civil rights. Conservatives opposed throughout their history, and continue to oppose under the banner of a now extremist Republican Party. Who's the real demon? If directing public policy toward the benefit of regular working folks instead of the billionaires and megacorporations is fascist, if expanding the rights of the disenfranchised and marginalized is fascist, Amero-communist, or National Socialist, whatever you want to call it, I don't care, sign me up! This is not about advocacy. It doesn't need advocacy. Rather, it's the need for a better understanding of reality itself, or at the least the acceptance thereof, whilst dismissing the labels so often used, or rather abused, by conservatives as Jeremiads. When someone tosses out such labels to denigrate, our response should be, shut your fucking mouth, go back to school, and learn something about history! Better yet, listen to Douglas Dietrich, and you'll finally get something in the empty space between your ears. That is what you need to do, because you can't go back to school to learn something about history because the local government has removed that content from your history textbooks. So I'm the only resource you fucking got. Having laid out these basic elements, the real strength of nihilism, annihilationism, lies in its extraordinary ideological elasticity, which allows it to embrace a wide variety of economic positions from libertarian to socialist and approaches to foreign policy that range from isolationism to imperialism. This remains true today. Exempli gratiae. America is rapidly bifurcating, becoming twa nations. And one of the main drivers of the process is a federal system that encourages red states to mooch off blue states, using all that essentially stolen tax money to reinvent the old Confederacy, own the libs, and wage war on woke. A lethal war involving fully automated weapons that they can carry concealed without repercussion. Why are we letting the red state welfare oligarchs mooch off blue states? Most red states have become oligarchic WM, white male supremacist, medieval-like fiefdoms with obscene levels of often multi-generational wealth at the top, extreme poverty at the bottom, and working people, women, and minorities kept in subordinate roles through explicit government and corporate policy. In this, these red states are following the once classic European and later Southern American tradition of a patriarchal, hierarchical society run by male kings, nobles, plantation masters, and wealthy churchmen, with all the work done by serfs, slaves, women, or impoverished wage slaves. Frederick Douglass, who was born into Southern slavery, described the South as a little nation by itself, having its own language, its own rules, regulations, and customs. Fewer than 2,000 families, 0.6% of 1% of the entire Southern population, owned more than 50 enslaved people and ruled the oligarchy that we call the Confederacy, the House of Dixie, with an iron fist. The 75% of white people in the South during that era who did not own any enslaved persons generally lived in deep poverty. Women had no rights. Queer people were routinely tortured and murdered. Education for both enslaved Africans and poor whites was generally outlawed. Religious attendance was often mandated, and hunger and disease stalked all but those in the families of the 12,000 morbidly rich planter dynasties. Modern-day red states are doing their best to recreate that old Confederacy, right down to State Senator Kathy Kism's new effort to return the Confederate battle flag to Mississippi's state flag. Ron DeSantis and Mike Pence have both emphasized their presidential pledges to restore the names of mass murderous Civil War traitors to the American military bases, celebrating their armed defense of the values of the Old South. Today's version of yesteryear's plantation owners are called CEOs, hedge and vulture fund managers, and the morbidly rich. They abuse the power of political bribery given them by 5 corrupt Republicans on the Supreme Court, with Clarence Thomas's tie-breaking Citizens United vote on behalf of his sugar daddy, Harlan Crow, to lord over their red states, regardless of the will of those states' citizens. Former United States Labor Secretary Robert Reich on, yestermencies last month demanded that Supreme Court Associate Justice Clarence Thomas step down or be removed from the bench as allegations of corruption and impropriety continue to pile up. Scolding Chief Justice John Roberts for refusing to even discuss implementing a code of conduct for the court's jurists, Reich said, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, "Enough is enough. Supreme Court justices clearly can't be trusted to police themselves, and Chief Justice Roberts has shown little interest in holding justices to account for numerous conflicts of interest. The Supreme Court is facing a serious legitimacy crisis, and failing to hold Thomas accountable will only make it worse. Clarence Thomas must resign, and if he doesn't, well, if there was ever a case to impeach a Supreme Court justice, this is it. For years, Thomas failed to disclose flights on private jets, super yacht trips, and stays at resorts. He received his gifts from a Republican mega-donor. Even though the Supreme Court has no legally binding code of ethics and justices remain among the least accountable people in our government, legal experts claim that Thomas violated federal disclosure laws when he failed to report the free travel he was gifted. But, at the very least, it violated the public's trust and corruptly exploited his position of power to subsidize a life of luxury. Now, working people in red states are kept in poverty by the right to work for less laws, based on the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's 1947 Taft-Hartley Act, passed over Harry Truman's veto, no less, deprived of health care by their governor's refusal to expand Medicaid to cover all low-wage working people, and draconian cuts along with Byzantine bureaucratic obstacles to getting state aid, ranging from housing support to food stamps to subsidized daycare to unemployment insurance. Women are returning to chattel status in red states, the property of their fathers or husbands, their bondage enforced by bounty systems, and the threat of imprisonment should they try to assert agency over their own bodies. Multiple red states have outlawed teaching the actual history of slavery, Jim Crow, and the ongoing violence and persecution suffered by racial, gender, and religious minorities. Many are using government tax revenues to subsidize typically all-white Christian religious schools, a trend spreading across Republican-controlled states like an out-of-control fungus. Sociopaths, a term often used to describe those living with antisocial personality disorder, operate within their daily lives without any sense of a conscience. That can be characterized as acting without feelings of guilt, remorse, or shame, coupled with a tendency to reject the very concept of responsibility. Antisocial people will intentionally make others angry or upset and use harsh and cruel indifference as they manipulate or attack others. Clinically speaking, there is no defined difference between a sociopath and a psychopath, although some have drawn this line at acting with low moral conscience, the sociopathic, with no moral conscience, the psychopathic, or having no regard for someone else's rights or feelings, the sociopathology, and taking pleasure in robbing another of their rights, freedom, or well-being, the psychopathology. I have discussed psychopathy in The Previous President elsewhere, other times as an example. Recognizing these nuanced differences exist, I will use the term sociopath and sociopathy here for brevity's sake. There appear to be at least three forms of this public, political/governmental sociopathy present today. The first are those individuals for whom sociopathic tendencies are deep-seated and a core feature of who they are, the former president being a prime example. A second form includes the scores of Republicans and right-wingers who have decided to play the role or act sociopathic for their own personal gain. This includes hardline MAGA members such as Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Carrie Lake, and Matt Gaetz, who decided to infect themselves with contagious sociopathy. Look at the case of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, whose impressive on-paper resume includes graduation from Yale University, where he served as captain of the baseball team, and Harvard Law School, with honors no less. Supposedly distinguished service in the United States Navy, including a legal role with SEAL Team 1 and a deployment to Iraq. On paper, he is highly accomplished and embodied what we as Americans tend to hold in high regard, until he acquired contagious sociopathy. Coincident with his departure from active military service and rise to Congress and the Florida governorship, he evidently chose to include antisocial tendencies in his political and public persona. He believes in unregulated gun ownership, despite brutal killings, mass killings, in his state's own schools. He attacks the rights of women with his restrictive abortion laws. He suppresses legislation that would support the LGBTQIA+ community, and he seeks to diminish the plight of historically maltreated groups such as Black African Americans, with his attempts to not only bury but rationalize, even revel in the past. In another high-profile example, the United States Supreme Court was constitutionally designed as a third arm of our democratic republic that was supposed to serve independently from the other branches in an apolitical manner. Now its majority is infested with contagious sociopathy. In just the last year and weeks, they sociopathically overturned Roe versus Wade and severely undercut women's health care rights, ruled in favor of discrimination, and ruled against students struggling under the mountain of student debt, all while facing accusations of improper gifts, hypocrisy, and politicization. In other words, with contagious sociopathy. The third group with contagious sociopathy are the passive enablers of widespread acts of manipulation and cruelty, ranging from long-serving establishment leaders like Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican from Kentucky, all the way to the throngs of people clad in Confederate flags and MAGA idolatry, whose inaction and permissiveness serves as a large-scale petri dish by which contagious sociopathy can flourish. It cannot go without mentioning that the processes of cultism are all at play here as well. It should be noted that the term I have been using, contagious sociopathy, is not mutually exclusive from what we have been observing with the perversion of Christian thought to suit sociopathic behaviors and the rise of ɁRISTism in these United States. In addition, and in no way trying to clarify, or in no way trying to simplify, rather, or underestimate the factors underlying American racism, the racist platforms of the far right and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency have provided a type of currency by which contagious sociopathy can spread. Many have argued that the ascension of Donald John Trump allowed closeted racists to become public racists. Racism includes the antisocial tendencies of demeaning, manipulating, and harming others without remorse as a key feature. One cannot talk about contagious sociopathy without considering righteousness, a term describing the phenomenon by which malicious acts, including harming and killing others, are justified as long as the bad actor can consider the victims to be an enemy. This is a bedrock of the Trump and MAGA attacks on the left and any that criticize or oppose them at all. I have said it before and I will do so again. The contagious spread of sociopathy has provided us with potential and actual leaders who embody the worst that humanity has to offer according to moral, legal, religious, and/or spiritual and societal norms. And they continue to run on this Edomic, this red platform. Almost a dozen Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent controlled states have passed laws criminalizing protests against Republican policies. And, quoting the International Center for Nonprofit Law, The Atlantic Magazine writes, several of those states have simultaneously provided civil or criminal protection for drivers who hit and kill protesters. Think about what I've just said. Think about what I've just said. It is legal in red states for a driver to ram a crowd of protesters against Republican policy. They have made it legal to kill you people if you protest them. The Republicans are the enemy and they must be killed. We've got to kill them because they have every intent of killing us. Other red states have banned books and fired teachers who dare discuss diversity or basic sex education. Many, as I have alluded to in the past, are withholding state funds from banking and investment institutions that consider the ESG, the environmental social justice, or corporate governance. ESG is an acronym, environmental, social, and governance. It references social justice and corporate governance on behalf of the working class and the poor when making business decisions. Which begs the question of just who runs the world? Who? ESG invests in the concept that the next global superpower is not who you think. This used to be an easy question to answer. If you're over 45, you grew up in a world dominated by trois superpowers. The United States and its allies set the rules on one side of the Berlin Wall, while the Greater Soviet Union called the shots on the other. Nearly every other country had to align its political, economic, and security systems with one side or the other. That was a bipolar world. Then, in 1991, the Greater Soviet Union collapsed, leaving these United States as the world's sole superpower. The American empire dictated outcomes both through its dominant role in international organizations and by exerting raw power. That was a unipolar world. About 15 years ago, the world changed again, and it got more complicated. The United States became less interested in being the world's police officer, the architect of global trade, and even the cheerleader of global values. Other countries, getting more powerful, were increasingly able to ignore rules they didn't like, and occasionally set some themselves. That's a G0 world, a non-polar world without global leaders. Three things happened to cause this geopolitical recession, when the global architecture no longer lines up with the underlying balance of power. First, the Russian Empire was never brought into the Western-led international order. Now, a former great power in serious decline, Russia has become extremely angry and sees the West as its primary adversary on the global stage. Whether most of the blame for this lies with these United States and its allies or with Russia itself, the fact is that this is where we are. Second, the Communist Chinese Empire was brought into American-led institutions, but on the presumption that as the Chi-Coms, the Chinese Communists became more integrated, wealthy, and powerful, they would also become more American. It is a free market democracy, willing to become a responsible stakeholder in the American-led order and play by the rules without wanting to change them. As it turns out, they're still fucking communists. Fucking bloody communist. And the United States is not ready to accept that. And third, these United States and our allies ignored the tens of millions of our own citizens who felt left behind by globalization. Their grievances were further fueled by growing income and wage inequality, shifting demographics and identity politics, and polarization from new media technologies. After decades of benign neglect, most of these citizens have grown fundamentally mistrustful of their governments and of democracy itself, in turn making their leaders less able or even willing to lead. All the geopolitical crises you see in the headlines every day, the war in Ukraine, confrontation over my Taiwan, nuclear tensions with Iran and North Korea, you name it, some 90% of them are directly or indirectly because of the geopolitical recession caused by these three issues. In other words, the crises are not about individual leaders. They are a structural feature of our geopolitical landscape. Yet, for better or for worse, geopolitical recessions don't last forever. And the coming global order is something very, very different from what we've become used to. We no longer live in a unipolar or bipolar or multipolar world. Why? Because we no longer have multidimensional superpowers, as in countries that exert global power in every domain. That's right, the American and Communist Chinese are not superpowers today, at least not in the way we've always used the term. And no superpowers means no single global order. Instead, what we have today is multiple world orders, separate but overlapping. First, we have a unipolar security order. The United States is the only country that can send soldiers, sailors, and military hardware to every corner of the world. Nobody else comes close. America's role in the security order today is more essential, and indeed more dominant, than it was a decade ago. The Communist Chinese Empire is rapidly growing its military capabilities in Asia, but nowhere else in a significant way. That's increasingly concerning to America's Indo-Pacific allies, who now rely on the American security umbrella more than before. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has similarly made Europe the most dependent on American-led NATO it has been in decades. Meanwhile, the Russian Empire's military has been weakened by the loss of some 200,000 troops. We know it's well above that, twice that number at least, more like 500,000, and much of its critical material in Ukraine, all of which it'll find hard to rebuild in the face of Western sanctions, to say the least. Yes, Red China, revanchist and revisionist Russia, and others have nuclear weapons, but actually using them is still tantamount to suicide. The American Empire is the world's sole security superpower, and will remain so for at least the next decade. But military might doesn't allow Washington to set the rules for the global economy, because the economic order is multipolar. The American Empire has a robust and dynamic economy, still the world's largest, but global power here is widely shared. Despite all the talk about a new Cold War, the United States and Red China are far too economically interdependent to decouple from each other. Bilateral trade between the twain keeps making new highs, and other countries want access to both American muscle and the growing communist Chinese market, soon to become the world's largest. You can't have an economic Cold War if there's no one willing to fight it. Meanwhile, the European Union is the world's largest common market, and it's able to set rules and standards that the Americans, Red Chinese, and others must accept as the price of doing business with it. The Empire of Japan is still a global economic power, if barely understood by such, by the intransigently ignorant. India's economy is growing rapidly, and with it, so is its influence on the global stage. The relative importance of these and other economies will continue to shift over the coming decade, but what's certain is that the global economic order is and will remain a multipolar order. Between the security and economic order are tensions. The United States wants to define more and more areas of the economy as critical for national security, and it's pressuring other countries to align their policies accordingly on semiconductors, critical minerals, and maybe soon on TikTok. For its part, Red China wants to use its commercial and trade leverage to increase its diplomatic influence. Europe, India, the Empire of Japan, and other countries want to ensure that neither the security nor the economic order dominates the other, and they'll most likely succeed. Those are the two world orders we already see. But there's a third, rapidly emerging order that surmises it will soon have more influence than the others. The digital order. There, unlike every other geopolitical order, past and present, the dominant actors setting rules and exerting power aren't governments, but technology companies. You've heard how NATO weapons, intelligence, and training have helped Ukrainians defend their land. But if Western tech companies had not quickly come to the rescue in the early days of the invasion, fending off Russian cyber attacks and allowing Ukrainian leaders to communicate with their soldiers on the front lines, the techno-twits insist that Russia would have knocked Ukraine completely offline within weeks, effectively ending and winning the war. Technocrats posit that, arguably, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky would not be in power today if not for tech companies and their power in the new digital order. Tech companies decide whether former U.S. President Donald Trump can speak without filters and in real time to hundreds of millions of people as he runs for president again. Without social media and its ability to promote conspiracy theories, there is no January 6th insurrection on Capitol Hill, no trucker riots in Ottawa, no January 8th revolt in Brazil. Tech companies even define our identities. We used to wonder whether human behavior was primarily the result of nature or nurture. No longer. Today it's nature, nurture, and algorithm. The digital order is becoming a critical determinant in how we live, what we believe in, what we want, and what we're willing to do to get it. That's a staggering amount of power that tech companies have amassed. So much so that they have become geopolitical players in and of themselves, as exemplified by Elon Musk sounding the alarm about France. Musk sees himself as a global CEO, an innovator whose mission is to watch over humanity and the civilization he wants to mark with his innovations and his vision for the future. He, therefore, wants to transcend borders, considering that the issues which affect a major country or that can have repercussions for the planet concern him. He then abuses his platform and his influence to shine the light upon them, to capture the attention of the world, and to raise the awareness of as many people as possible. In recent months, he has drawn attention to the population decline in many countries like Italy, the Empire of Japan, the Communist Chinese Empire, and South Korea. To remedy this problem, which he believes threatens to lead to the extinction of Italy, for example, he recommends that it is necessary to have children. In doing so, he rejects the idea that the rising cost of living is one of the reasons preventing people from having children. In May of 2022, the serial entrepreneur argued, "Contrary to what many think, the richer someone is, the fewer kids they have. I am a rare exception. Most people I know have 0 or 1 kid," thus admitting that the only people he knows are rich people. Musk has also become an advocate for farmers who are anxious about environmental policies that increasingly threaten their profession. On March 6th, as Belgian farmers were protesting the Flemish government's plan to reduce nitrogen emissions and its threat to close the farms deemed to be the most polluting, Musk said, "I'm super pro-climate, but we definitely don't need to put farmers out of work to solve climate change. Not at all." The voice of the CEO of electric vehicle manufacturer Tesla, which trades as TSLA, has thus become a voice that resonates around the world. Heads of state listen to him and receive him as a star, rolling out the red carpet for him. Italy and France gave him a very warm welcome in mid-June, wooing him to invest there. It is in this context that the billionaire most recently sounded the alarm about France, where unprecedented violence has erupted after the death of Nahel M., a 17-year-old teenager, killed by a police officer during a standard traffic check in the Paris suburbs. This urban violence has turned into real chaos, with burnt cars and ransacked stores and public places. These dramatic events, the images of which have appeared on the screens of television sets across the world, have challenged the Musk man, who, in his usual way, cometh to draw the attention of the world to France, being moved by the fact that libraries have been ransacked. On June 30th, whilst I, myself a former librarian no less, used reviewer contributions to pay my rent, the billionaire said, "Burning down libraries is sacrilege!" Now, it is not insignificant that the billionaire chose libraries, which are the symbol of collective memory, knowledge, and storage. The library is a place where silence and order reign. The multitude of books in a library requires an elaborate but sufficiently clear classification so that everyone can find the work sought. Libraries are also associated with choice. You have to choose one book among so many, and this choice can sometimes be difficult. But this hesitation can be interpreted as a thirst for knowledge, a desire to learn everything. This destruction is, therefore, symbolic, speaks to the greatest number of people, and is likely to alert the collective conscience. The government of President Emmanuel Macron finally declared a state of emergency to restore Republican order throughout the territory, as a fourth night of riots was expected on the 30th of June. The state of emergency strengthened the powers of authorities to make it possible to restrict public freedoms without the intervention of the judiciary, which usually guarantees the application of the legal framework imposed by the state. The police officer responsible for the shooting was charged and was placed in pre-trial detention, which provoked the anger of the police unions. Meanwhile, the for-profit actors that the muskrat personifies already control aspects of society, the economy, and national security that were long the exclusive preserve of the state. Their private decisions directly affect the livelihoods, interactions, and even thought patterns of billions of people across the globe. Increasingly, they also shape the global environment in which governments themselves operate. How else will technology companies employ their newfound power? There be a number of possible scenarios. I guess I should cover them in our next episode. Okay then, my people. Love all of you dearly who support myself, and by God I need your support. I'm going to have to resupply myself with bottled water, as my one source of water in this crypt is not potable water that sources therefrom. It's cadaver water, tainted by the bodies beneath the home, which of course are historical. We are built on top of a Russian hill cemetery from the old Barbary Coast days, from the days of the gold rush. This is well known and mentioned in tourist guide tapes that guide the tourists in their little buggies that pass my home on a daily basis, paid for by people who are given an automated tour of where to turn so that they can get the most bang for their buck on a little drive around San Francisco. So, understand that to maintain my very life, I need you. I need your help. I need money towards water resupply, enough to last me through another several months. I buy all the bottles available when I go to Trader Joe's. And that's of Gerolsteiner, the mineral water. That is now the sole water that I drink, using tea and soups. And that's what helps to maintain my health. And that's manifest in my nails regrowing, reforming more healthily, meaning that they are no longer ridged, splitting, which I was suffering for a long while because I wasn't drinking enough human blood. But also, even human blood doesn't really give me enough of, nutrition. So I take a lot of supplements for when I'm not drinking blood, which I should really be doing on a daily basis, but can't. So I take supplements for the days that I can't, and they've been helping immensely. In order to maintain my health, I need you. Now, I have been getting essentially younger. Honestly, I look younger. Probably see that in the next video I make with Christine Joanna Hart next month. Opening week of next month, I intend to do a video with her, and you'll see that then. And the only way that I do that, of course, is through enough blood, enough supplements. The clear mineral water I import from Germany, the fatherland, Gerolsteiner, available only at Trader Joe's. So definitely, I need you. I need your help, your financial support. Okay, so I worked my ass off analyzing the world for you till we got to this point where we'll get into scenarios for the future of the tech giants, who I definitively do not want running the world. And definitively, I want you to know they're just another enemy to be brought under control, because you don't want them controlling you. They've proven to be genocidal, promoting conspiracy theories that literally result in genocide, as happened against the Muslims in Myanmar, in particular as a case study. Okay, with that, I will retreat into the gentle day. My love be unto all who support myself, morally or financially. If you want something to get published when this video uploads, say it now in the chat room.